want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
You see, their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50 feet advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you? What? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics. Okay. You know why? Why? No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, the Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yep.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm just
That's the same way we are. We don't no politics, none of this.
I'll with that. I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you were in someone else's.
Yo, the boxing scholar's on.
What's good, everybody? It's the genius of all genius, master of all mother masters. Gotta bleep it out now because I don't want to mess up with my monetization. Don't come for my money now. Don't you do that. So look, couple things. Before we even get started, bear with me. Before we get started, I wanted to show something. Give me a second. You see the title. If you're pulling up, you know we're going to address a couple things. We're going to say a couple things, and everything going to be everything, right? Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. So first things first. We must... Oh, snap. We must address Hatton. Ricky Hatton. Ricky Hatton passed away, for those who don't know. And I'm not going to lie, I missed a lot of the boxers' deaths. And I remember they used to honor trainers and fighters, everybody who passed away on HBO, right? And I was like, come on, man, you gotta get together, Scholar. You gotta get together, Scholar. You have to start honoring fighters that have passed away. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. HBO used to do a thing. They used to do a final bell and stuff like that, and that was dope. Why are my pictures changing? It's interesting. I did not press that. It's crazy. My phone got a virus or something. What's going on? But yeah. So HBO, HBO used to do that. He said Floyd will beat Terence Crawford 85. We're gonna get to that. Give me a second. But HBO used to honor him. I'm not gonna lie. I was really surprised that they didn't honor Nassim Richardson whenever he passed, because not only did Nassim Richardson catch the cinder blocks that was in Antonio Margarito's gloves, but he had a bunch of quotables. He was he had a bunch of moments on HBO. I can remember with Manny Pacquiao, Sugar Shane Mosley. Shane Mosley wanted to quit that fight because of a blister. I can't move. Shane, you come from a different cloth. I'm gonna coach you through this. I'm not gonna let you do this to yourself. That's what I remember Nassim Richardson for. And they didn't. Whenever he passed away, HBO was still doing it, still alive, still doing their thing, and they never mentioned Nassim Richardson. So what I wanted to do, first things first, is I wanted to honor Ricky Hatton. Ricky Hatton. I'm not gonna lie, tragic tale. To be honest with you, what I remember about Ricky Hatton is Ricky Hatton doing like cocaine, and like this in this World Star video I seen a long time ago. So that's what I think about him. I just like, dang, because you see Ricky Hatton on top of the world fighting Floyd Mayweather. Before he fighting Floyd Mayweather, everybody, ole, ole, there's only one Ricky Hatton. No, that's the song they sung for Ricky Hatton. There's only one Ricky Hatton, and all that stuff. And even Tyson Fury tried to put his spin on it. There's only one Tyson Fury, and I think he should get his proper respect. A final bell for Ricky Hatton. I'm gonna try to do this for every fighter. Like I said, I missed obviously the body snatcher. I missed the buzzsaw. I missed him. I missed a lot of people. So I was like, I ain't missing no more. So we fit to starting today with Ricky Hatton. We're gonna give Ricky Hatton one final bell. Here we go. There you go. Ricky Hatton, final bell. Now, in other news, what you all came from, Floyd Money Mayweather versus Terence Bud Crawford. So I can remember a while back I was having this conversation or this debate, right? And this is before he dismantled Errol Spence. You know what I said? I said that Terence Bud Crawford is the best fighter that we've seen in the last 30 years. Documented on my page. You go to my videos, you will hear this statement. As a matter of fact, one of my homies online, Bruce Vane, I've talked to him about this, a long time ago, but I talked to him about it. That's my homie, man. But I talked to him about this, and I talked about how he has a lot of similarities to James Toney. And it's so funny that I got a lot of flack. They were like, well, you never heard of Floyd Mayweather? You never heard of Roy Jones Jr.? What is wrong with you? First off, I don't want to disrespect Roy, so let me not go there, but I just think that I thought then Terence Bud Crawford was better, and when he moved up to fight Errol Spence, I thought it would be a closer fight, but I still thought he would beat Spence, that's documented too as well. When he moved up to fight Canelo, 2 weight classes, going against the odds, going against what he was going against, I didn't see no path to victory. I just didn't think it would be possible. So you finna beat Canelo on a decision? When I seen Bivol beat this man around the ring for 12 rounds and still almost got a draw, they told us it was a close fight on paper when we seen a lopsided butt whooping in the ring. So with that being said, I was like, I don't think that's possible. I don't see it happening. But hey, Bud, he said, don't thank him or don't believe in him, believe in God. He wasn't lying. For Vegas to get a fight call right and give the right person the winner, I mean, the fight, that is some historical stuff. Believe it or not, for those who have been watching boxing for a while, winning is not enough. As stupid as that sounds, winning is not enough in boxing. You have to damn near, knock a guy down multiple times, and I ain't gonna say unalive him, but you have to do a bunch. What's up, Angie? You have to do a bunch in the sport of boxing to get the decision. And Terence Bud Crawford put a game plan based on that, stuck to it. I seen somebody say that Terence Bud Crawford fought the wrong fight and still won. I thought about him like, he did kind of, not engage a lot. You heard my frustrations on the live, if you was live with us. So, he did in spots, give Canelo a ton of respect, which could kind of maybe sway the judges who already were looking to give him rounds. But it was ordained. It was God's will. All that stuff. What he can't beat Terence Bud Crawford for the win. It's God's will. Hey, y'all wasn't lying. It was God's will. I was like, God, what you mean? You brought religion to this? But hey, apparently God told y'all something he ain't tell everybody else, So yeah, y'all were right. It was God's will. But I wanted to say this, before I get into what I think about the fight and what will happen. I'll say this. Turkey Al-Rashid trying to set Bud up. Turkey Al-Rashid was mad about the decision. I said that. That Turkey Al-Rashid was mad about the decision. He didn't want Bud to win. And he showed his distaste for Bud winning after the fight. And then he tweeted, "Can Benavidez still make 68? Listen, I know everybody on this historical high right now because of what Terence Bud Crawford did, etc. I don't want to see that fight. Y'all, I didn't want to see the Canelo fight. And I know people gonna be like, well, he beat Canelo. When you said he couldn't beat Canelo, I think it's a big difference between Canelo at this point and Benavidez. I don't think Benavidez is nothing to play with. What's up, Soul Rebel? I do not want to see that. So absolutely not. But I know what Terence Bud Crawford gonna say if we asked him.
Man, I'm so hyped right now. Anything's possible. Anything's possible.
So shout out to him. What's up, Rich? But man, I don't think he should do it. I think he should go ahead and retire. The clip that I play at the beginning of the video is basically Dave Chappelle, and he's like, you have to be humble enough to know when you living in somebody else's dream. That's we in Bud's dream, man. That dude, what he was up against besides the judges, the shoulder surgery, the weight jump, everything, the power size, everything. It was too much stuff against him that he had to have perfect for him to win, and he did it. Man, I gotta give that man 100% credit, man. That dude is the truth. Now, with that being said, how does he match up against Floyd Mayweather? I've had this debate several times. And like I said, even before he dismantled Spence, I was saying he was better than Floyd Mayweather. And I think now he showed it, right? Or do y'all say because Floyd Mayweather beat him first, Canelo, are they on the same par? But now we can't talk resume. Like all that resume stuff, y'all say Bud ain't fought nobody. The same people that said Bud ain't fought nobody is now for to show up and say we need to pump the brakes on this Canelo. But y'all made Canelo out to be the big boogeyman. That's why I was trying to explain to y'all. The same thing Muhammad Ali said with George Foreman. The stage is set. Y'all set the stage for Bud to be the GOAT. We set the stage. Let me say, y'all, we set the stage for Bud to be the GOAT. We talked about Canelo's power. We talked about the weight jump. It's never been done before. And he went out there and he did all of that. So now, we got to start talking about Bud in terms of greatest of all time. And he did something. Floyd didn't even get one time undisputed. This man's 3-time undisputed. Undefeated. And he got that. See, a lot of the times when you look through history, a lot of fighters overstay their welcome, right? So they'll get a loss. And what I notice about people is when they never seen you lose professionally, even if you lose amateur, it's so crazy because a loss as an amateur is still a loss, but they don't count it, right? They act like it didn't exist, even if it's on film. It's only the professionals that count. But if you got that O by your name as a professional, they will rate you super duper high. Like when you ask people who their favorite fighters are, they be like, "Hey, Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather." They start naming undefeated fighters. They might even throw Rocky Marciano in there, you know. But yeah, that O by your name, it looks nice for the people that are debating or talking about you. So because he's never been defeated, you know, in the ring, 3-time undisputed, to me, he's better than Floyd Mayweather. I think Terence Bud Crawford is a great fighter with an exceptional offense, and Floyd is a great fighter with an exceptional defense. I think he beats him. I think he beats Floyd. I think the adjustments that he make in the ring, on the fly, all of that. I don't think Floyd could mess with Bud. I don't think he'll have enough offense. And we ain't talking about no size. We ain't talking about no size stuff, you know. But I mean, if Floyd Mayweather at 35 years old, because this is what y'all do. Y'all show footage of Muhammad Ali at 35 years old getting beat by Spinks. And then y'all show Mayweather at 35 years old beating Cotto. And y'all say there's no comparison. If you look at what Bud Crawford just did at 38, because he's about to turn 38 this month, you know, they were saying LeBron James was washed up around that age. Bud turning 38 years old and jumping up 3 weight classes, really. But you could say 2, but 3 weight classes and going and beat Canelo. It's kind of, at 68, it's kind of hard to argue that he's not better than Floyd, using that same logic that y'all use to say Floyd is better than Muhammad Ali. Me personally, I think that Floyd Mayweather would lose by a wide margin, because not only can Bud box, but his offense is top tier. That's what kept Canelo honest. His offense. Floyd wasn't even able to do that. Floyd hypnotized Canelo with his defense and discouraged Canelo because he couldn't land punches on him. You know, he discouraged Canelo with his fist. That's a different thing. Now look, Floyd was pop shotting Canelo and hitting him really, really hard and discouraging him as well. But Bud was putting combinations on Canelo. You know, I put it to you like this. If you go look at their fights, after the fight,
what do you feel like he was doing to neutralize your...
Canelo had every excuse in the book. He accepted this Bud Crawford butt whipping with grace. You know, I ain't gonna lie. That was not, the judges shocked me, and that shocked me that he was willing to accept that with grace. Because I was like, dang, no, you know, I have to go back and rewatch the fight. None of that stuff. He was just like, yeah, you know, I got to be graceful. I've never seen Canelo this humble. Even when Bivol beat him, he said he felt like he won the fight. And Bivol equally put, you know, belt to butt. You know what I mean? So I was just like, I don't know. But you don't have to take my word for it. Both, Canelo has been in the ring with both Floyd and Crawford. You know, he was a bigger guy when he fought Bud Crawford and undisputed at 68. You know, wasn't undisputed when he fought Mayweather at the catch weight. Wasn't no catch weight in this. So that's what he had to say.
He was doing to neutralize your ability to land your big punches.
No, he's a great fighter. He's a good fighter. He know how to move and everything.
Thank you so much. Incredible fight.
He's a great fighter. He know how to do everything, bro. He put the beats on Canelo so bad that Canelo said he could do everything now. Man, he know how to make biscuits from scratch now, Canelo. Oh, man, Canelo gonna need some peroxide, man.
We'll see you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Is that Richard Schaefer? What are you doing there? That's crazy. That's why he don't like Oscar De La Hoya.
Hola, Saúl. Buenas noches.
Canelo, back here, Canelo. Marcus Hayes with Fight Hub TV, right here in the middle.
Yeah.
Champ, first off, I want to thank you for the illustrious career that you have given us in the game. You've been a steadfast professional in the way that you conducted yourself, and I want to thank you on behalf of all of the boxing media.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Number
My
2,
pleasure.
Champ, I wanted to ask you, this was a fight that we haven't seen from you before. We've never seen you have the sustained and prolonged frustration during the fight. Was there a point in time where you figured that this just wasn't going to be my night? And if you did, when did that happen?
No, I never thought that. I always try. All the rounds I try. But, you need to accept it, right? Sometimes you cannot go, and I try all the rounds. I never think about that because imagine, so I cannot.
So a lot of people were making excuse that whenever what's up, Ben? That whenever Floyd Mayweather caught Canelo, he was young minded and he quit in the fight. So it's like if he quit in that fight and he said in this fight he never stopped trying and he still couldn't do enough with a guy moving up 3 weight classes or 2, whatever you want to say. I say 3, but if he's doing that with that guy and he can't do nothing with him, he's trying. It's just like what? The little meme of the person holding holding the little kid head back and he's just swinging and stuff. That's kind of what it sounded like with Canelo up there in the press conference. This is the most graceful defeat I've ever seen out by Canelo. Have to be 100% honest. I've never seen Canelo embrace defeat like this. That is crazy, man. That dude, hey, that man is ordained. The man is touched by God. In order for everything to line up, that man had shoulder surgery some years back, about a year back, I believe. And then went into there with a guy who's a prolific shoulder puncher. Like, this is crazy, bro. I'm still in disbelief. Like, oh my God. Like, he left it up to the judges and the judges got it right. Even if Turkey Al-Rashid was against him winning, that's crazy. And look, this is how I know Turkey is against him winning. That's how I know right there. Can Benavidez still make 168? Why are you even entertaining a Benavidez fight? Why? That man want to see Bud get beat. Bud, that man ain't your friend just because he pay you. I know you thanking him for the opportunity and all the other stuff. Listen to Bomac. Bomac already said no to 68. Listen to that man. He know what he's talking about. Reggie said Canelo was a very good fighter who took his craft very serious. Crawford is all-time great. I thought Canelo was going to get the knockout. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, Reg. I mean, that logic would tell you there, because I mean, as much as everybody said, I told you so. Bro, we probably ain't gonna see this. We might not see this again ever in our lifetime, where a guy jump up 2 to 3 weight classes, fight another pound for pound guy with all the belts and take the belts from him. Like, before the fight, I said I'm gonna have to start looking at Bud top 5 all time. That's some Henry Armstrong stuff. And the old school people gonna get me because I get a lot of them over here. They ain't gonna crucify me necessarily, but they gonna be like, Scholar, what you talking about? Listen, man, you can make a strong argument for Terence Bud Crawford because he moved up, and I already know what they're gonna say. He held 3 titles all at once, which is amazing feat. Amazing feat. But what Canelo just did is kind of what Henry did because he was fighting lineal guys, 1 belt, 1 face, 1 name, and he was beating them, and then he was defending his titles. So Bud just moved up and fought the guy with all the belts and took his belts, which is kind of what Henry Armstrong did to a certain degree. So listen, all-time Henry Armstrong is rated higher, but that is in today's feet a kind of equivalent in my eyes. But my eyes is the one that saw Canelo dominate Bud. So hey, maybe not. He said Floyd is all-time great, and Crawford is too. He said they're never ever going to fight. He said multiple blacks can be all-time greats. I agree with you. See, Reg, somebody made this argument. One of my homies made this argument the other day, and he was saying that he did a video. He said that why do blacks always try to compare? That ain't blacks, Reg. That's what you call it, bro. That's like locker room talk. To a degree, sports talk is what, because we always do it. Man, Barry Sanders better than Emmitt Smith. But what we don't factor in, Reg, a lot of the all-time great athletes are black. It's like happenstance. It's not that we only comparing that. It's the sports that matter to us are sports that we participated in or being close to as black people. And we're gonna always do the who's the GOAT argument. So it ain't like we just always, because they be doing that stuff in hockey too. They talk about who's the greatest golfer of all time. They do the same thing. It's sports talk. It's something that men do, just for talk, conversation. Sometimes people will go to a barbecue and be like, hey, man, you like the Patriots? Man, I like the Cowboys, man, just to break the ice. It's just something people will always do. And everybody likes to live vicariously through the athlete. So just like Bud right now, people going to say, I laid eyes on the greatest fighter of all time. and Terence Bud Crawford. And then a lot of people who missed the Mayweather, they might have been too young to go to Mayweather or not in a good situation or whatever. They could say, I seen Terence Bud Crawford live. That's the greatest fighter to ever live. I went to this fight. So they want to be a part of history. What Drake say, if you weren't a part of it, at least you got the witness. They want to be a witness. They rather be a witness, a disciple, like how Jesus had. He said, plus Bud fight Southpaw. So I'm going to be honest with you. Terence Bud Crawford at this point is a right-handed person converted to Southpaw. He fight a lot of his fights like that now, and he has the advantage. He is the most effective switch hitter, from the outside range. Inside I would probably say Mike Tyson. The only person that can compete with Bud on the outside is Marvin Hagler. So yeah, Bud is cold, man. He is cold. He said Shalom Reggio, and then he said Shalom Aki Ben Israel. Said greeting to the host in the chat. He said follow the script and it played well. I got to give that man credit, Jay. I got to give him credit, man. That dude. I did not think he would be able to do it, man. That dude did it. You remember when Tom Brady had his hands on his head, like shaking his head when he won that Super Bowl? Bud pulled it off, man. I did not think he was going to do it. But I will say this. My mama picked Bud going in, and my mama casually watches boxing, right? My mama would never in a million years tell me that she know more about boxing than me. You people got to stop. Dan Raphael got picks right, and Teddy Atlas got picks wrong. Does that make Dan Raphael know more than Teddy Atlas? Y'all need to stop this, man. Y'all need to stop this, bro. One thing I wanted to do today before I got into the deep discussions about this is address this. Man, if y'all autistic people don't stop showing up to my channel telling me how smart y'all is, bro. If you listen, don't tell me how smart you is. Show me how smart you is. Send me breakdowns. Show me how much of the knowledge you know, because at least show me the history. Like listen. Every day I wake up to something different, some different crazy stuff about. Hey, I'm the genius, and I did this. I mean, if y'all don't get y'all slow butt on somewhere, that's crazy, man. If y'all don't stop. So, yeah, that's crazy, man.
Nothing in that way, but I try my best tonight.
And lastly, for me, champ, in the world of comparisons that we live in right now, if you can compare and contrast the fight between yourself and Floyd Mayweather Jr. and tonight's bout with Terence Bud Crawford, if you can.
No, I think Crawford is way better than Floyd Mayweather.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Listen. Oh man, I don't know what to make of that, because I'm like, okay, is he just saying that? Is he just saying that because he bitter about the loss that he got to Mayweather, or is he saying that because he genuinely believes it? Because Terence Bud Crawford beat him so easy, but you're not the same fighter you was in your youth. I don't know, bro. I don't know what to make of that if as far as his psyche goes. But I will say this: Mayweather is a believer of Terence Bud Crawford. That man won $50,000 betting on Crawford. Remember he was in the camp supposed to help Terence Bud Crawford. And everybody know he's a historical gambler. So, Mayweather believes in him. He said, agree if anything goes out with respect and a little honor. What's good, bro? What's good, weight boxing? I don't like to butcher. Oh, weight boxing is what I'm gonna call you, bro. I don't like to butcher it. Keep doing your thing, man. I checked out a couple of your videos, bro. He said, I never knew how good Crawford was. He said, I never knew how good Crawford was because there wasn't much to gauge him off of, because Bob Arum and other fighters ruined his career. And that's a good point that you made right there, Reg. Because I seen leading up to the fight, I was watching a bunch of videos, and I seen where Terence Bud Crawford was saying like that he has a lot of regrets in his career, fights that he felt like he should have had and that didn't get, a lot of dispute with promoters. But he was like, he basically he wouldn't change. He felt like he things didn't go his way, but he wouldn't change a thing in hindsight. And I was like, hey, man, like if there was ever anybody who wanted to say, hey, look at it and say, believe and trust in God, that God got a plan for you, it's Terence Bud Crawford, bro. He got his mega fights closer to 40. You know, his signature fights that was going to define him. The fights where people actually made him either an underdog or at least a 50-50 fight. Because even his fans that was picking him was saying 50-50 fight. You know, so that is insane, man, that he get those fights closer to 40 and then pull off these things, you know. But like, I mean, Timothy Bradley said it best. He's in the gym all year long. He's dedicated to his craft. Like, they used to talk about Mayweather's work ethic. Mayweather will work out, you know, go to the strip club, work out, don't smoke or drink and work out. Bud wasn't in no strip club, but at the gym. He helping and mentoring young fighters. He's a gym rat. The gym is his home. So, I mean, as much as they say Floyd Mayweather work ethic is crazy, I think Bud might even got him on the work ethic. I'm just being honest with y'all, man. I think Bud might even got him on the work ethic. The fact that he was able to not be fat at 68, you know, carried the weight well and a bunch of different things. I was impressed. That was a great performance by Terence Bud Crawford. What's good, Most Hated? So I could have told you that wasn't going to be the case. He said, damn, you had Canelo dominating? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you got to go with logic. Why would I go against logic? You guys, that's never been done in the history of boxing. So there's two things I base my picks on. Three things. The fighters and their styles in the film, the history and the physics of boxing. All three things pointed to Bud winning. Bud losing. And even if Bud won, the judges for the fight, the judges for the fight, like, and this is why I say this is why this was so amazing, the victory, right? These three judges right here and the referee, you know, because they come as a dual package. But those three judges have worked three of Canelo's last fights. So he got his personal judges. And one of them have worked his last 8 fights, right? And one of the fights that one of the judges worked was the Bivol fight, where he scored at 115-113, and Bivol clearly won the fight. And the game plan going in, when he said, I don't got to knock out Canelo, I was like, oh, man, if you're not going there for the knockout, that means you're going to leave it in the judges' hands. You know, everything makes sense in hindsight. That's the thing about it. I brought this up yesterday. Huge Patriots fan. When they play in the Indianapolis Colts, and it's 4th and 1. They go for it. They don't end up getting it. You know, and everybody starts saying Bill Belichick ain't the same coach. He ain't the genius that we thought he was, that maybe he should go back to the drawing board. All these different things. Criticize. But if he would have got it, he would have looked like the smartest person in the world. That's how life works. You know, so that game plan, if they would have got robbed of the decision, everybody would be criticizing him, saying he needs to leave Bomac. Bomac don't know what he's doing. And it's time for Terence Bud Crawford to move on from his team. They would have been saying all this stuff, but they did it. So now they look like genius. That's the gamble that you pay. You know, high risk, high reward. So they came out on the other side. Like I said, hindsight's 2020. Of course, now you can say, "Hey, man, I don't see Canelo dominating." Canelo already dominated the scorecards in my mind with the judges that he had work his last 3 fights. Said, I think Bud has always wanted to test himself. He said it just boils down to political stance sometimes. Oh, yeah. Bud has always wanted to fight the best. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think them fighters was happy that Bud, they didn't get in the ring with Terence Bud Crawford. I think that they were excited because, well, obviously, you see what happened with Canelo and Spence. You know, he said, Red say your friend is right about black people always putting greats against one another. He said no other race do it. He said not in hockey, not in golf, not in tennis. He said the greats are greats to them. Nah, they do it, Reg. They definitely do it. Matter of fact, there's documentaries of them doing it, like, you know, with the greatest quarterback of all time. Joe Namath is the best quarterback there. Now they do it. It's just sports talk. People do it. It's basically saying my era is better than yours. I think Like That gave the analogy one time of, like, you know, class, like when you got the football class and they do really good, and then the next class coming up, you know, they want to compare their class to them to tell them how their class really ain't shit. It's kind of something like that. He said fantasy fight. He said Roy Jones versus Crawford. I don't even know how, bro. What weight? What weight? 68? Nah, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. The bud that just moved up to fight. Canelo can't beat Roy Jones, bro. Sorry, I don't think so. What you think? What do you think? I don't think so. You know, but I was wrong about him beating Canelo, so that's what I think. He said hi from Omaha, Nebraska. Said home of the new boxing champion, Terence Bud Crawford. Shout out to you, bro. Who you think will win out of Mayweather? Mayweather and Bud, and tell me why. He said, I think it's with respect, most definitely. He said, Boots cleans Crawford. If you don't get up out my chat with that BS, you think Boots, bro, let me tell you something. And look, I'm not one to go for rumors. I can't do the sources say stuff. You know, when they was talking about Stevens Fulton, now look, let me just put it out there, right? So I had one of my homies pull up on the channel. He said, you know, Stephen Fulton said that he's riding with Terence Bud Crawford. And, you know, my homie was like, you know, why would he ride with him after seeing Canelo spar? He obviously done slipped a lot. You know, like bringing in a style like Boots that's supposed to mimic Terence Bud Crawford, and you in there getting pieced up by it is not a good look. And I agree. That is a great logic, but it's just the source that it came from. I was like, I don't know. Not credible source, you know. I think it was Blue Blood or somebody. I was like, yeah, get on with that. I don't know about no Blue Blood, you know. But now looking at what he said, you know, I'm like, hey, I'm listening, you know. I wonder how good Boots was doing in that sparring, because everybody was saying that he was piecing Canelo up. He might have been. Seeing as how Canelo got beat so easily, Boots might have been piecing Canelo up. Because, you know, one thing I did notice after the sparring footage, because they finally released it with like the day before the fight or the day of, and Boots was smiling in the sparring footage. And I'm like, bro, and you know, I brought this up a long time ago. If you go, matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can go find my old episodes where I said this. If you go look at everybody who sparred with Terence Bud Crawford, all of them, when they would take the picture, they would all be frowning. There wasn't one person that was happy in the sparring sessions with Terence Bud Crawford, which let me know that he was putting belt to ass, you know, essentially. But no, Boots can't mess with no damn Crawford, bro. That's why Boots went over there to help Canelo get ready for Crawford, because he knew legacy-wise what that meant, and he can't get away from the ghost of Terence Bud Crawford. That ghost has been hunting him for a long time. It hunted him so bad that when Gillian Wallow brought it up, he made up a lie and said he'd been trying to fight the man since 2017. Think about it. You know, listen, and I've always said this, Boots got talent, but talent don't mean nothing in the sport of boxing. We done seen a bunch of talented people come through and not pan out. You know, Lil B-Hop got talent. You know, we done seen a bunch of people. What's the dude that was missing the tooth name? Called himself the alien, like Bernard Hopkins a lot. I can't remember. Maybe that was Lil B-Hop. I think that was Lil B-Hop. Chris Colbert. Seen a bunch of people come through with talent and get chased out the sport because character issues or bad matchmaking, whatever the case may be. So it's not enough. What Boots got is not enough. We want to see Boots tested, because when Terence Bud Crawford went to 54, he fought for a belt. A lot of people don't know this. Terence Bud Crawford was trying to fight Tim Tszyu, but Tim Tszyu and them wanted to fight Fedor. So I'm like, damn, an undefeated Tim Tszyu didn't even want that Terence Bud Crawford smoke, bro. I'm starting to think the elephant in the room is don't nobody want to smoke upwards of light heavyweight. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It looks like a lot of people ducking Terence Crawford. I got to be honest with you. And he's 37 years old. That's the crazy part about it. Said, I got Boots. Yeah, you crazy, bro. You crazy. Said, he said, nice noise. I would like to see that. Nice. What? Nice nose. Nice. I would like to see that fight, but I see Bud winning. I don't know what you're saying, Mr. Allen. That's supposed to be nonsense. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. Said who else is he gonna fight at 160? 160 is ass. Somebody said the other day that he was going to go to 160 and get all the belts and become undisputed. And I was like, bro, that's possible. That is a very possible thing to do. 160 is trash. Like Laura got a belt, it's so trash. But I don't know. I don't think he should jump down and wait. I think he should leave. I think this is a perfect ending. This is Michael Jordan hitting the last shot. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful thing. Well, hold on. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. I saw this documentary a long time ago, right? And it stuck out in my head. And listen, I used to compare Bud to Michael Jordan too, but check this out. Check this out. I seen this documentary a long time ago. It got Roy Jones, Serena Williams, Warren Sapp. They were just talking about GOAT talk. Some things. Here we go.
Hey, what's good for us? Hey, just because he did good and did better than what they normally do, he is alive. Okay, he did survive. You know, but that doesn't mean he won. He just survived with his life. I just wasn't in the killing mood that day. Maybe the lion wasn't hungry. You know, but when I wake up in the morning, I know somebody out there running hard, trying to get themselves right to beat me. So either I can lay there and accept it. I can get up and get my behind on the road too.
Team sports, when the Bulls would go into town, that was the biggest game of the year because that was their sort of championship. You have Yankees, you go someplace, it packed the place because people wanted to.
So that was Roy Jones. Context, whenever they were sitting down, Roy Jones had just got sponsored by Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, in this entire interview, you know how they say Michael Jordan was a bully? He was bullying the crap out of, what's his name? Warren Sapp. He was bullying Warren Sapp bad because Warren Sapp, he felt like Warren Sapp didn't belong there. He felt like Warren Sapp didn't belong there. He was teasing the hell out of Warren Sapp. He kept like hitting them with little jokes, but it was a lot of things that they brought up, and it's like, you know, we admire these great people, and a lot of people look up to them, right? And because they look up to them, you know, a lot of times, like there's a video of Mike Tyson saying people really think they want this, but they would basically cry. They would cry if they got this, if they had to sacrifice for this, you know. And it's like, listen, Terence Crawford done been through a lot, bro. Like all that abuse his mama done put on him, bro. Would y'all want that in order to be great? I mean, it's a trade-off, bro. It's a trade-off. Look at Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Floyd Mayweather Sr. That was abuse and created one of the greatest fighters of all time. So it's just like, do you really want it? I mean, I don't know. I'm happy I had a good life. I'm happy I got a good relationship with my mom. I'm just saying, you know, there's a price to greatness. Look at Joe Jackson and Michael Jackson. You know, it is what it is.
Level. Y'all trying to get me up level. We've been talking about winning. What about losing? How does that affect you?
I can go play a city league basketball game, and if we lose, I would not sleep that night. Now, if I'm like that by city league basketball, and I probably got 4 more midgets on my team about my size, and we playing all kind of people, but if we lose, I don't sleep that night. As a matter of fact, me and one more of my players gonna call each other all night long. Cause what you doing now, man? You wanna go shoot some more shots or something? I mean, I can't take it. So if I ever was to lose a fight, I go put myself in a straitjacket.
Boy, that aged like milk. That aged like milk. Because he's still trying to fight. He lost several fights, you know. But I get what he's saying. That's the mindset of the champions like them. The people like Bud. They don't want to lose. They obsessive with it. They you know, sometimes it's fueled by, in the case of Floyd Mayweather, I think it's his insecurity. You know, his dad making him feel like, you know, like he was less than, you know, and instilling him in when he was young, you know. So he grew up with that insecurity. He never wanted to be less than. So he stayed fit, you know, year long. Never wanted to lose. You know, when I think about stylistically and statistically, like how you match up with somebody and how you have to styles make fights and stuff like that. And sometimes you can't just box a person and then you got to sit down and fight. You're going to have a couple fights like that, like Ali and Norton. And when a fighter retires undefeated, that is impressive. And if Bud walk away right now, when I tell you, man, that would mean a lot, as far as what he was able to accomplish. You got the George Foreman, Muhammad Ali inspirational story. He has a bunch of stuff
Learning
to just,
process. I mean,
a bunch of stuff to just, hang his hat on. He has a good story. I seen Timothy Bradley say he should have a movie. They do got a movie, Timothy Bradley. It's called Undisputed. Bud is Monroe from Undisputed.
I go out and try not to lose again, but it's not it's very upsetting, but it's not as upsetting as it used to be at one point.
Well, for you,
I mean, I agree with her. I mean, losing is a learning process. I mean, no one wants to lose. I mean, I understand exactly what Roy's saying. I don't want to go in thinking I'm going to lose. But losing is something that has to happen to make you better as a winner, make you better as a person, as a player, as an individual. So
look, I'm going to be honest with you. All that bull job Michael Jordan talking is from a team sport point of view. Losing for a fighter is sometimes debilitating. It could derail a whole career. When you got a team and everybody can come together, you got to depend on other people. Yeah, you can bounce back. You got a support system. In the individual sport, I have to 100% disagree with Michael Jordan on that. But I get it. Michael Jordan, and we know Michael Jordan's mindset. Michael Jordan was a killer on the court. I just disagree with him. It's just,
it's a process you have to go through, but you don't have to accept it. You just learn from it.
most disappointing loss around the room.
My first championship game in St. Louis. End of the game, Sean King throws the last pass in the 5th row.
Throws the Hail Mary, far sideline, he threw it too far, knocked out of bounds, that's the ball game. Rams will play for the Super Bowl championship.
It's hard to walk off that field. It was hard to walk off that field when I watched that one.
That's pretty tough Hail Mary.
Oh my God, it's going to the 5th row. Ain't nobody got a shot. It was a bad day. That was a bad day right there. That one.
Derek?
The most, maybe 2001 when we were playing Arizona. Now we were 2 outs away from winning 4 in a row.
Floater, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champions.
I think if you put us in that situation 100 times, we would win 99 times. That particular game we lost.
Serena?
Can't talk about it.
That bad, huh?
See,
to this day, you still can't talk about it?
See, that's a winner right there. See. That's a winner.
I'm still trying to recover.
That's a winner.
Can you give me a hint?
Honestly.
Not even a hint?
Yeah, it's pretty emotional.
I'm coming back, Serena. I'll be back in just a second. When you lost in 88, after beating...
That was even worse.
That was one of the worst. I mean, you ever see it in the Olympics, gold medal match, just beat up the guy, and
that's crazy. He gave the medal to Roy Jones just this year, a couple of days ago. That's crazy. But Serena Williams, we already know what she her internal will to win. My uncle said, I never heard about whites tearing down another great white to build up another. He said, I convo with whites on sports and music and greats, and when I tried to lure the white shuttle, why you trying to lure them? That's crazy work. When I try to lure them into competing their greats, they don't engage into it. I think they may not engage with outsiders, huh? I think they might not engage with I'm telling you, I don't know. I can't speak, because it's only anecdotal, but they be having these conversations too as well. And when I tell you, like, I remember when I was younger, my friend's white dad, we was talking about like the greatest basketball players ever. This dude was talking about like Bob Cousy, Jerry West. And we're like, man, if you don't get but nah, they do it. They definitely do it. Said, respectfully, I hate Boots. He said, respectfully, I rate Boots, but he got nothing on Bud. Bro, I don't even rate Boots. What has Boots done? Let me tell you what Boots did, for those who don't know. I did a whole episode exposing this. Boots never wanted Terence Bud Crawford smoke. And it's evident. You don't need Gillian Wallow phone conversation as proof. This is the proof. They waited for Errol Spence and Bud to fight. A lot of people said, man, they was holding up the division. They were only holding up the division because people were scared to fight Terence Bud Crawford and both Errol Spence. So they wanted them to eliminate each other. So they would have to fight one or the other or whatever the case may be. So Bozy Ennis moved out of the sanctioning body for the belt to be the mandatory for Terence Bud Crawford, right? Stay with me. And a lot of people thought it's because he's seen Errol Spence as an easier fight. That's not what he did. He knew that the IBF would strip you because they have a history of stripping fighters if they do not defend their mandatories. And they knew if Errol Spence and Bud fought, there would be a rematch. So all they have to do, let them beat up on each other, eliminate each other, wait for the rematch, and then demand that they fight. Because you remember, Terence Bud Crawford lost a year of his career waiting for Errol Spence to try to use the rematch, caught up in contract for the rematch. So, no, Boots don't want to, he don't want no part. That's why he went to go help Canelo get ready for Bud. He wanted to see Bud lose. He's tired of this Bud. He tired of the ghost of Bud. He tired of the ghost of Bud. So, no. But no, that's crazy, man. Boots. I can't believe we talking about Boots. But and then you want to know what's crazy? When Boots won the belt, he was like, man, I'm not really happy about how I got it. Right? He said, I'm not really happy about how I got the belt, right? And he was like, but now all roads come through me. Now they gotta fight me. Everybody gotta fight me. This is what he said. I remember this. Everybody gotta fight me now. Right? That dude fought 2 fights after that, and one of them was a rematch. He fought Karen. He fought Karen, bro, as a title defense, bro. You can't make this up. He fought Karen in a rematch, and then he fought Stanionis. And then he moved up to 54, went and asked Turkey Al-Rashid. He didn't ask Turkey. Bud went to Turkey Al-Rashid and asked for a Canelo fight, right? Asked for a championship fight at 54, and then a Canelo fight. He went to Turkey Al-Rashid and asked for a tune-up fight for a lot of money. You can't make, bro, don't mention Boots and Bud in the same conversation ever again, bro. Ever again. We talk, bro, you can mention Mayweather. Like I said, him getting 3-time undisputed, he just moved into an elite class of people that it's disrespectful to even mention him with. And Boots is one of those people, bro. Boots he ain't even gonna get undisputed at 54. He's in the toughest division right now. If Boots was really that guy and stepping like that, he would take all the belts from everybody at 54 and show everybody he really about that. Instead of fighting a bum, a tune-up, going to help Terence Crawford's opponent get ready for a fight. So no. He said Floyd's defense is different in Bud Crawford fight. Floyd's defense is the difference. Floyd's defense is the difference in the Terence Bud Crawford fight. But do you think that Floyd's defense is as well as Bud's offense? Because Bud is an offensive fighter. Like I said before, you got Terence Bud Crawford, who's a great fighter with an exceptional offense, and then you got Floyd Mayweather, who's a great fighter with an exceptional defense. You know, their styles are actually perfect for each other because you got a great offensive fighter and then you got a great defensive fighter. One of the people that pulled up the other day was saying that Manny Pacquiao ducked Terence Bud Crawford. I'm like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. That is definitely not true. That is definitely not true. He definitely didn't duck him. And, you know, he was like, nah, he ducked him. I'm like, bro, you can't ask Manny Pacquiao to fight Terence Bud Crawford when he was already older and the fighters at that time didn't even want to fight him. So no. He said Bill Haney got booed. I gotta listen. Bill Haney might not be able to see it for his son, but he definitely see it for Terence Bud Crawford. I don't know if that was just something he just said, you know, passing by, but it came to fruition. Not only if he had that vision for his son, because I think his son finna get stretched, you know. It is what it is. Mosada said, right. He said, I respect any man who steps in the ring. He said, easy for anybody to talk about them from the outside looking in. You talking about Boots? Well, listen, here's the thing. Here's what we do, Jay. We talk about boxing, we talk about sports, and we criticize them. Our criticism makes them great. right? It's either gonna make them great or break them. You know, because what we do is we say, look, give you an example, Deontay Wilder. Remember when Deontay Wilder was coming up? Oh, well, Deontay Wilder, he knocked out this guy, but can he knock out this guy? Well, he knocked out so and so, but could he knock out this guy? You remember we kept putting stuff and like little obstacles in front of Deontay Wilder, and he kept showing that he got power and the power was legit. That's what you're supposed to do as a fan and the critic. You're not supposed to just give them the red carpet because they step in the ring and you got to respect them. Respect ain't got nothing to do with it. We create the challenges, you know, especially if you're knowledgeable about the past. You're knowledgeable about the past and they want to be a part of the past and the greatest fighters of all time. You're supposed to criticize them. And if you don't, I don't know what to tell you. You know, you're supposed to have a critique of a man, especially if you study the sport and you put hours into the sport of recognizing what you're looking at. He said, let's be honest. He said the Floyd hate is corny. Said he fought the same men, the same as Pacquiao and before, but I think you're talking about in the chat because I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Now, one thing I do over here is I do keep it real. I do not like Floyd Mayweather, bro. I do not like Floyd Mayweather. That is an absolute fact. You could take whatever I say after this with a grain of salt. I think he has the worst character ever. I think he has only child syndrome. I think that dude he gotta always be the star. That's why he sucks as a promoter. He got the money, he got the clout where he can stamp a fighter and he becomes a star. But he can't get out of his own way. He can't not outshine his fighters. He can't help it. It's not in him. He announced the fight with Mike Tyson for 2026 on the week of Terence Bud Crawford versus Canelo, where Terence Bud Crawford had the chance to be 3-time undisputed. You think that that's a coincidence? Come on, bro. Come on, man. Floyd Mayweather is jealous, bro. He is a jealous hater, bro. I do not like that dude, bro. And it's like, it's hard to defend him because his career is so great. But, you know, but he also said when he was fighting, he said, legacy don't pay bills. My kids can't eat legacy. You know, I'm worried about the money. I'm worried about the bread, you know. So now that it's over and we talking about your legacy, don't show back up and tell us how great your legacy is. That's all I got to say. Because Bud got both. He went and got the bag. What's up, bro? What's up, Juan? Bud went and got the bag, bro, and got the legacy in one fight. Brilliant. But like I said, bro, brilliant. I understood the risk and reward when it was announced. I just didn't like the risk. I thought it was too much. But it panned out perfect. Perfect. Even the judges had to bear witness. The judges only bear witness. There's only one Muhammad, and Muhammad is his president. Remember Muhammad Ali? Mike Tyson. I'm the most beautiful and ruthless champion that there been. Nobody like me. That's hey, they had to bear witness. Smokey the Bear had to bear witness. He said Bill Haney got boots. Oh, Bill Haney picked boots, bro. I hope you clowning. I hope you clowning, bro. I hope Bill Haney didn't. That showed me that Bill Haney didn't have good intentions then whenever he told him to go fight Canelo. He said Bud stalled all wrong for Mayweather. He said switch hitter, speed combination puncher. He said he beats Mayweather at 147. I agree with that. Mayweather, first off, if anybody know anything about the shoulder roll and you understand physics, you cannot do the shoulder roll against a southpaw as an orthodox fighter. You're in the path of their straight hand. Right? So Terence Bud Crawford, who fights like 80% of the time out of the southpaw stance, come out of the southpaw stance. And he can switch it up to confuse you. I think Mayweather used to be seen as the king of adjustments, right? I think that Bud could throw stuff at him to keep him adjusting throughout the entire fight, but he also has just as good an instincts to adjust as Mayweather. I'll give you an example. Whenever we were doing a live fight call over here, Canelo and his team were trying to stall and keep Bud in the ring and let him get cold. It had no effect on Terence Bud Crawford. He started the fight out fast and jumped on him immediately after having a year layoff and pumped that jab immediately. So you can try tactics, but they don't seem to work on him, bro. They don't seem to work on him, bro. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't think Mayweather could beat him. That's just my personal opinion. Um, no disrespect to Floyd Mayweather. He's a great too. You know, he's a hard guy to like, but he's a great too. I think Bud is greater. And I've said it even before he fought Canelo. See, people get stuff confused, bro. Just because I'm a fan of a guy or a guy might have a good personality or give me an interview, that's never going to stop me from saying what I truly believe. That's why I got my channel. I got my channel because I wanted my voice heard. I didn't get my channel to become a network for somebody else. You get what I'm saying? Like, what? Because at the end of the day, listen, as much stuff they try to talk about boxing fans and stuff like that, bro, boxing lives on YouTube and we are the sport, bro. If all the boxing channels just all of a sudden stop talking about fighters, bro, nobody would care. Nobody reads newspapers anymore. Nobody reads magazines to see. This is how people consume their media, YouTube. That's why Turkey on the Sheet has a YouTube page. Ring Magazine has a YouTube page. YouTube is where it's at. You know, so with that being said, we are the media. We are boxing, you know, and they're never going to convince me that the boxing conversations and all of us don't really matter, you know, and our opinions don't matter. I think fans underestimate in certain areas where they should. They overestimate themselves in some areas and then underestimate them in some. They underestimate themselves in terms of fighters because we make fighters great, right? Like even with just narratives, right? Let's say Boots was about to fight Karen again. Karen goes on a 10 fight knockout streak, and they're fighting again. Us content creators and fans, we could all get together and be like, "Oh my God, this is a dangerous fight." Karen done matured. I don't know what happened. You know, maybe he taking Ostarine burgers or whatever the case may be, Ostarine popsicles, whatever the case may be, and he's dangerous. Then Boots beats him. We elevated Boots' career just by that narrative. Just by that, we did it before. We did it before. Boxing media. When I say boxing media, I mean as a whole. We did it with Usyk. Usyk had already beat Daniel DeBois. He beat Daniel DeBois and made him quit. We seen it on camera. It's on video. Usyk started putting the beats on Daniel DeBois. He dives to the ground and flops like an NBA player. Right hand to God. That's exactly what I seen in real time. And because narratives started getting fished up, Daniel DeBois went on a winning streak. We was like, hey man, he might be able to beat Usyk. The robbery narrative came out. So when Usyk goes and beats the same guy that we already seen him beat, we elevated Usyk higher in the sport. Tell me I'm lying about that. We were like, oh my gosh, Usyk is he might be the GOAT. He just knocked out Daniel DeBois, even though he knocked him out the first time. He might be the GOAT with 5 fights at heavyweight. You know what I mean? 5 fights at heavyweight, and that one being a rematch. You know, AJ being a rematch, Tyson Fury being a rematch. We say he beat the guys he already beat. That make him one of the greatest of all time. Listen, I'm just trying to provide some perspective to y'all. You know, that's all I try to do. He said, that's cool, but what that's cool, but what does that have to do with his skills? Are you referring to Mayweather? He said, facts, Floyd, a great boxer, but a terrible person. That is an absolute fact, bro. He's such a terrible person. It overshadows the boxing at times where you can't even really like give him credit because you just like, come on, Floyd, stop doing the sucker stuff, bro. Why you want to fight a 60-year-old Mike Tyson who Jake Paul couldn't even beat? Go avenge Mike Tyson and beat up Jake Paul. At least if you're going to do the exhibition, didn't Jake Paul take your cap and you wanted it back and you were so angry and stuff? Bro, come on. We know what you're trying to do. You know Mike Tyson name sells. You could put Mike Tyson on a Snickers bar and it's going to sell more Snickers bars just because it got Mike Tyson's name on it. And you understand that, you know. So you want to cash out and you know, tell the public, you know, point to the easy work and do all this stuff to Mike Tyson, bro. He bullying the elderly, bro. He said, the scholar just broke down my comment down beautifully. Thank you. Respect. No problem, brother. No problem. He said, do you give Floyd the same credit for beating Canelo? I gave Floyd a ton of credit. So this is what I say, Ozzy. During that fight, bro, I remember this. I still got a ton of respect for Teddy Atlas, but Teddy Atlas was my version of news. Tuesday night fights, Wednesday night fights, Friday night fights. Teddy Atlas was that guy, right? His game plans, his breakdowns, what a fighter need to do. He was so respected. The fighters used to come on the show and respect him. You know what I mean? So I remember this, right? And Teddy Atlas picked Canelo to beat Floyd Mayweather. And this is me, a younger me, like seeing Floyd defense thing, like, bro, I don't think anybody could beat this guy, you know? And I was like, Teddy done lost his mind, you know? But he wasn't the only one. It was a bunch of people thinking, okay, Floyd's getting a little old. This is a big guy. Even though he pulled him down to a catch weight, I just don't think he can get it done. And Floyd ended up beating him. So absolutely, I give him credit. Why would I not give Floyd credit for beating Canelo? No. Yeah, absolutely. But I will say beating a Canelo that has all the belts versus or undisputed Canelo versus the Canelo that he beat is two different Canelos. You know, this one has a higher IQ than the other one. It's like I said, somebody said that. I think X said this. X said that what did he say? He said Bud was Bishop from Fight Night Round 4. Bro, when I tell you I died laughing, bro. But it was true, bro. Canelo was Isaac Frost, bro. He was dropping Berlanga, big guys, hitting them. You know, he was this big cold monster. And bro, Bud went in there and pieced him up, bro. Pieced him up. So yeah, I think I gotta say that version of Canelo, bro. And what the stakes that we laid at the beginning, it's kind of hard for me to give Floyd more credit. You know, like I said, we set the narratives and we set the stage, right? I knew about the shoulder surgery. I knew about the weight jump. Bud conceded to every single thing Canelo wanted, including the fight to be in Vegas, where he has 3 judges that have worked his last fights. He conceded to that, bro, and still came out on top. Floyd Mayweather he didn't do that, bro. He didn't go up to 68. He didn't let Canelo. Listen, the A-side, B-side talk came from him. He was the A-side. He's going to dictate to the terms. Remember when Marcos Maidana tried to do them gloves? Oh, let me see. Oh, no, this glove ain't got no patent. Oh, well, motherfuckers don't put no slick stuff on me. Oh, put them in my stuff and we ain't having no fight. You remember that? Bud said, it don't even matter. You remember that touching on gloves? He said, it don't even matter what gloves we use. And he started making a noise, pew, pew. Hey, pew, pew. That's what Canelo heard all night. Got to give that man credit. He said, new to the channel. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. He said, forget boots. On the contrary. That's hilarious. And he said, great point. So let's watch some more of this. I want to see some more of this. These clips of the greats, right? So here we go. I said, this documentary I found a long time ago. I put a bunch of key points in there because you got some of the greatest winners of all time. And this is the mindset that both Terence Bud Crawford and Floyd Mayweather have. But I think Terence Bud Crawford might got him. I think he might got him, bro. I think he might got him. I think, you know, Floyd's, remember when Adrian Bronner was like, people think I'd be partying, but you know, I'm dedicated. And he was stayed out all night and he tried to go run home to show he was dedicated, trying to attempt to be like Floyd Mayweather, right? I remember that vividly. But ain't no clips of Bud running home from the strip club or jogging from the strip club because Bud wasn't in no damn strip club. Bud's in the gym, you know, 7 days a week. The gym is his home. I think he might have more dedication to Floyd. What y'all think about that, man? Let me know. Do he got more dedication than Floyd?
Also can trap you. I mean, being able to do some of the simple
Privacy?
things. Yeah, you lose your privacy. You're going to get interrupted. You're going to get bothered. You can't have time with your family. I mean, that's from my experience. I mean, the easiest things are the hardest thing. Going to a mall or sitting down, having dinner with your family. Now someone comes up and says, can I get an autograph? Can I take a picture? You know, pumping gas. Those simple things like that.
Anything.
You lose. You know,
moment.
That's frustrating because you want some of those things.
Is it an even trade-off?
I mean, obviously it's an
better trade-off.
No, it's better trade-off. The
trade-off?
positive's way out with the negatives.
Yeah, right.
The positive's way out.
I'm glad they answered that. You know, one thing I could never understand back in the day is when celebrities would act like, you remember Eminem, when you freaks see me out and I'm feeding my daughter in that song, right? Like, one thing I could never understand is a celebrity who would complain about being celebrated. It's in the title. right? I get it. You out with your family and stuff like that. But on the flip side of that, have you ever seen a celebrity out and nobody knows who they is? You remember Bow Wow? Y'all, they don't know it's me. You remember that? Being out with, being out and nobody know who you are. I think if you think you a celebrity or you done went all the way to the top of the mountain and then you came back down and had to be humble, I think that's worse in my personal opinion. In my personal opinion, I think that's worse to be out and somebody see you and be like, who are you again? So I'm glad they finally said that somebody finally said it. So it's worth the trade-off. It said, what song is it? It's that I am whatever you say I am. It said, I was worried watching Crawford live, just thinking he was going to get cracked, but watching it back, god damn, he made the the legend look the Mexican legend look ordinary. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you, that's at eggshells. When Deontay Wilder was fighting Tyson Fury, when Tyson Fury was crazy. When Deontay Wilder was fighting Tyson Fury, I remember being on edge like every punch because I knew the right hand was there, and I knew what he say. You got to be perfect for 36 minutes. I only got to be perfect for 3 seconds. I knew his 3 seconds was gonna come, and when it came, wow, ripples all the way down that man back, bro. All the way down that man back. He said, "Who wins with Bud versus Leonard F-47?" Oh my God, that's a hard one. He said both got the dog in them and the skills. He said, appreciate you breaking it down. He said, why I think Bud destroys Mayweather at 47. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the cash. What's to say cash out? Thanks for the drop, bro. I ain't got the drop. Hold on, let me slow it down. Too many things going on. Thanks for the cash, bro. I appreciate you. So let me break this down. Here we go. Okay. So Bud versus Leonard. Oh my God, that would be hard. That would be a hard one. I think Leonard might lose on points. He got the ability to crack Bud like Mean Machine did and knock him down because I don't think nobody knocks Bud out. I said it with Canelo. I don't think Canelo can knock him out. Care how big he is. I don't think Bud has, Teddy Atlas said it, bro, and before he said it, I already seen it. Bud has really good eyes. Really good eyes. He sees everything. Even when he gets hit by all those right hands that people say he's vulnerable for, he still sees them. Matter of fact, look, I'm gonna give you some homework. Go look at Marcos Maidana in the second fight when people allege that he got his tooth knocked out. When he hit Floyd, Floyd hit him. Excuse me. When he hit Floyd, Floyd blinked his eyes for a split second. Most people on impact, you blink your eyes. It's just a natural reaction, right? Go look at when Terence Bud Crawford get hit. He never blinked. His eyes are open all the way through. He sees everything. And Terence Bud Crawford fighting Sugar Ray. I think that Sugar Ray had trouble with boxers, figuring them out. Because I remember watching one time Sugar Ray, and this is why I don't think Sugar Ray would beat Mayweather so easy, even though I think he would win. But they was asking him about his hardest fight, his toughest fight, right? And he said, believe it or not, one of his toughest fights was Floyd Sr. And I'm like, okay, go ahead, like elaborate. And he was saying it was hard to figure Mayweather out because his defense was so good. And it took him a long time to figure him out before he was able to, crack him, crack the egg, essentially. And I think that him and Bud being both offensive fighters, that would be a good one, bro. I can see that fight going both ways. I'm going to edge it to Bud. Only because Benitez, really, really great boxers, gave him a tough time at figuring them out. Even Roberto Duran in the first fight, And Ray Leonard, one weakness that I would say is I remember one time I was watching interview he had, or documentary, and he said when he looked in the mirror, if he seen Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray, excuse me, if he seen Sugar Ray, that guy was in trouble. If he seen Ray Leonard, then maybe the guy might survive or it was going to be a tough night. Something to that effect. That's not the exact quote, You know, don't take me at face value. But essentially, that's what he said. And when I heard this, remember when Deontay Wilder said, you know, when I turn into the Bronze Bomber, people that create alternate versions of themselves, they do that so that they could make a escape route for if they lose. If you read Sugar Ray's book, you know he got a lot of demons, a lot of stuff that have happened to him in his past. So, you know, he had lows of extreme confidence and then lows of knots. Bud has never showed me any of those things. And that's why I would have to give Bud the edge. What if he go to fight Bud and he look in the mirror and he don't see Sugar Ray? I've never heard Bud say, if I don't look in the mirror and see Bud Crawford, listen, I thought Bud, I looked at Bud at the press conference. I heard his voice a little shaky and all that. When the bell rung, a guy that was out of the ring for a year was first, took the initiative and was first, and got the jab busy from the opening bell. So mentality-wise, I'm going to have to give the edge to Bud. And because I think the game is so much mental, they thought I would have to favor Bud. That's a tough fight, though, because Ray is one of my favorite fighters of all time. That dude's a beast, man. That's one of my favorite fighters to break down on film because he was a beast, man. He had it all. But I would have to edge Bud in that category, you know. Angie said, no pictures, please. I'm with my family. Please respect our privacy. You know what's really crazy, Angie, is they alert the paparazzi whenever they go out. They be like, hey, man, we finna be over here on Fremont, you know. And then when they show all the paparazzi, why y'all following the people are crazy, man. He said, T.O. had a different aspect of Crawford prior to the fight and after. He said, crazy Sailor Boy had. Said, had to describe, you're a real dude. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. He said, oh, Sugar Ray lose on points. He said, yeah, that would be a dream matchup for me. He said, thanks, Colin. No problem, bro. No problem. No problem. He said, Bud destroying Floyd is saying a lot. He said, Floyd had a few close fights, but never been destroyed for 2 rounds in a single fight. He said, Madonna was the closest thing. Zab was winning like 3 of the first 4 rounds. Though. And you know what's crazy? You got to remember this too. Zab was giving Floyd trouble because of the southpaw stance and because he was speedy, you know. And then, see, Bud is, you remember, I don't know how old y'all is, but you remember Lil Wayne say, I got so many styles, I am a group. That's Bud. That's Bud as a boxer, bro. He got so many different ways he could beat you offensively that it's insane, bro. I don't know. Like, he could come at Floyd different ways. He could maul Floyd like Maidana, I feel like, if he really wanted to. You know, he could sit back and box Floyd. It's like he has 1,000 ways, you know, to win the fight, you know. And Floyd is a fighter that, especially when we talk about Money Mayweather, he's a fighter that would use his legs early, and then, you know, sit and settle down in front of you as the fight progressed, and then make you miss, make you pay. I don't think that will work with Bud. I think if you go out there and try to use your legs against Bud, you know, and let him hunt, because he can fight coming forward, he can fight going back. He's just too versatile, man. It's hard. It's hard for me to see Floyd Mayweather beat Terence Bud Crawford. This is my opinion. I don't know. Like I said, I did think Canelo was going to dominate him. So take it with a grain of salt. I'm fresh off that loss. You know, I'm on my Wilder stuff. I said Bud would dominate Floyd. Got another Bud person say Bud would dominate him. He said Maidana was roughing Floyd up in that first fight, though. You know what's crazy? Maidana, yeah, he was doing a lot of different things. Maidana did this, you know, and this is some crazy stuff. This is why I'm glad I was blessed with a good memory. So there was a show that used to come on called Smart Guy. I don't know if you guys used to watch it. I used to love that show, right? But in the show, you know, of course, the little boy that went to high school with his brother because he was so smart, he was really good at chess, and he played a computer. And I remember the computer whooped him bad. Like the computer, like it wasn't even close, right? And he could not beat the computer. And he was playing his brother, right? And his brother was making moves that was not good in chess. It was unorthodox, right? And he was like, wait a minute, you're a genius. So he used that strategy to go beat the supercomputer. So the point I'm trying to make is because Bud has so many different ways to beat Floyd, I think he can beat Floyd, even though Floyd might defensively be kind of a supercomputer. I think Bud will be able to figure him out. Listen, Timothy Bradley has been telling this story for years. Nobody listening to now, right? Timothy Bradley was saying that when he sparred Terence Bud Crawford, he knew Terence Bud Crawford was a different guy. And he said that when he would make adjustments and be like, oh, I got him now. I got him. And come the next day, the stuff that he would try to do would not work on him. You know, so that's, have we seen anything like, see, this is what we gotta wrap our minds around, right? We were blessed enough to get, you know, Floyd and Bud not that far away from each other, because normally you get them type of fighters spread out, you know, 50 years or whatever the case may be, a lot of years, especially now with the science of boxing going down, the exposure of boxing, the gyms closing down, etc. You know, them not putting money back into the grassroots. So to get them type of fighters so close to each other is a blessing in itself. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if we've ever seen, you know, a fighter. Well, let me say, I ain't gonna say we. I don't know if I've ever seen a fighter like this live. Now I've watched film on fighters, and I caught fights whenever I was real young and didn't understand the sport. So I don't really count that. Like Roy Jones, when I was younger, Roy Jones was doing his thing. So I came in at the tail end of that. You know, I grew up with Roy Jones being Superman, but I didn't know enough. I didn't know what I know about boxing now. Even with James Toney, I knew he was special. I just didn't know why. Now that I know and I'm able to gauge the fighter's specialness and their attributes, Bud is a beast, man. That dude is a beast. I got to get that man his flowers. You know, I criticize Bud a bunch, but it's only for him to prove people wrong, and that's what he did. And you know, he's that guy, man. He's that guy. He said boxing is a game for Bud. He said Bud is so competitive, he never wants to lose at anything. And you know what's crazy that you said that, Ozzy? I used to compare him to Michael Jordan. I'm not sure. I think in my Errol Spence breakdown, I said that he's like Michael Jordan. He don't want to lose anything. Quarters. I seen him and Andre Ward competing with slaps. Like, bro, it's a slap. Man, if you don't let that go, it's a slap, you know. But he competitive in everything, you know. So yeah, that's that Michael Jordan stuff, you know. He's the closest thing we've seen to Mike in the individual sport. You don't want to lose at nothing. Ultra competitive, you know, and pulling off great things. Bro, there's even a comparison of Bud Crawford crying after he beat Canelo and Michael Jordan crying after he won his first championship. Just saying, man, it's hard for me not to draw parallels, but Terence Bud Crawford is the Michael Jordan of boxing, bro. He's the Michael Jordan, or at least now that I've seen, you know, I said he would at least be top 5 if he pulled this off, you know. And if people show up now and debate Terence Bud Crawford resume now, being 3-time undisputed with the all-time greats, they might lose. They might come close, but to act like it's not a conversation, that would be disingenuous for anybody. Said Bud wouldn't beat no Floyd Mayweather. Elaborate why he wouldn't beat Floyd. He said Zab had that 52 blocks prison style to him. Yeah, that and Zab was really quick. You know, if Zab would have had the discipline of Floyd Mayweather, Zab would have been a beast. I think he said it. I think he said that in an interview. He said if I would have had the discipline of Money May, he said my career would have went a lot further. That's the absolute truth. You know, but Floyd's dad was, even though a lot of people might say he wasn't a good dad, he was still in his life. Still was an effective factor, even if he wasn't in the day-to-day, you know, day-to-day responsibilities of Floyd. His presence was felt, and Floyd did not want to disappoint him. Floyd was jogging, doing everything. There's a video of Floyd boxing when he was 5 years old, and he looked like a prospect then. I don't know how promoters wasn't lining up. You know, it's easy to say in hindsight, but I don't know how they wasn't like, you know, there was a skit that Dave Chappelle did, and he said that he read the paper one time, and it was a dude that had outran a tiger, Like a tiger had attacked a village in India, and he said a dude had outran them for 100 yards, and he was like, "What the hell? 100 yards?" He said the dude had woke up in the hospital with NFL scouts around the bed. I felt like Floyd Mayweather at 5 years old, at daycare, should have had Bob Arum. I don't know. You give him his juice box and give him his contract. Ask him if he'd be interested, because Bob Arum been here forever. He said, I want Canelo to make adjustments and come back in the rematch just for Bud to dominate him in different way. Oh, that is hilarious. Look, Canelo, and I said this going into the fight, Canelo has never made adjustments in any fight. There's been one fight that Canelo has ever made an adjustment and won the fight. If his game plan or his attributes do not work for him, he has no plan B. He has never adjusted to anybody, in a fight. Whatever game plan they went in, he stuck with it to an end. Same thing he did with Terence Crawford. He said it. He said, basically, I tried. I just couldn't get him. He didn't make no adjustments. He didn't adjust the way to him trying to get Terence Crawford. He's one trick pony. Hip shot, shoulder shot. Hip shot, shoulder shot. Shoulder shot, straight right hand. It's like the same stuff. Double jab right hand. Canelo is kind of predictable. And one thing you never want to be in this sport is predictable. One of the reasons why Canelo and them had a good game plan for Triple G is because he was predictable. He said, I heard Spence gave Floyd serious work in the gym. I heard the same thing. And we see what Terence Bud Crawford did to Spence. Dave Jones is on record saying, Floyd, you like you scared of him. Floyd, you look like you scared of him. You remember that? You look like you scared of him, Floyd. So, that's a great point right there. A guy that Floyd Mayweather act like he was scared of, Terence Bud Crawford almost knocked him out in the second round. He said, last breakdown from boxing fans. He said Hagler and Bud at middleweight. Oh, wow. He said, after Bud performance against Canelo, I can't doubt Bud anymore. Now, faces, I will say this. Hagler would be a tough fight for Bud because Hagler was a switch hitter too. But this is why I think he would be a tough fight for him. If you go look at how Hagler fought Thomas Hearns, right? Thomas Hearns had the long jab, the reach, and everything, and he knew he couldn't outbox Thomas Hearns, even though he was a smaller guy. Smaller meaning coming up in weight. He was a taller guy, but he still was a small guy, right? And he knew he couldn't go in there and outbox him. He jumped right on him in the first round. And look, Canelo and Bud went to work with his jab, but it took a little bit. It took a couple seconds for him to work them nerves off and work through the nerves, right? Hagler took no time jumping right in Thomas Hearns' chest. And I think he would do the same to Terence Bud Crawford. I don't think Terence Bud Crawford has ever fought a guy that size with that power. Because everybody talk about Canelo power. Canelo's power is an illusion. And I learned that yesterday, especially when Bud said he don't really hit that hard. Canelo throws every punch with everything that he has. So because he throws one punch at a time with everything he has, it appears that he's a super duper hard puncher. But, it's everything he has to your shoulder. It's everything he has to the body. He's throwing every shot with everything he has. That's why he always gasses out so late in the fight. That's why he always gasses, because he's throwing every punch with every single fiber in his body. Whether it be to the hip, the shoulder, whatever the case may be. Then he's not even placing them in vulnerable areas. He's placing them in the areas that worked for him in the past that won't work for him now. So like I said, he has the illusion. And if you look with his left hook, he slaps with it. He don't even turn it over. Canelo does not even turn over his left hook. So he has the illusion that he's a power puncher. Hagler's a puncher. Hagler got power. That would be an interesting fight. I'm a lean in that fight. I'm a lean towards Hagler. I think, Terence Bud Crawford jumping up in weight and fighting Canelo was a great feat, but I look at it the same way that when Roy Jones went up to heavyweight and fought John Ruiz. Now, John Ruiz was a cherry pick. Canelo wasn't a cherry pick because he had all the belts, but I'm comparing the same level of opposition. Canelo compared to Hagler to me is a John Ruiz. Hagler the real deal. You know, go look at that John the Beast Mugabe fight, where John the Beast Mugabe was knocking stuff dead. Young Hungry Lion and Hagler was already aging. And Hagler just dismantled that guy, beat him fairly easy. So, no, I think he's going to jump right in his chest, right in his chest early on. And I think Bud's mentality, because, and that's another thing I didn't think he was going to be able to do. I didn't think Bud was going to be able to really, not try to get his lick back in a sense. And he did get his lick back, but he just saved it for the next round. He didn't try to get it back immediately, early on, And Hagler gonna give him a bunch of licks. No diddy. So yeah, I got Hagler. He said Hagler was all around great fighter, and he just didn't fight well. He just didn't fight well against Ray that night. You know what? Listen, Hagler lost the fight to Ray because of the build up, the mental that Ray had got in his head years earlier. With the press conference, holding a press conference for a guy that everybody wants to see you fight and say you're not going to fight him adds to the animosity that he already had, because he felt like Ray was like the darling, getting endorsements from Pepsi, and he had to earn his way up there, had to grind his way, getting booed at fights and fans throwing soda and stuff inside the ring. That's what Hagler had to go through. He had to get it out the mud, and he felt like Ray handed it to him. So he already disliked him then. When Ray did that press conference, it really made him hate Ray. So because he hated him so much, he couldn't effectively fight him. He wanted to kill Ray in the ring. He kept calling Ray the B word, allegedly. He kept calling Ray a pussy and a bitch around the ring, chasing him around the ring. And it's like he didn't implement his real game plan. So yeah, he said, good point. He said, what's up? I know boxing. And Il said, thank you for giving the man his flowers. Come on, Il. You know I be trolling, bro. Il, come on. I was just bullshitting. And you know this. Nah, bro, I give everybody credit, bro. Bro, when Shakur won his last fight, I gave him full credit. I be trolling. I be trolling and half serious, I feel like I'm the opposite of what everybody else does. I feel like everybody give people their flowers too early, right? They was comparing Boots to Roy Jones Jr., right? And because they compared him to Roy Jones so early, he feel like he dead without fighting nobody. But if they would have criticized him like they did Roy Jones, bro, they used to say Roy Jones ain't fought nobody. You remember that? They used to say Roy Jones fought crackhead. Remember? I fight nobodies. I just make them look like nobody. Y'all must have forgot. You remember when he said that? It's like Roy Jones was challenged by the public. See, what happens is the public will put the narrative out there and the challenge out there. And when you continue to meet that challenge, that's what makes you great and remembered in the history books. Because only a fool could continue to put challenges out there and you meet every single one and they still don't like you. That's insane. Said Bud will whoop the hell out of Floyd. I agree with you, Bud. Especially coming off that performance. How could anybody doubt Bud at that point? Off of that performance, how could you say Bud, anybody over Bud? What Cersei said, y'all don't want to say Bud ain't have a jab. Yeah, Cersei, yeah. For the first time, man, I did say, I ain't say he had no jab, but I thought Canelo was going to do what a man who's 2 weight classes over is supposed to do to a man moving up with no fights there. Even if he had slipped, he was supposed to handle business, but he came up short. And a lot of that had to do with Bud, good game plan, good all that stuff, He said, oh, man, I bit my lip. He said Zab was a more gifted offensive fighter than Floyd. He said his punching ability was great. He just gassed out late in fights. Yeah, that was that lack of discipline, bro. I'm pretty sure Zab ain't never said it, but I'm pretty sure Zab had a drug problem. I know boxing said 135 to 140, Floyd wins. 147, Crawford wins. That's what, yeah, I agree with that. Well, I don't know about the 135, 140, I know boxing, but yeah, I agree. Bud is more towards his prime at around 140. So I agree with you on that. 140, yeah, I got Terence Bud Crawford. 147. Yeah. I agree with that. He said Floyd was getting ready for Robert Guerrero, and Spence gave him hard sparring. He said, I just think that People don't realize how good Spence was because Crawford stopped him. He said, who's to say Floyd would beat Spence? You know what's crazy? I said that Spence now is going to get motivated to make a comeback fight. How much I want to bet? Because the fight went the way it went, and Spence like, well, look what he did to Canelo. You know, I knew it wasn't no scrub. Look at that man dismantle Canelo. He gonna make a comeback. I wouldn't advise it. 154 is the most competitive division in boxing, you know, but it is what it is. He said, I like Mayweather as Crawford's next fight. Crawford would destroy Mayweather, bro, in less than 3 rounds right now at this point. He better stick to trying to fight Mike Tyson, trying to fight a dude who's 4 years removed from senior citizen, or 5 years. So I think Floyd knew he wasn't coming back when Spence knocked him down in sparring. Said Floyd admitted he said Spence caught him slipping. I didn't know that. I'm not aware of that. I know about the story. I never knew Floyd got dropped in that sparring. But bro, Floyd was getting pieced up by Devin Haney in sparring. You remember that? Remember Bill Haney brought it up on live? Bill, congratulations for being an undefeated fighter in the gym. I'm undefeated under the lights, Bill. He said Hagler came in. Hagler came in the way Canelo should have come in. Agreed, Ozzy. Agreed. Ozzy, listen, Ozzy. I don't know if the IQs of the fighters are slipping, the skills are slipping, or whatever the case may be. But you would think Eddie Reynoso is overrated too, by the way. Eddie Reynoso is the product of having a good horse, you know. Jockey is only as good as his horse. So people look at Eddie Reynoso and hold him in high regards because Canelo was the number 1 pound for pound fighter and got undisputed under Eddie Reynoso. If Eddie Reynoso had any other fighters, he would not be renowned. Andy Ruiz was dropped, like his first fight with Eddie Reynoso by Chris Arreola, who was far removed from his prime. That dude is overrated as a trainer, you know, in my personal opinion. I think he was super overrated. He don't make no adjustments in the corner. You know, he don't even make that many adjustments from rematch to rematch. When they rematched Triple G, it wasn't a whole lot of change in Canelo's fighting style, you know. Let me stop. He did drastically change. So let me scratch that. He did drastically change his style from the first fight to the second fight. But as far as in-ring adjustments, they don't be making any. They don't make none. Like even in his corner advice, telling Canelo you need to throw power. Power is how you gonna win this fight. So Bud is catching you in between your wide and hard shots, and your advice is, oh, we need more power. He should have just told him to start touching them. You putting pressure, throw combinations. One punch ain't gonna get it done. Touch him more. You're the bigger guy. You need to start putting anxiety on this guy. He hitting you in between your wide shots with short shots. Shorten up your punches. Bud shortened up his punches. He said, if Mayweather gonna have all these exhibitions, why not fight Crawford in a real fight? Bro, Adam, you know why. You know why, bro. Mayweather is a guy. And this is why I say Mayweather wouldn't have did what Canelo did right now, because Mayweather is all about money. He said legacy don't pay bills. He take fights that have the most amount of reward and least amount of risk. This had a lot of risk and a lot of reward also. I don't know that Mayweather's ever took a fight like that. So Money Mayweather's never took a fight like that. So to compare the two, I don't think we could even compare him. You know, and he definitely ain't fighting he wouldn't even fight Keith Thurman on his way out. You remember we did that interview and said, I don't know who my last fight gonna be, but it's either gonna be Kareem Mayfield or Andre Berto. You remember that? And then he ended up fighting Andre Berto. Everybody thought he was joking when he said it because it's Floyd Mayweather, you know. And the people was like, you know, he got the right to pick and choose. Oh, okay. All right. I get it as far as the contract is concerned, because I think he owed Showtime one more fight. Said Floyd and Bud in different eras. He said they had to fight each other to figure out who was better. He said since they couldn't fight each other, it's no competition. I think what Unc is essentially saying is the hypothetical, because it's not real, we shouldn't talk about it. Nah, the way we keep our legacy intact is living vicariously through the people who accomplished it, and at least if we wasn't a part of history, we got to witness it, you know. And we witnesses, we Jehovah's Witnesses right now. Not just playing. Let me stop. But now we got to see Terence Bud Crawford, one of the greatest fighters that ever lived, top 5 in our time. We get to say that, even though we didn't take no punches on. But now it's just sports talk. We never really can prove it. He said, you're going to be debating for the next decade on just that subject. Look, if we still got to debate Terence Bud Crawford, who has accomplished more in the sport of boxing than Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather made up a stat and people run with it. Who's beat more world champions than me? That's not a real chat. That's not a real stat because when he beat those world champions, they wasn't world champions at the time that he beat them. So he give people talking points so that they can go use later on, right? Terence Bud Crawford beat the guy. No lineal, lineal ring belts don't count for nothing. We talking about paying sanctioning fees, gold belts. Terence Bud Crawford won those belts as well as the lineal belt at 3 different weight classes. And then one of the weight classes, he ain't even had no fights there. Just went up there and did it. Floyd Mayweather brought Canelo down. Bud took himself up. I don't think at this point I don't think the two are in the same breath. We're just being honest. And not to mention the shoulder surgery, the age that he was at. Bud turned 38 this year. 38 years old. I want you to think about that. 38 years old. Canelo's a younger guy. He went up 2 weight classes and dusted that guy. Boots went to go help Canelo get ready for Bud. You think Boots would ever fight Bud? Fight Canelo? He'll fight him now. But you think he would have ever even entertained fighting a 168-pounder with no fights? I'm trying to tell you, man, there's levels to this mindset. There's levels to the skills. There's levels to this, man. Sometimes you just got to acknowledge. You got to bear witness. That's Bud did what he was. He didn't do what he had to do, but he did what he was supposed to do to be an all-time great. He said, agree, slight edge towards Marvin Marvelet. He said, because I was going to call you about that. Nah, man, I be trolling, bro. Bro, come on. You don't know me by now, I be trolling a lot, bro. Especially if it's somebody I know you like. You ain't never noticed I always start talking about Shakur conveniently when you on the panel. You ain't ever noticed that, Come on, bro. I be trolling, bro. I be talking about Shakur getting stretched by people I know Shakur gonna beat. Come on, man. Come on, bro. But yeah, the only time I'm really super duper serious is on my breakdown. Because I feel like that's where my integrity lies, So I'm going to give my honest opinion and assessment. He said, Billy Joe ain't a real boxer. What is he? Listen, man, I'm going to tell you this. Now take it with a grain of salt. I am subject to bias like every other human being. One of the trainers that I revere in the sport of boxing is Emmanuel Stewart. I done probably seen every Emmanuel Stewart interview, documentary, unless they got some on ice, But the ones that's available on YouTube, I done seen them all. I know the stories. I know all that stuff, right? So Emmanuel Stewart trained, what's the dude he knocked out? He's a trainer now. Oh, man. Don't do this, man. He's a trainer now for Joseph Parker. Andy Lee. Oh, my God. That was crazy, bro. I don't know how that slipped like that. Getting old, and I'm younger than Bud. But Andy Lee, right? So Andy Lee was trained by Emmanuel Stewart. Because of my admiration for Emmanuel Stewart, all the fighters that he worked with, I assume is at least going to master the fundamentals, work behind a good jab, and have a good, strong right hand because he's a great teacher, right? And Andy Lee was winning a lot of fights under Emmanuel Stewart, right? Andy Lee fought Billy Joe, and Billy Joe dismantling him. And I only picked Andy Lee because his association with Emmanuel Stewart, and I knew he would be very, very well prepared and have a great game plan for the fight. So Billy Joe Saunders was on steroids, undefeated, and went through Andy Lee. Take that as what you may, but Canelo broke that man eye socket, made him do the very thing that he criticized another fighter of doing, which is quit. He said, I've been saying a boost remind me of Roy Jones by being somewhat flashy and showed more dominance over opponents. He said, and did it for a longer time. But look at the level of opposition that he's doing it against. As Teddy Allen said, against who? Against who? Teddy Allen's losing. Against who? Like, who is he doing it against? What's up, Queen? And Ahmed said, He said, I don't get how Canelo camp didn't make any adjustments coming off losses to Floyd and Bivol. He just keeps doing the same stuff, which is insane. You know why, Ahmed? It's the same thing with Wilder. You know, human beings are just creatures of habit naturally, right? You got to look at it in this perspective. If something is working, you know, why change it? The human mind doesn't think about the times that something didn't work. It think about the times that it did work, right? And when Callum Smith, I think it was Callum Smith, Canelo fought. One of the Smiths, I don't know, one of them. Canelo was beating up his arm. You remember that? And he had that big lump in his arm. Ever since then, this man has become the shoulder puncher, the greatest shoulder puncher of all time, you know? And it's because it works. It worked against Jermell Charlo. You know, it works against a lot of opponents. Even Bivol, at the end of the fight, said his arm and his shoulder still hurt. So, you know, it's hard to convince somebody that something that's working ain't gonna work for every fighter. So that's why they don't feel the need to adjust. Deontay Wilder didn't think he needed to do road work because he had a right hand. You know, so it's kind of hard. Human beings are going to be human beings, no matter if you put them in space, underwater, or on Earth. Human beings are human beings. So I think that's why it didn't change. What's good? What's good, Queen? He said, I told you EJ is looking good. He said he could come back and get all of his fans back. It's good for boxing. Man, listen, man. EJ looked awful. Ew. He was slow, lethargic. He looked awful in that video. And he still got the fans because the fans found that video I posted and told me, you got to get this man a break. He done been out the ring so long. And then that's why he looks slow and that's why he looks like this. And they still making excuses for them. I bet they believe that now that he got cataract surgery, he might go up there and beat Errol Spence. But yeah, man, EJ need to stay gone. First off, he don't look good without Derrick James. That's number one. He's been training that style for a long time. To come and learn a new style at his age is gonna be like gonna be thinking. He's gonna be thinking in the ring while juggling the ghost of Bud. It's a bad combination in the most competitive division in boxing. EJ, stay away. Stay away. Your heart's not in it. Yo, you don't even have the mindset. Bud was able to defy his age with his mindset. You don't have that. He don't have that mindset. No, he should stay gone. Said the boxing scholar. He said you can't put the horse before the carriage. He said Floyd was before Bud. He said thus mean Floyd laid the floor plan for Bud and Bud used the shell. Plus Bud is a cat. He said plus Bud is cat quick. I don't think Floyd laid the foundation for anything. Floyd was never undisputed. Terence Bud Crawford ain't copy. Listen, the only thing Terence Bud Crawford might copy is some moves that Floyd make in the ring. But even if it wasn't Floyd, it would just be Roy. The reason why Floyd was his favorite fighter of that generation is because he rose to the top. If you take Floyd from that generation, he's just gonna find whatever number one fighter that rose to the top at that time. You know, he ain't too young to. He didn't see Roy Jones in the ring before. You know, he take from all the fighters, even fighters that we might not know about. He might take from Mark Too Sharp Johnson. You know, so I disagree. I disagree with that. Floyd ain't laid no blueprint for him. You know, I don't think he did. You know, he don't fight the same style. The only thing he might do is some things offensively the same as Floyd, a stab to the body and stuff like that. But Floyd didn't invent the stab to the body. So no, I disagree with that. He said Bomac was smart. Ozzy, I have to agree with you. One of the things that concerned me going into the fight, Ozzy, is Bud Crawford sparring with bigger guys because he was going to be taking punishment for him from the bigger guys. And, you know, sometimes bigger guys, well, let me say they have more control over their camp. So I would imagine the big guys wouldn't just be beating Bud up and sparring. But even just, you know, just a little bit of abuse from bigger guys to me, I didn't think was good. I remember, and look, Emmanuel Stewart, one of my favorite trainers, is something I seen when I was younger, and I thought it was not a bright move, but it's, you know, I don't mean Emmanuel Stewart is dumb because of this, but I just disagree with it. But Emmanuel Stewart would have Andy Lee sparring Vladimir Klitschko. And I'm like, why the hell, Emmanuel Stewart, would you have a super middleweight sparring a heavyweight? What is he getting out of that besides damage? That's how I'm looking at it. Vladimir Klitschko, even if he goes soft on him, could still hurt him, could still damage him. They got soccer players who have CTE from the ball that don't even weigh 5 pounds hitting their head. why would you have a heavyweight spar your smaller guy? It's just how I'm looking at it. He said, I noticed some cornermen don't give good directions between rounds, even on the championship level. He said, kind of like the same coaches in the NBA, the NFL too. I agree. Some of them, you just be like, what the hell? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I'd rather get advice from Beetlejuice. You ever seen Beetlejuice give advice in the corner? He give corner advice in a celebrity boxing match. That's what some of the trainers sound like sometimes. He says, Scholar, now watch Shakur put on a master class against T.O. Ill. That's the first fight that not only will I say Shakur will win, I'm rooting for Shakur against T.O. I'm ready for T.O. to get out of the sport. I'm going to be honest with you. T.O.'s a joke. He's a clown. I don't like that guy. Just being honest. He said, you got to let Bud read. He said, you got to let Bud read the room. He said, after he sees your power, your PowerPoints, your bulletin, he recognizes that you're limited and slow. Yeah, he recognized that this ain't bad. Like, you seen sometimes he was pausing to try to accept the power, which I knew that would be a point in the fight. Same way with Errol Spence, where Errol Spence caught him and he said, oh, that's it? Watch, he gonna do an interview. Because they finna have the parade, ain't they? Don't Bud do the parade thing? It's like a thing in Omaha. Bud got the keys to Omaha, man. He need to run for mayor after he retired, like Manny Pacquiao. Go for, mayor or, city hall or something like that. But he gonna do an interview with Stephen A, ESPN, somebody watching. He gonna say, Canelo really don't punch that hard. At some point in the fight, he hit me now like, oh, that's it? He gonna say something like that, something similar to that. Watch what I tell you. He said Berto was in line, but Ortiz upset him. Then Broner got Maidana. Maidana is hilarious. What's up, Kazi? He said Floyd and Bud beat Roy. Unc, you done lost it. No. First off, at what weight? Middleweight, super middleweight, what? What are we talking? Roy was a naturally bigger guy, and his attributes were off the scale. Speed, power, all that stuff. Ain't no filling out Roy Jones' power to see if he got power. You try to feel Roy's power, you're going to be looking up at the lights, and the referee going to be giving you a count. So I disagree with that. He said, loving the chat and seeing the views from YouTubers who know their boxing. He said, promise, last breakdown from me. Salvador Sanchez versus Terence Bud Crawford, or even Salvador Sanchez versus Mayweather. I'm going to be honest with you. Salvador Sanchez is good. I think Salvador Sanchez is overrated. I think because Salvador Sanchez died in his prime, there's always going to be a question mark about what he could do as a fighter versus what he did as a fighter. And Salvador Sanchez has a bunch of matter of fact. This is why. Well, let me show you where I had confirmation on my Salvador Sanchez. Right. So this is the guy I respect in boxing. Hold on, bear with me. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. Here it is. So one of the people I like that I respect in the game is Paulie Malignaggi. I think Teddy Atlas is the greatest boxing commentator of all time, including Howard Cosell. I think he has a perfect blend of entertainment, theatrics with always yelling, and then he knows the sweet science, and then he'll give a breakdown of why each fighter needs. He's just great for the production, and he can talk. That man can do an 8-hour podcast by himself. I think he's perfect, commentating and breaking down the action, giving the stories, the parallels, all of that. But Paulie has a great mind in boxing too, and because the race stuff he get a little crazy on, it kind of interferes with his podcasting. But he is a dope commentator when he's in his bag. When you get him to talk about boxing, 100% the best or one of the best. We had a pound for pound list. Teddy would be on it. Paulie would be on it too, right? So I really, really trust his opinion. And Paulie's one of the fighters who, because he wasn't so gifted, he had to use his mind and learn the sport. And because he was at Gleason's, that was like, at the time, it was really the Mecca. It was the gym of all gyms, other than Kronk. as far as reputation is concerned and the knowledge that was there. So Paulie knows a lot about the sport, And this is what he said about Salvador Sanchez. And I knew I wasn't tripping because I said this even before Paulie said it. So when a great mind comes to the same conclusion that we haven't talked, I'm like, okay, I know I wasn't tripping.
Who's the best Mexican-born fighter on this list? I made it a list, not like of all time, just because the Salvador Sanchez, there's too many, and a lot of people put Salvador Sanchez there only with his unfortunate death at 23.
I think Salvador is an excellent fighter, but I think he's a little bit overrated. I watched. There was a trainer in my in Lisa's gym when I was coming up the ladder. His name was Patrick Ford. Just a regular, quiet guy. Like I honestly, most of the trainers in the gym are always ex-fighters, but you don't really think about it when you're a teenager, like what this guy might have been, or especially in my years where there was no YouTube. You just don't know what. And then somebody told me to watch Patrick's fight against Salvador Sanchez, and I was like, oh man, he fought Salvador Sanchez. That's pretty wild. Because Patrick's very tall. I was like, who knows? I didn't even know he had been a featherweight. I was like, whoa. So I watched this fight, dude. He beat Salvador Sanchez. I was like, we kidding each other? They robbed him. Patrick Ford got robbed against Salvador Sanchez. Anybody out there watch Patrick Ford against Salvador Sanchez? And that's not to say that Salvador isn't an excellent fighter nonetheless, but I think that Salvador was didn't get to show us all his greatness and didn't get to. And we know we talked about Canelo constantly improving through the years coming up. I don't think we got to see Salvador Sanchez constantly improve because he died at 23 years old. So there's a lot of upside, but I think that Salvador Sanchez gets the whole number one Mexican fighter of all time thing because of the legendary status that his death brought as well. I don't know that you can say for sure,
So
I think he'd have been a handful for Chavez, though.
It was
stylistically, I think Salvador would have been a handful for Chavez to deal with.
It was an overwhelming win for Chavez on the poll with 59%. Canelo second with 28. Juan Manuel Marquez 10, and then Eric Morales at 4%. And there's so many there that I missed.
Yeah, I mean, there's also many fighters that in the non-YouTube generation, like this is.
Yeah.
If you notice those names are all like on the internet generation, except Chavez. So Chavez just automatically transcends everything. But I think, and those are excellent fighters, honestly.
And these are Mexican born, so this doesn't include De La Hoya, all the other guys.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, Marquez is also pretty underrated. Morales sometimes is underrated. Like, there's a lot just in that generation. Then the generations in the past, Zarate, you got I don't know.
Barrera.
Barrera.
Was he Mexican born?
Barrera's Mexican born, yeah.
Okay.
Barrera doesn't even speak English.
Yeah, okay. I posted the interview. Okay, well, let's move on to. I wanted to ask you one more question about Sanchez. People are saying he was the most complete fighter under the age of 25 that they've ever seen. His beautiful style was hypnotic. They never got tired of watching him. Was there anything in his style that really popped out to you? Because I'm curious about.
He had a good rhythm. He had a good rhythm, a deceptive rhythm, and then he was active. He threw a lot of punches off of that deceptive rhythm. So, people I think love him because he was also fun to watch. He was very offensive. He was very attack minded, but he was responsible defensively. But again, I can't. Once I saw the Patrick Ford fight, it changed my perception of him. I think people, the Salvador Sanchez fight, he is a legendary fighter, and I would have loved any. And as far as a fighter under 25 years old, he is amazing and very complete. But I do think there's a little bit of overrating when it comes to Salvador Sanchez. I do. And that's not to say that he wasn't excellent, but I do think that there's a little bit of overrating. If you watch the Patrick Ford fight, you're going to see that there was things he was susceptible to, and there was things he still had to learn. And who knows, he may have learned them. Like I said, he didn't get to unfortunately keep learning because he died at 23 years old, which is crazy. The biggest learning lesson. I hear that he crashed his car. He was going to meet his side chick in camp. He went to meet the side piece. The side piece is always a problem, Jimmy. Always. The side piece. He broke camp to go meet his side piece, and he was speeding there, and he crashed. That's the story I heard.
Respectfully.
Respectful. What we have to say respectfully.
Is that how he died?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. That's how he died. He died in a car crash. I want to meet his side piece.
Oh wow. So I didn't know that.
No, yeah, I wasn't kidding. That's the rumor. That's what I've been told by many boxing insiders, and I've heard it plenty of times. For it to, at this point, it's probably what happened. Probably he broke camp. He was in camp, and he left. He was speeding with his Porsche, bro. You got a 23-year-old phenom. At 23 years old, you wanna plug everything, right? I mean, so he's got a Porsche. He's going to meet the chick, and and he crashed.
Chat, is that true? I'm asking the chat here.
Yeah. Chat.
Let's see what they say.
Chat,
yeah.
confirm for us. I mean, I've been hearing that story for decades since I started boxing. So.
Wow, the side piece saga continues in boxing, and turns out you weren't the only one.
You don't even want to laugh about it because, damn, everybody, we've all been 23 years old, and like we're going all over the place for chicks, right? That's
Bro, you were 32 saying that shit.
I know, but that was a different kind of side chick. But I'm saying at 23 years old, listen, at 23 years old, you get in your car. If a girl's available.
Okay, you get the point. I don't want to go through the more of the side piece stuff. Let's get to the comment. Also, yeah, Salvador is a tough one to say with the breakdown, bro. Only because he died. We didn't get to see how he would pan out as a fighter, if he would ever make adjustments, like Paulie said, or whatever the case may be. So it's hard for me to say with Terence Bud Crawford and Mayweather. And we see them flourish. We've seen them fix the mistakes. We've seen Mayweather grow from the chop Corley fight. We've seen Terence Bud Crawford grow from Gamboa and the Mean Machines and stuff like that. So it's hard for me to say. Says salute amigos was good, Kazi. He said most people are going to rank Crawford above Floyd. He said Floyd openly said that he doesn't care about legacy, and Crawford. He said Floyd doesn't care about his legacy, and Crawford has fought all his career for respect. That is a fact. Listen, if there was ever all my life had to fight, in the dictionary, it got to have Bud. Bud fighting promoters, fighting his mama, fighting the kids on the block because she paying him to fight. Said Bud versus Andre Ward is a war. Andre Ward too big for Bud. Andre Ward, I wouldn't even. That's not even a fantasy matchup. Even though fantasy matchups aren't real, that's not even a realistic one in terms of fantasy matches. He said that is the best fight I have seen in years. He said, "LOL, Crawford beat 8 pound for pound, and we giving him credit now." Well, you got to remember this. All a man could do, in the quote custom model, all a man could do is beat the best in his time, right? But the fans are gonna rate him because they create the narratives and the challenges based off the best of his time. Meaning, right now, let's say if somebody went to 47, let's say B. Norman Jr. gets undisputed at 47. Undisputed is still undisputed, right? But people are going to say, look at what is at 47. 47 is so weak that Manny Pacquiao, 46 years old, 147, right? The weight. Manny Pacquiao's 46 years old, wanted to come back to the sport of boxing because he's seen how weak 147 was, and he said, I can get a belt at that weight class. So that matters too as well. And every fighter, it don't matter who you are, has to have a signature fight and a dance partner, no matter who it is. If you do not have that, you're going to be judged really, really harshly in terms of the all-time greats in the history of the sport of boxing. It just is what it is. It's not fair, but it is what it is, right? And Terence Bud Crawford dance partners was Errol Spence. His signature fight was Errol Spence, and his signature fight was Canelo. And he showed up in both of them fights and dismantled and made easy work of the guy. So people are starting to respect him now. Those are the fights that made it on the big stages, where everybody was talking about it. My cousins was talking about it. Everybody in the world stopped for a day. Well, I ain't say everybody, because everybody didn't focus on Errol Spence, but a lot of people was looking at Netflix the other day. But that's where you had a lot of people in the world's attention at one time, and that's where a signature fight is. He said, Roger Mayweather is my favorite corner. He communicates perfectly. R.I.P. Roger. Floyd, you wouldn't eat it if you keep boxing, motherfucker. Floyd, you wouldn't eat it if you blocked this motherfucker. He said, what is the dude talking about? You talking about Paulie with his side piece? He basically was talking about Salvador Sanchez, and I agree with him. I'm going to be honest with you. He had a good style, but it was just too premature. It would be equivalent, and I'm not wishing anything bad on anybody. Just to give you a hypothetical. But if Boots passed away tomorrow, how will we look at Boots or rate Boots? We would probably look at Boots the same way. And because he passed away in his prime, everybody would say Boots. They would rate him based off the potential because they never got to see him either fail at living up to his potential or live up to his full potential. So everybody would just extremely, rate that guy high. So, that's what it is with Salvador Sanchez. Oh, Picasso said I was behind. Oh, are you behind on the stream? Gotcha, bro. Gotcha. He said everyone before the fight said Crawford was going to be the GOAT if he beat Canelo. Now, after the fight, people want to talk down his win. That's true. You got to stay true to your word. I said that man was going to be, I said he could never be, this is an exact quote from me. I made the breakdown probably like a year ago. I think the anniversary came up. But I said, Bud could never beat Canelo. I said, for these reasons. And I said, but if he did, you got to start looking at this man at least top 5 all time. And he did it. Anything is possible. Where my clip at?
Man, I'm so hyped right now. Anything's possible. Anything's possible.
That man put a ball through a hoop and was that hype. Never liked team sports. I've always liked. He said, "Yeah, Boots like Roy Athletic." He said, "Bud is definitely more accomplished than Mayweather won." He said, "Hagler is my favorite fighter too, but Bud is just better." I'm sorry. To one of the GOATs, Bud is just the greatest fighter in my 50 years. So, dang, you think in your 50 years of living, you don't think nobody come close? Roy Jones, Floyd, anybody? Elaborate on that a little bit. Elaborate on that. I can call you on because you say you're 50. Elaborate on that a little bit. Said he tore dude's bicep off the bone. He said, don't sit in just one spot because Canelo needs to plant his feet to throw punches effectively. It's an absolute fact. He'll put laughing emojis. He said, and Billy versus Martinez was the best fight last night. I agree. I'm satisfied with the draw, but if I had to pick a winner, it would be in Billy. Just with the edge, I agree, bro. I agree. That was the best fight on the card. I'm gonna be all the way honest with you. And Billy was robbed. Billy was robbed, man. That dude beat Lester Martinez, bro, and it took some heavy shots to do it. And I hate when boxing do that. A guy that's taking shots has to go back and take shots again from sparring partners and the same heavy-handed guy because he has heavy punch. Lester Martinez. Give me a second. He said Errol needs to fight just a bunch of tune-ups. At this point, Unc, I think Errol is the tune-up. I think if right now, if I had a fighter at 140, Errol Spence would be a good name on the resume to build a fighter up, and sell it to everybody that this guy is a beast. In the same way that Tim Tszyu is food now at 54. Tim Tszyu and Errol Spence are good names. That's why do you think Jermell Charlo in the most competitive division is calling out Errol Spence's name? His former stablemate and training partner that he didn't want no parts of because he was probably whooping him and sparring. Now all of a sudden he wants to fight that guy. It's a good name on the resume, especially if he dismantles of him in a round or two. Him and Tim Tszyu. He said the Canelo Floyd isn't the same Canelo Crawford fought. Which one do you think is better, in your opinion? He said Floyd learned from the fighters of the past, including Roger, Floyd, Jeff, Sugar Ray Leonard, etc. He said it's okay to disagree, but now you're leaving out the education. If Bud grew up without seeing other fighters, no, what I'm saying, Picasso, is this. If Bud had grew up without seeing Floyd Mayweather, Bud was gonna be Bud regardless. Bud was gonna always be Bud. Bud had that mama that was gonna make him who he was. His mama was what Joe Jackson was to Michael Jackson. So I disagree with that. I think Bud was gonna always be Bud. I don't think Floyd Mayweather, I can't give Floyd Mayweather credit for what Bud has accomplished. No. Said Bud needs to see other fighters to know how to fight them. He said Bud studied Errol's spin styles for years before he fought him. I disagree because Bud could make adjustments in the ring. I think when Bud came and started sitting in front of Canelo a little bit more, I don't think that was part of the game plan. I think he had just felt his power and was able to compute like, you know what? I can take this guy power. I'm going to go inside and back him up a little bit. Say, yo, Kazi, my cousin, what's good? My bad, y'all. For some reason, my phone goes dead while I'm talking, or the screen cuts off, and I'm still talking, but it won't pick it up. It's weird. So he said, Pretty Boy Floyd at 135 was better than Money May at 147. I said, I don't know about that. 147 Mayweather was as far as psyche and mental was peaking. I felt like, he would have never fought Chop Corley the way he did at 147. So if the game is mostly mental, a fighter's prime, they got to be somewhere close to the high IQ they would later go to achieve, in my opinion. It just can't be physical. Remember when Ali was like, that little kid that was running away from Sonny Liston in the ring, y'all ain't gonna see that kid. Y'all finna see a man with a high IQ. No one is beating Terence Bud Crawford, period. Put some respect on his name. He says statistically, Floyd and Bud will be any athletically. He said statistically, Floyd and Bud will beat anybody athletically gifted like Roy Jones or Boots. What? Thus meaning skills and hard work over talent. No, I disagree with that. Well, so when we talk about hypotheticals, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Are we talking about them moving up in weight? Because Floyd wouldn't even moved up to fight Roy Jones at 68. Terence Bud Crawford moved up to fight Canelo, the dude with all the belts at 68. He said, my hard work can beat talent all day long. Okay. Said, Google it. He said, hard work over talent, young man. That's something I ain't got to Google. Styles. That's where styles come into place. I've already listed up why I think that Terence Bud Crawford will beat Floyd Mayweather, but you got to tell me stylistically why Roy Jones will get beat by Terence Bud Crawford and Floyd Mayweather, two smaller guys moving up to fight him. He's a different beast than Canelo. If Canelo, all right, put it like this: if Canelo fought Roy Jones, who you got? Who you putting your money on? Said, where's Johnny Tapia on this list? Paulie Aliala, and where they at? You mean Tony Aliala? Paulie wasn't that good. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Paulie Aliala wasn't good. They hometown natives too. He said, people forget Ricardo Lopez. I'd take him over Canelo. He said, Oscar? I don't know why everybody leave Oscar off the list. God damn, my phone keep coming. I don't know why everybody leave Oscar De La Hoya off the list. Oscar has one of the best resumes of all time. They treat Oscar like he a kid, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I don't like that. Even though I think he a clown. Oscar De La Hoya said before the fight. Matter of fact, let's show it. Let me show y'all what Oscar said. This is hilarious. Oscar De La Hoya is a joke at this point. What he do is clap back and he just clapping. I'm like, bro, that's some woman's thing. Clapping his hands and this clap back Thursday. Dude, that's so cringe. But watch this. Oscar De La Hoya. Hold on, give me a second. Now, I don't want the reaction because he reacted to the win. I want the prediction. Come on, Oscar. Where you at? Because I seen what you said after. I want to see what you said before. What? Crawford will box Canelo's ears off. You know what? He must have gave two predictions. Because Oscar De La Hoya literally said that this is a money grab for Terence Bud Crawford, and that Terence Bud Crawford would lose the fight. He said this. He said this. He said that, you know, Terence Bud Crawford was this is a money grab. But then this what I'm looking at right now. He said Terence Bud Crawford was going to box his ears off. I didn't know that he made 2 predictions. I didn't know, and that's another thing. Why do people do that? Why do they double talk? You know, if Errol Spence wins, if somebody win by knockout, it'll be Errol Spence. If somebody win by decision, it'll be Terence Bud Crawford. Why do you give 2 predictions? You know, and if somebody loses, it'll be by draw. Like, bro, what? Just make a pick and stand on it. Shout out to Timothy Bradley. You know, he stood by his guy. You know, even though nervousness set in and all that stuff, he stood by his guy. He stood on business. Said De La Hoya was kind of what? De La Hoya was kind of looked at. Okay, De La Hoya was kind of looked at as the white Mexican. His image was hella clean and wholesome back then. Gotcha. Yeah, he was. He wasn't embraced by the Mexican community. Agreed. He said Vargas. No, bro. Vargas took steroids and everything. He said sad news about Ricky Hatton. Absolutely. Sad news about Ricky Hatton. That is. Drop the link. Oh damn! I'm just now seeing this. Hold on, I'm gonna put it on the community tab. Give me a second. Oh, okay, I'm tripping. Okay, here it is in the regular chat if anybody want to pull up and cook with me. There you go. And here we go on the community tab. So the community tab and the regular thing. I think I'm way behind on y'all comments too as well. My bad. I've been trying to show videos and keep up with y'all. He said Bud versus Calzaghe. Calzaghe beat Roy Jones and B-Hop. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Calzaghe's overrated too as well. Calzaghe, listen, man. This is what I want y'all to do. Go back, type in Calzaghe versus Bernard Hopkins. Not only did every time he stepped up in opposition to older men who were well past their prime, like Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones, he was dropped in both fights by the older guys. And in the B-Hop fight, if you score that fight with the sound off, B-Hop was robbed in that fight. B-Hop was definitely robbed. They wanted to keep Calzaghe undefeated. And that was the fight that he said, I never let a white boy beat me. So it was a lot of politics involved. B-Hop won that fight. I think Calzaghe is extremely overrated. I've had this debate several times with people, bro. Calzaghe was overrated, and he never fought Andre Ward, and he could have fought. They had a bunch of opponents in common, and he never fought Andre Ward. He elected to retire undefeated. That dude, to me, is a very overrated fighter. But what's up, brother?
Joe, you talking about Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, he overrated to me too. What's going on, my brother? My brother, the motherfucking genius.
What's good, bro?
Shout out to my man. Shout out to Ricky Hatton too, man. That's sad to hear. He a year older than me, so shit. That touch home. But I pray for those guys that. Well, I don't pray for nobody, but I basically throw my condolences out for those people that his family that lose people in tragedies like that. You know, I send my condolences out because it touched home a lot though. But as for Bud though, Scholar, oh my God, what can we say about that young man?
What could I say about him that he didn't say about Canelo? He beat the piata candy out of him, bro.
Oh, but for the record, Oscar De La Hoya said, you know, on my show, Clapback Thursdays. And then he said that Terence Crawford, note this in history of boxing. Note my knowledge in the history of boxing. The smaller good man loses to the good big man. That's what he said. And then he changed it up, bro. So
yeah, he switched it, bro. He did that double picking shit, that hibbity dibbity shit.
But with this fight though, with that type of fight, I really don't blame nobody for how they looked at the fight though. In prior to everything happening, I understand who Terence Crawford is. That's why I gave him his respect. But I didn't think he was gonna win the fight, bro. And I ain't gonna lie, I bet on him, but like I told y'all, but it wasn't to say that I was confident coming in just knowing he was gonna win that fight. I'd be a liar if I said that.
You're a real
So
dude. Most people that was watching was nervous with every punch Canelo threw. They never gonna
yeah,
say
I
it.
mean, I wasn't at first, but when I put my money on the fight, that's when the shit changed. That's when everything changed. Like I told y'all, I wasn't nervous at all. I ain't paying no money on the fight. But as soon as I bet on it, like I bet on Canelo, and then I wanted to make it even so I could break even if I did, how I did it. And it worked out. But I didn't win like that. It's just that I covered my bets, basically.
Yeah.
But it's still in that moment, Scholar, you know me. If I'm going dead in for somebody, I'm putting that money dead in on that person. But it was that undecisive that I still broke that bet up to say Canelo by decision, Canelo by knockout, Crawford by decision, Crawford by split decision. I had to break it up like that to make sure I came out even. Because I didn't know who was gonna win. So anybody that's saying that I knew Bud was gonna win, like Timothy Bradley, that's the only person, and Andre Ward and probably Antonio Tarver, and it's a couple of people that was, but they know the camp, they seen them. We didn't know everything that Bud was doing, and I didn't even know he had a surgery on his shoulder until recently. So it was a lot of stuff that came out, bro. He defied a lot of odds like he always do, like you say. I know a lot of guys like that. I'm kind of probably one of them, but it's in different aspects. Like you are too, Scholar. Like you got the same motivational drive in different aspects, but you good at everything. You see what I'm saying? And that's
You know
one of
what?
them people.
It's funny you say that, bro. Listen. If there's any kids listening right now, I want y'all to go put the phone down. This ain't for y'all. But the other day, I was eating some cat with my wife, and I caught a vicious cramp ill. I caught a cramp, and I said I could not stop. I said I can't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Come on. That song came over my head, ill, and I persevered, brother. And I had my hand raised in the end, brother. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
Victor to the spoils to the victor. Like you in it to win it. I mean,
you
should
gotta do
have
what you
did
gotta
some
do,
of them
bro.
Canelo head exercises. When he was rolling his head on the floor. Should have did that.
Oh, that's clowning, bro. Hey, we missed you over here, bro. We ain't clowning
Man,
a
I
while,
miss
bro.
y'all too, man. I love talking to you guys. Y'all my brothers. I rock with y'all all the time. And it's good topics like this to make sure people stay humble in a sport, and also like our picks don't really matter. It's the enjoyment of thinking about these picks, like the anticipation to the fight. We kind of probably built the shit up bigger than Netflix did, off of the strength that you had your channel. Dub had his shit going on. Kazi do his thing. Like it was a big thing around the boxing sector to make it exploited the way it is and the way it was. And that was the dope thing for boxing, bro. Like boxing needed that fight yesterday or the day before yesterday, because before that we was getting bullshit. I love Tyson and I love the fact that Jake Paul is making boxing a little bit better, but we didn't need that fight per se. You see what I'm saying? Just like we don't need Tyson and Floyd. But if Netflix can put on something like Bud and Canelo, I mean, goddamn, how many fighters want to be a part of something like that in the future? I would, but the bullshit with Turkish, Alex Sheik, and Dana White, boxing fans need to come together and try to do something about that, because I don't think that that's good for boxing. Because if you try to pay boxers like you pay MMA fighters, bro, they not gonna box. Period. You're just gonna have a bunch of dudes trying to be on the what's that alternative to the NFL, the USL, the UFL.
XFL.
That's all they're gonna do, bro. They too athletic, they too gifted to take away they pay. I'm sorry. There's no way around that. You will never get a Floyd, you will never get a Sugar Ray, you Robinson or Leonard, you will never get because they had to do this shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Muhammad Ali had every fighter that you think about that we represent, all-time greats and all of that. They had to stand up for their money, bro, and they trying to change this shit and take it away from them. So we probably don't see fights like this again because people probably don't want to participate in the sport to get a stipend payment like they do in the UFC. If you giving them $100,000 or something like that, and they know they $1 million fighters, then why would they do that? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's something to watch out for, bro.
So let me get through these two comments real quick here. He said, I had Bud beat Canelo easy because after Bud beat Spencer, that's all I needed to see. He said, plus Bud showed me he had a switch. Said he could turn up when it's go time. He said, boxing scholar. He said, I looked at 147 rankings. He said, if Crawford gives up his belt, he said Boots will jump to the number 1 spot. He said, I think he promoted he promoted to the WBA, which means which could happen if he planned on not coming down. And you know what's crazy, DJ? With that being said, that's why he had invested interest on Canelo beating Bud. Because if Canelo beat Bud and let's say potentially stretch him or knock him out, well then he gets Bud's belt at 54. He's number 1 in line. He gets to fight this bum, go get a belt, sit on that belt, and wait for the other champions to fight each other. So he ain't got to fight nobody at 54. Boots and his team are master strategists, bro. But they just strategists outside the ring. They want to do all the politics to get the belts without actually fighting and pretend like, man, I don't really want this belt. Let this way, but I'm gonna just take it. Like, get out of here,
It's
man.
not going right for them, though, Scholar. That's not a good look because we boxing pugilists know the sport, bro. We not playing with him. So he not getting off the hook. As you see, everything he do get a bad look because he moving his career wrong. I mean, they think they know what they doing, but they really don't because he still haven't had a big fight yet. And we know he got a fight coming up. Ain't that something? Like, but nevertheless, I want to say this, though, and this should resonate sense to all of the boxing fans, though. As for the Bud and Floyd thing, we can't really do that in a sense because if we put Bud at if we look at it intangibly, they both have like weight classes that they could fight at. So what weight class are they fighting at? At what time are they fighting? Because it's certain times in their careers when I could say that Floyd Mayweather will win. And it's certain times in their career where I say that Bud can win. And it's a majority probably that Bud can win because his offensive prowess is just something. And if you've seen this fight with Canelo, he caught those shots with his hands, with his gloves. He wasn't actually taking the actual shot like Bivol was. He was actually just saying, I'm the bigger guy, so I'm going to let you hit my arm. Bud wasn't thinking like that. Bud was saying that I'm not the bigger guy. I'm going to catch you with my hand so I can hit you with the same hand. As you can see, that was what was happening. But if we talking about a prime Floyd Mayweather, pretty boy Floyd, 135, I don't know if Bud could beat that dude.
Oh, well, when we're doing the hypotheticals, we got to give them, we assuming all things fair. So because I don't consider physical primes, because, every fighter is young and full of what they say, piss and vinegar, but they learn as they go. And then because of the sport, it's so much mental. Like a lot of them, like I think the old George Foreman could beat the young George Foreman just because his mindset, So I would put the prime where they at least close to their IQ that they ended up leaving the game with. So it would have to be 147 when I'm talking about Floyd versus Mayweather. So at 47, that would be an interesting fight. Yeah, that's why I lean towards Bud heavily.
And I don't think that that's fair because Bud was undisputed at 140, so he was in his prime during that time too.
Yeah, it just physical prime, yeah. But I think
Yeah.
47 is the actual peak because then he started getting in there with physically bigger guys like a Horn. Remember, Horn beat Pacquiao by out physical him.
Right.
He
Yeah.
went in there, bro. He just went in there, dogged Horn, bro.
Yeah.
Dogged him, bro. You know what's, bro? You know what's the craziest part about that, bro? Is it don't matter what you say about a fighter, bro. The moment you pick against them or criticize them, bro, everybody, the whole world turn on you, bro. Everything I said about Bud leading up to the Spence fight, all that, bro. I had people telling me I was a secret Spence fan and mad Spence loves. What kind of stupid shit is it? If anybody who watched my show, bro, knows Spence get more jokes than anybody, bro. Bro, you remember when Spence got beat up by
I know.
Bud? And I put
Yeah,
that
I
picture of Will Smith on Hitch whenever he drunk that when he was allergic. Bro, come on, man. Everybody get these jokes, bro. But come on, bro. I knew Spence. There's no way, no version of Errol Spence, even though I don't think that was the best version. But there's no version of Errol Spence that beats Terence Bud Crawford.
Nope, it's not.
Because the meter started when they were younger. The man don't smoke and don't drink. Errol Spence drink. He already lost just there. He wasn't dedicated to it. He kept having fat camps. Like even in the Mikey Garcia fight, he had a fat camp. And then he couldn't finish Mikey Garcia. And then at the press conference, they said, why you didn't finish Mikey? Oh, well, I want to go show people I can go rounds. But then later on, he said, yeah, man, I really tried to finish him. I just couldn't do it. I'm like, bro. And I try to tell his stupid fans this, bro, before the Bud fight, but they do not listen. But it is what it is. This is the only time I ever picked against Bud, bro. And I had good reason. I had to use logic, bro. I can't go with the fact that I like somebody or I think that they're a super duper great fighter. I
totally understand that though.
If Inoue fought, bro, I'm trying to think. Mario Barrios. Mario Barrios sucks, bro. Inoue is at least pound for pound 2 or 3 now, right? With Crawford moving up.
But did you see that fight, Scholar?
Yeah.
Inoue don't look the same.
Yeah.
He don't look like that monster no more. I don't know if it was MJ, but he haven't been looking the same to me. I think that if he keep trying to move up, that he gonna meet his match.
Absolutely.
He needs
but
to stay where he is.
most definitely. Yeah, bro. He keep moving up, bro. It's definitely. He definitely. I mean, they got what they say with Bud Falk. They got weight classes for a reason, bro.
But he not Pacquiao neither. Manny Pacquiao moved up a lot from 108 to all the way to fucking 47.
But Manny Pacquiao was eating them burgers Canelo was eating, though, brother. Manny Pacquiao had them burgers stuffed in his drawers, brother. But now, but yeah, with that being said, bro, I just want to give an honor and praise to Errol Spence. He made all this possible. This episode is brought to you by Al Heyman. But these people let's be crazy, bro. You can't pick against a fighter one time or you're a hater, bro. Anytime you critique something, when you say, well, Bud the smaller guy, or you're a hater. Keep moving up from the smaller weight. How you hating by pointing out that, bro? People are crazy, bro. I
was trolling you the other day, though. You was going over the fight, and I'm like, look at you hating.
Brother, sometimes you need a little bit of hate. Add that balance to you there. It can't be all love on the panel. You gotta add that little bit of hate to it. But Bud I've been saying Bud is great. Anybody who's been following my show, what's good, Tom? Anybody who's been following my show for a while know, bro. I've been saying Bud is great for a long time. And I don't just feel it. See, these Bud fans that's experts now because they got the right pick, they just feel like Bud is great. They can't tell you why. They just feel it. I can tell you why he's great and why he's special. So that's the difference between me and Bud. Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. This the most irritating part about this, bro. See, people think I don't like being wrong. Which who the fuck does like being wrong, bro? That's the stupidest shit in the world. But it ain't so much that because we have conversations throughout the year and make picks and we be wrong, bro. And we come up for the most part, me, you, Gus, bro. I bet Gus on fucking Daddy Garcia, bro. Matter of fact, when I see Daddy Garcia, it's up, bro. It's up, bro. I can't believe I believed in that man, bro. I can't believe I believed in that man. It's up, bro. But we it's like a brotherhood. It's like a hey man, this is why I picked this so you can learn type stuff. You know, like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
because I might even ask, like, why'd you pick him? How you know? Well, you know, this and that, and that. I'm like, oh, that's a good point. When I got people,
Yeah.
you know, pulling back up, Scholar, my name is Scholar. That bro, if you don't get your autistic ass up on my bro, that is bro. My mama picked Bud, so because my mama picked Bud and I got it wrong, she now the Scholar. She Mama Scholar. Come on, bro. What kind of stupid?
Yeah,
You got
Mama
a
Scholar though.
bro, but you got 50% chance of being right, bro. You know,
Right,
it's only three
yeah.
outcomes: your fighter
Yeah.
win, your fighter lose, or draw.
Yeah.
Right. So
Back.
they pick a fighter. You know what this equivalent? I'll give you an example, bro. Floyd Mayweather retired undefeated. Andre Ward retired undefeated. Rocky Marciano too. Can you imagine somebody who don't even know the sport or love the sport? They just pick Floyd because they like him,
Right.
and
Yeah.
they would have been right. They would have been right
Right.
every time they picked him, no matter what expert picked against him, including Teddy Atlas in the Canelo fight. Does that mean they know more about the sport than Teddy? Bro, this is the silliest stuff I've ever heard of in my life. And then these people that's saying it, bro, they got content on their channel with not one breakdown. That's crazy,
Yeah,
bro.
I see it a lot, bro. I see it a lot. But see, giving somebody when you could, this is why I do say this about Showbiz the Adult. He did come back and do a whole breakdown on why he was wrong
Yeah.
and why he'd never do it again. Like, it's not like we was wrong, bro. The shit doesn't happen. You know, like it's not like it's like saying that
Bro,
a comet the size of Texas is coming to this planet. This shit don't happen. So we
Bro,
don't
an alien
really
attack. You told me aliens would never attack. Like, come on, bro. What's the odds, bro? Come on now.
Exactly, man. So it's like my logic had to give me the benefit of a doubt to say, okay, do not be just gun ho on Terence Crawford. You gotta be more casual with the thought, not a casual fan, but casual how you approach it. Because I could be a boxing fanboy, or I could be a boxing analyst. No matter how you did it, it would have went the way we did it. Like, damn, it just logically don't make sense. If anybody could pull it off, it could be him. I could say we all could say that shit, but because we believed it. But if he didn't, we would have knew why. That was simple as that. Like, why people can't understand.
You know what that's like,
that
bro?
part.
Somebody gonna win the lottery, right? But you and I know that the chances of winning it is high or low. Excuse me, low. That's like telling one of your friends, "Look, man, I ain't never, bro." And that's the thing. Think about. You ever met a lottery winner in real life? They talk about conspiracies. I ain't never met no lottery winner.
Never met a person. Nope, I never
Bro.
been one.
So, but people still play the lottery. That's like telling somebody you can't win the lottery. Look at the odds, and they finally win the lottery, bro. Are you then gonna say, well, you know, everybody could win the lottery? Or are you gonna be like, nah, that's an anomaly. Bud's an anomaly, bro.
Yeah.
Like, if this happened again, if Inouye moved up to fight Mario Barrios, I'm picking Barrios, bro. And I think Barrios is trash.
Facts. I think he's trash, but he got a belt.
And Manny Pacquiao, it should have been Manny Pacquiao, but hey, that's another thing.
It is.
I don't know how you feel about this. Turkey Alashied want to see Bud get beat, bro. I said it before the fight,
bro. I want to cut you off, but bro, did you see them when he was up? When they knew he was losing that fight, and it was the 11th round? Did you see him and
I
Dana
didn't see
White?
it.
Boy, look at that again, and look at him and Dana White, how they talking to each other, how they mad. Turkish Alashied shaking his head like he disappointed in one of them, but Bud was just showing nothing but hands on his ass. At that point, he finishing the fight out showing hands on him, and he's shaking his head. And I'm like, yeah, the fix was in. They thought that Bud was gonna lose so he can get them other two fights off, and it was gonna make them get a bunch of money. Now they looking at their bag, thinking that Canelo fucked up the bag, but Canelo could retire. So Bud could retire. And what did he tell Bud when he was working out on that machine?
No
He told
retirement.
him, exactly. Bro, they want to see Bud lose. Because that David Benavidez shit shouldn't even be in. Bud said at the press conference after the fight, like, shit, I could drop down to 160 and clean that shit up. And I think that he probably got set on that. It's some dangerous competition at 160 though. Newly dangerous. But I don't think that none of them could beat Bud. So it's like he got to hurry up and get that shit done. But Turkish Al-Sheikh want him to fight David Benavidez, bro. Isn't that something?
Yeah,
When
bro.
David Benavidez already is at 175, he could fight Bivol, Viterviev, any one of them. But nah, fight Bud, huh?
Yeah, he tweeted, can Benavidez still make 68? The fact that he tweeting that, I don't know if he because he did troll us one time. I don't know if he trolling, or if it's just Floridian slip of the fingertips, where he like, okay, we was gonna set up Canelo versus Benavidez because I know that was looming in a part of the fight deal, but Canelo looked washed. We might as well keep Canelo safe. Maybe put him against Shiraz. Maybe put him against Conor Benn. Jamal Charlo. You got a bunch of options if you just don't match him tough. So make it look like he's still there. He's still a champion or whatever the case may be. But if you match Bud against David Benavidez, we can get the belts back, in our possession instead of them going up because Bud is considering retirement anyway. They can still control all the belts. But I don't know. I don't know what they logic or reasoning is, but I know that they wanted Canelo to win that fight, which is what I said. Bud not only should Bud retire after this fight, definitely shouldn't trust Turkey Al-Sheikh after this.
Fact. I don't think no boxer should, because if Turkey, like he treating Shakur, like I don't like him, man. Bottom line, you already know he got some little issue with Shakur. I don't fuck with him, but I don't like him.
Bro, he got all that smoke
for
Shakur, but then T.O. disrespected his country. He said on the Boxing Voice, well, I ain't gonna do no business with him because he disrespected my country. Then he at the press conference bothering Bud about a Shakur. You can't make this up, bro.
Damn. Yeah, I thought that was Bud saying that though. That was Turkish too.
No, they did him and Shakur before the fight in the build-up. They did a face-off and they were commentating the pre-fight stuff.
Oh, right, I seen that. I didn't listen to it though. I seen them going back and forth. They was with what's that running back name? I remember. I seen it.
I'm talking about Shady.
Yeah, Shady McCoy.
Yeah, bro. They was up there. What do you call it? Up there, smiling and as my grandma would say, cheesing and grinning. With the dude who you say you wasn't gonna do business with, and he was less than courteous to what's his name, Tim Tszyu, bro. I want to know. They gotta let me know what Tim Tszyu's promotional teams, what Sam said to him. I don't know because he was supposed to fight Fedor for the rematch. Now, bro, okay, let me break this down, bro. Break this down. Tim Tszyu's team will go down as the worst team that ever existed. Tell you what.
Why?
So the corner during the fight, bro, instead of telling the referee like, nah, we can't continue, look at this cut. You know what I mean? Like as Stitch Durant would say, open up the cut even more so they could go to the scorecards, Technical draw, give Tim Tszyu the fight on decision, whatever the case may be, but he get to keep his belts, right? So they let Tim Tszyu go back into the fight, push him back out there with blood in his eyes against a tall fighter, bro. If he got to be the tallest 154 pounder of all time, I think. It's not. Don't quote me on that, but he is super tall. He heavyweight height. Go back out there with that guy with that much reach, and try to close the distance with blood in your eye. And it's in a spot where it's just continuously pumping, vein there where it's pumping, right? So they mess up on that end, right? Then, so they ain't even put the right stuff on the cut. Stitch Durant did a whole breakdown of how they botched the cut, even if they wanted to work on it, right? They didn't put the right medications in and stuff to stop the bleeding. So they botched it on that end, right? Then after the fight, right, they go another route and not try to get their belts back, right, into other fights. Sam offered them an immediately rematch to get the belts back. You remember he came forward, he said, you know, we honor our word, you don't have to sue. You know, we're going to honor our word and give you the rematch because we said it. And then they didn't honor the rematch. I mean, they didn't force the rematch. Instead, they went to Turkey Al-Rashid and tried to do business with him and make a fight. And Turkey Al-Rashid said we will no longer be doing business with Tim Tszyu. I don't know what they said to him in that meeting, but whatever it was, it made Turkey mad enough to say they wouldn't do any business with him, only to force him to sit around, collect the ring rust, you know. Then he takes a tune-up fight where he don't look that good, and then he goes right back into an immediate rematch. Well, not an immediate rematch. He goes right back into a fight again with the guy who last took his belt. So go all the way around the block just to get right back where you should have been, right? And then he goes into that fight and gets beat up. And then the round that he quits in was the round that he was having his best round, and the corner didn't even argue with him. You know, not to mention all this. Here's the icing on the cake, Ill. When Terence Bud Crawford moved to 54, he wasn't supposed to fight Masvidal. He was supposed to fight Tim Tszyu. So they passed up a fight with Terence Bud Crawford to go to Fundora, which let you know how much they must respect Terence Bud Crawford. Only to have to deal with all that hype and get a cut in the fight that they didn't treat properly. Then they left that immediate rematch that Sam said he was going to honor to go to Turkey Al-Rashid to negotiate a fight, you know, hypothetical fight for a certain amount of money, only to botch that deal up. And now Tim Tszyu's career is derailed. Now he's retired. Like, that is crazy, bro. And this all happened in the course of a year. He went from hero to zero in the course of a year. You remember they were talking about him.
What happened though, bro? Like, cause I was wondering that same thing. Like, but it seemed like, I don't know, man. Turkish got a little thing about itself with these fighters. Like, they don't have to cater to him like that, man. They fighters. They not show monkeys and shit like that. They don't have to make him happy. If he want to see them lose, put him up against somebody that the fans want him to see. Like, pay your money, bro. If you in this business for that, like real promoters like Don King, if he ain't like somebody, he'll pay their ass a bunch of money to lose. You see what I'm saying? So, like, he got this personal thing. Like, he kind of derailed and fucked his career up, to be honest, because of the trajectory of Tim Tszyu. Like, he had a better trajectory than even Fandora did, because he had a whole country behind him. They fucked that up, bro. That's not even good for business. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
It ain't like that Mexican base. Canelo got that Mexican base. Every Mexican fighter don't have that. Mario Barrios is a champion, 2-time champion. He don't got that.
Bro, I don't know what they told Turkey in the meeting, bro. They must have told him, you listen to us good white Australian. I don't know what they told him, bro. But he did not like them, and then he didn't reconcile business. And then when Tim Tszyu got knocked out, he started trolling them on Twitter, bro. And I was like, bro, what?
I don't know. He learning from Oscar De La Hoya the wrong way, bro. Because you can see how Golden Boy looking right now. So if he want to keep that, like I said, bro, if they want to implement their new system in the old way of boxing been traditional, the oldest sport in sports. And if they think that they about to change something, they got another thing coming, because whatever they change is going to show quickly. You will see that. Because fighters not going to sign contracts to be under the fight that if they don't have the decision at the final signature of that contract, they're not going to do that. They're not going to go for that. And if they are, they're going to be young amateurs that we'll never see the full influential talent or the potential out of the fighter, because it's going to be tough from the gate. This not MMA. You got to groom these guys a certain way to get their confidence in order to be able to be a Floyd Mayweather, a Terence Crawford, or even a Earl Spence Jr., a Gerard Booth Ennis. All of these guys are there. No matter what we think about them, they had to get there some way. Gerard Ennis got damn near 30 fights to nobody, but it took him to get there. But we know them. We know him now. It don't work like that in MMA. We don't know half of them dudes that's fighting the other half of the dudes. You see what I'm saying? Boxing not like that. They're not gonna go into the sport of boxing doing boxing the same way that they can with UFC. It's just not the same sport. If you want to see that it's a difference, bring one of their asses into the ring and see how they'll look like children.
Agreed, bro. And all I want to
It's a
say
different sport, bro.
all I want to say is, I just got back home. Don't mess this money up for me. Turkey, we just playing. Nah, just playing. But now, what I'm gonna say, bro, is yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I thought that was a little odd though, because I know Turkey probably has Turkey has probably has a superiority complex, bro. He called himself His Excellency. Come on, man. Like when I was doing that, I was joking. A playoff of his name, but that dude calls himself that. So, I don't know what Tim Tszyu people did, but I'm pretty sure it was forgivable, bro. I don't understand why Hakatio could say all this racist stuff, turn down a Devin Haney fight because he don't want to fight Devin Haney, and then he just forgive him, bro. Like, he ain't tweeting to Tio like he was. What's up, chat? So I don't know. It's just a little weird, bro. It's a little weird to me.
You think Tim Tszyu racist?
I don't know. I don't think it's anything that had to do with Tim Tszyu, because when they told Tim Tszyu that Turkey said he's not doing business with it, it was kind of news to him. He was like, what? Like, he was ringside, like it was news to him. Whatever his team said,
he had the white button up on.
Yeah, whatever his team said is what pissed him off.
Bro, that had to been some hell of some shit, because he derailed that man from getting some good opportunities that I think that he didn't need to keep trying to fuck with Fandora for. But even his next fight after that, he lost that fight. So I don't know, man. Maybe your heart ain't in it, because we do know his dad was loaded. So he probably grew up, you know how it is, bro. Like, he didn't grow up like Bud. He grew up a little more silver spoonish. So he ain't like Conor Ben in a sense. They don't have to go the route that the dudes that want to run the gauntlet want to go. They could build their confidence up, like I was just saying, and he had a good run, his momentum for a few months, but that quickly died out, bro.
Yeah,
Seemed like we was talking about Tim Tszyu one day, and we started talking negative about him the next.
We were like, man, Tim Tszyu, hey, this might be the first father-son duo that actually successful. The dad was the champion, and the other good son succeed him, and then like within a year time. But that shows you how much of the game is mental. He never recovered after that, bro. That show you, bro. If there was ever a case in point in court that the game is mental, bro, Tim Tszyu was dominating in that fight. Right? Fandora had been knocked out by Mendoza. He was damaged goods. Tim Tszyu was coming on strong. It looked like he was about to stop him. He got one cut in a vulnerable area where he had a vein. Blood starts squirting in his eyes. It affects of course, his vision and his tenacity in the fight. Right? But he didn't take a ton of damage in that fight, because Fandora was still damaged goods. But because he lost psychologically the belt and actual loss, he wasn't the same, bro. I forgot to even, bro. That slipped my memory, bro. They threw him in the ring with, what's the dude's name? It ain't Boychek. What's the other dude's name? Byram. I always messed the dude name up. The hard punching dude.
Yeah, murder.
Bro.
I know his name is Murder at the end of it.
Bro, why did they elect to not enforce the rematch that Sam said that he guaranteed they was gonna give them, and run into that guy?
Bachman.
They ran to that guy, bro. What, bro? That is the hardest puncher.
Nobody want to fight him, though, bro.
Huh?
Nobody want to fight him.
That's what, That's what I'm trying to say. Why wouldn't they rematch Fandora and get their belt back instead of running to that guy, bro. That nobody want to fight. That's why I say they the worst. They got to go down as the worst team ever, bro.
Oh, okay, I get you.
Why would you do that, bro? Nobody want to fight this dude. You say, hey, you, I just lost, but hey, you over there in the corner with the muscles. Yeah.
They must have didn't know. I don't know. They must have didn't know, bro. They had a lot
He
of
didn't get
confidence.
anything, bro. There was no reward for that fight, bro. It was all real.
Wasn't. Yeah, and he got his belt. Well, he got a belt, don't he? He got the IBF, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he got a belt.
Now, you think Boots want to go up against something like that?
Man, hell no.
I don't think Boots want to fuck with him. I don't think Virgil want to, because Virgil is, I mean, God, he is susceptible to a lot of punches, but he is a warrior at heart, right? And his last fight that he had, not the last fight with Majidov, the fight before that, I forgot that dude's name. I forgot. I'll remember in a minute. He had a war. He could have lost that fight against dude. Oh, damn. Didn't he just fight Saturday?
No, that's a different one. That's a different one. You talking about the one that was knocked out by shit. You asked, goddamn, got me remembering name. You know I'm horrible with names.
Damn, bro.
Brandon Adams.
Yeah. Brandon Adams, yeah.
You know where I remember Brandon Adams from, bro? Brandon Adams was on Ultimate Fighter, bro.
He was?
He beat Sugar Shane Mosley's son in season 5.
Yeah, he was. Yep, I remember. Yeah, he was. Damn, Brandon Adams old. He about your age, ain't
Well, shit, he older than me. He older than me, bro. I'm just now entering. Okay, but we ain't gonna talk about that, brother. We don't do that over here, brother. We don't do that over here.
Still winning fights and shit. Ain't that something? Shout out to that boy. He did his thing.
That is crazy, bro.
But Virgil looked suspect against dude that he knocked out. So I'm like, God damn, Virgil don't want no smoke, but he wants to smoke with Boots. That's the difference. Nobody wants to smoke with Burchick. I mean, what the fuck is his name?
Bro, don't get me the butchering. You know I'll butcher somebody named Fag. I was calling Fandura. I'm still call him.
Chad, help a brother out. But Baraka or something like that, but I forgot his name. But don't make me butcher this man. He is who he is, though. I've been watching this
Mama
man.
name Clay. I would call him Clay.
Man, you know that in that order. But I don't see nobody at the 154 division trying to have no smoke with him. You got Fandora right there. You got Boots right there. You got Earl there. You got Keith Thurman right there. You got Xander Zayas right there. You got Fernando Vargas Jr. He just lost, but you got Caleb Watts right there. Man, you got a lot of people campaigning at that weight class that we can get some great fights, right? But Tim Tszyu could have been right there, bro, as a champion if they just moved him right. You exactly right. That fight I would have never put my guy in that type of fight unless it was for unification or undisputed.
Unless you have to, and it's a reward. That fight was literally for nothing. What's good, Marcus? What's up, brother? He said Floyd Mayweather is TBE. Anytime I see TBE, I already know what that means. So Floyd Mayweather is the best ever to ever do it.
Nah, I ain't better than Bud, bro. I'm
that
sorry.
Abbreviation just let me know, bro. You using Floyd Mayweather talking points because remember you used to have the caps to say TBE and stuff like that. Yeah, bro. I don't know. I don't know how you pulling up with a TBE, letters. When that dude just beat Canelo Alvarez, bro. Way worse than what Floyd did.
Yeah, Floyd put on the Shakur type of performance. It's only one Bud.
At 52 too, made him go down. He fought him at his most comfortable weight and where he was undisputed champion. So it's two different things.
Yeah,
and had never fought at that weight before.
Did you see Canelo just giving up?
No, I don't think he gave up.
No, he was like throwing tantrums, literally.
But he always do, bro. That's why I thought he would get a point.
I don't like that shit. He did that shit against William Skull.
Yeah, in my breakdown, I say I think Canelo might get a point deducted because the referee is really strict and he don't really play that. And I think Canelo gonna do something. And he did something. The referee just didn't call it. He fouled. He headbutted, but
Yeah, he did that shit on purpose too. I kept rewinding it. Shout out to fucking Netflix for letting us see the fight over and over
Bro,
again at
you
our
remember they used to
discretion.
not let us see the replay? Bro, boxing is crazy, bro. They used to not
Man,
let us see replays.
yeah, bro. Shout out to Netflix. That's some perks that I can't say Netflix come through. Because today I'm looking at this fight currently right now. Not this fight, not that fight. I'm looking at Lester Martinez versus Billy. Now, with that Billy, bro, that fight with Billy and Lester Martinez, bro, I did not like how Billy fought that fight. He was aggressive, yeah, but he don't have boxing skills. Because if he tried to show him, Lester would have probably outboxed him. But they gave the fight to Lester Martinez because Billy was like, his punches wasn't. He was just coming in, and Lester kept catching him with them uppercuts. It was more to see the defense that Lester was using because all he was doing was taking shots. So how are you going to use your defense on this? And that's what they was judging the fight off of, because both of them had to fight in a phone booth. I mean, he made that shit tight. Man, bro, how you going to win a fight like that when you're not showing anything else? If both fighters doing the same thing and one using defense on top of it, you're going to give it to that fighter. I'm disappointed that they didn't try to showcase how he can use the power. Like, step back, motherfucker. You're not skilled enough to throw short shots and knock a person out. Step back and get your distance. Throw a straight hand right, or overhand right, shit like that. He didn't do none of that shit, bro. He was so tight to him, and it was because he was afraid of his power. He lost the fight because bad coaching.
He said,
A little rivalry, but bad coaching.
He said, "Seen that movie, 3 Being and a Baby." That's Larry. He said, "Did you notice the last round? It looked like Canelo's left glove was half pulled off."
No, I didn't notice that. I noticed that Terence Crawford had grass and he had different gloves. He had gloves to hurt. He didn't have gloves to catch.
He said Tim Tsz's whole team Tim Tsz's whole team was a short bus. Agreed, Chad. That was crazy, bro. I couldn't believe the mishandling of that. He said, "Get this shit out of here, running back." We got a Canelo fan. Strictly business from a troll account. Hiding their true identity. Running back for what? For what? All they're gonna do Canelo has got one punch in him. He don't throw combinations at this point. He don't really do any of the things that's necessary to beat Terence Bud Crawford. Terence Bud Crawford is gonna have more confidence. I think the fight gets worse. I think potential stoppage. I think it's gonna be like Kovalev.
Yeah, I think he'd stop him at that point.
Kovalev versus Andre Ward.
Yep. Same thing.
I'm starting to believe Boots might have been putting the beats on Canelo.
Yeah, because Boots end up start laughing in a sense. We from the streets. We understand how it go. Like when he starts saying, "Hey, man, it's
smiling
fight.
like, yeah, you gave that work, baby."
It's a 50-50 fight. At first he said 60-40 Canelo. Then he say, "Man, it made the best man win," and all of that because he know, for one, you can't beat Terence Crawford and you nowhere near on his level. Two, whatever you was able to do to him, then Terence going to find that shit out way quicker than you could because you're not smarter than him. And that's why he started saying, "Hey man, it's a 50-50 fight, made the best man win." Like Canelo never said nothing bad about Boots to make Boots switch, but his dad was always saying everything about Terence Crawford that he knew. Like, the boy can catch, he can punch, placement is amazing, and it is because head movement is something that Canelo specializes in. He didn't do none of that too much pretty well against Terence Crawford. He tried, but when he was trying, them arms was catching him. And it was, I mean, man, I wouldn't say it was the best performance that I ever seen because I seen Parnell Whitaker versus Julio Cesar Chavez. I think that was one of the best performances I ever seen, and he got robbed in that fight. So I don't think Bud did better than that. I just think that he did what Bud normally do. Like I said, I know he wasn't gonna get knocked out. I knew that, but I didn't think he was gonna win a fight though. So hey, shout out to Bud, man.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So let me show you this, man. I wanted to say this, because there was a bunch of people that I respect opinion in the sport of boxing, and I disagree with them. And they didn't even take it personal. I disagree with them. That's how it be. You think Teddy Atlas starts writing hate letters to Burt Sugar because they picked differently in the fight? Like, how stupid did that sound, bro? These internet people are weird. But I wanted to show you this. Because, I got to give respect where respect is due, Hold on. So there are people like Ill who I respect opinion. Who else? Kojo, Gus, they were right. Bo, he hid, but it is what it is. Respect his opinion too. Who else picked? Who else? There was a lot of people that picked Bud. I was really shocked at how many people picked Bud. But it was a lot of people that picked. I might not. Rob G picked how the fight was gonna go 5 months ago. But it's a bunch of people.
Yeah, he did.
So a
I
bunch
heard
of
him.
people. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that picked against them, and I respect their opinion. Bruce Vane, people that I respect in opinion, they respect that we could disagree and still be cool. But to the people who pick Bud and think now that somehow because Bud won and took punches and punched Canelo upside his head, that somehow gives you victory and somehow give you knowledge in the game of boxing, I want you to step to the front of the congregation real quick. Let's have a conversation.
Different than what I said before. Most motherfuckers don't know shit about boxing. You know shit about boxing. You ain't shit. You got shit. Most motherfuckers don't know shit about boxing. You know shit about boxing. What are you talking about? Most motherfuckers don't know shit about boxing. You know shit about boxing. You ain't shit. You got shit. Most motherfuckers don't know shit about boxing. You know shit about boxing. What are you talking about? You don't know shit about boxing. You don't know shit.
You don't know shit. You still don't know shit about boxing. Congratulations. Congratulations. Bill, congratulations for being an undefeated fighter in the gym. I'm undefeated under the lights, Bill. No, congratulations on your victory. That you still don't know what you're watching. You can't break down film. You can't do none of that stuff. You're still stupid. But congratulations on that victory.
You don't know what you're looking at. You just have a spirit and a heart to believe in somebody.
You got lucky. Hey, it's no different than the Floyd Mayweather fans, bro, who only watched Floyd Mayweather, didn't know much about what came before him, much about what came after. But they, they was right every time they picked Floyd Mayweather. And if you picked against him, you was wrong.
Hey, but when I was younger, I used to go. I knew so much because dude asked me how old out that we were, or one of us were when we started boxing. I was 7, but I wasn't just boxing. I was in karate school and all jiu-jitsu classes and all sorts of stuff. So I got black belts and all sorts of shit. It's just not boxing. But the thing about that is that I had a hunger for fighting since I was a kid. This is the difference. So when I look at other people fight, and I'm not the dude that's fighting, I analyze everything about that person. You know why? Just in case I got to fight him. So it doesn't matter if I'm looking at my favorite fighter on TV. Just in case I run into him and he ain't the nicest person in the world, I know I could beat his ass. It's stuff like that I used to think in my mind. But I would go and analyze all of the Mexican fighters on purpose. So I go to school and I go to work and all of that stuff and bet all of my Mexican friends because they was diehards. They didn't care about the sport of boxing like I did. They only cared about that Mexican fighter that they loved. And I used to get so much from them. Mexicans helped me so much in my life. Thank God for Mexicans and a love for boxing and their favorite fighters, because without that, I would not have had all of the greatest things that I got in my life by taking a chance and say, I bet you $100. everybody in the job. Bro, I ain't had all that money. I just knew that my fighter was gonna win. And they love this dude so much that I prayed on them. That was years ago. And I apologize if I wasn't able to pay y'all if my fighter would have lost. But he didn't, because I knew what I was looking at, and they was so invested. That's why I don't like Bud fans like that. And I'm a huge Terence Crawford fan, but I don't like the Bud buddy part of it. Like Piero was telling me that day. I understand that part. I don't like that because they think that he could dodge bullets and shit. Like, come on, man. The man is still human. Like, we do understand if he fought David Benavidez, isn't that what y'all gonna say? You see what I'm saying?
I gotta keep it real.
I think he's gonna get his ass whooped by David Benavidez.
I gotta keep it real. I'm not gonna argue with them because at this point, they was right about this situation. So they gonna tell me, well, why should I trust your opinion about David Benavidez when you was wrong about Canelo? So I'm gonna just go ahead and leave that alone and say, hey, do as you please. If you feel you can do it, bro, go.
I say this, Scholar. What does trainer say? Don't take my word for it. What did his trainer say? His trainer said, nah, we ain't climbing that mountain. Because they don't want that smoke. Neither. I'm not knocking, but see, damn, now it's making it seem like that's my man. But you won them belts, you better drop them. People want them. You feel me? You just can't hold them. Somebody want that belt, bro. You gotta do the same thing again. It's not what you did yesterday, it's what you're gonna do today. So I'm sorry, Bud fans, but Terence Crawford got some decisions to make, or some people gonna be asking for them belts.
All I gotta say is, goddamn, try to kill me. You owe when the sneeze start hurting. But I was gonna say, it sounded to me, brother Ill, like what you're saying to me is, so you're telling me there's a chance. Is there a chance that Terence Bud Crawford could beat Benavidez?
Hell fucking no.
Okay,
now I'm gonna bet the wrench on that. I'll put my house up for sale for that one.
Okay, so since Brother Ill said it and he was right about Bud, to the people that believe that, don't listen to the scholar. Y'all gotta listen to Ill. He know now. He got the rank. Hey, Ill, you got the juice now. So I want y'all to step to the front of the congregation. Let's have a little conversation real quick.
Most motherfuckers don't know shit about boxing. Most motherfuckers don't know shit. Most motherfuckers don't know shit. Most motherfuckers don't know shit about boxing. Like what? Most motherfuckers don't know shit about boxing.
Yo, this one hit, Ill.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one beat.
Most motherfuckers don't know shit. Most motherfuckers don't know shit. Most motherfuckers don't know shit.
Yeah, that's the one.
Most motherfuckers can't train.
Bro, don't know how to train them up. Yeah, shout out to Roger, man, giving us that quotable. It's so funny that people already know where that's from, bro. They had the you don't know about boxing t-shirts, bro. That's crazy work, bro.
I got Montel Griffin. Shout out to Montel Griffin, man. He made me a believer, a Chicago fighter, and I worked with him a lot when I was younger. He showed me a lot, bro, and he made me. I love Roy, but I love the fact that my man didn't. I don't care how he won, he won, and he was a champion. So shout out to Montel Griffin for having that gym in Chicago, and me and my pops going to the gym, working with him a lot. That taught me a lot about the sport of boxing, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Bud should retire, man. Listen, and let me be real. Let me be real. And this is, y'all can take this with a grain of salt. I already know what's coming. Sour grapes, all this old stupid stuff. Because people try to make an enemy out of you if you don't agree with them. It's the silliest stuff in the world. Agree with them 1,000 times. The 1,001 time you disagree with them, you're not a true fan. They're gonna try to outfan you. Well, you ain't no real Bud fan anyway, huh? What? Because I don't want to see him get stripped. That was my mindset. Because I don't want to see a man jump up 2 weight classes and lose
and not be undefeated no more where he don't got to do it, I'm not a real fan. Silliest stuff in the world. Crazy
He
stuff.
fought David Benavidez, bro. He gonna lose.
But that's what I'm gonna say, bro. He barking up that Benavidez tree, bro. It's crazy. But let me add this. Let me add context to this too, right? In the sport of boxing, boxers become addicted to the sport. The high that they get when they win and everybody's kissing their ass and then people pulling out chairs and valet parking and Rihanna's pulling up and all this stuff, the notoriety. See, Bud was lucky that he didn't get this at the beginning. He ain't been a star all of his life. He became a superstar in the last 3 years with the Errol Spence fight and now the Canelo fight. Now he getting the recognition. Netflix, all the eyes was on him, etc. He getting it towards the end of his career. So
it's good too.
It is that he got it now when he's more mature.
Yeah.
But every fighter, bro, no matter how smart they is in the ring, they always come back for more, and they serve their addiction. Their addiction is the dopamine and the belief in their self and all the stuff that made them a great fighter, right? And Terence Bud Crawford should get out before it's too late. Andre Ward, a very smart fighter, left the ring, right? And it's talking about coming back to get stretched by Anthony Joshua. It don't matter how smart you is, you get addicted to it. You think, I can beat that guy. I know I can beat that guy. And it's always the possibility of you coming back. This is why Max Kellerman said the undefeated record is not solidified until the fighter dies because they always come back. That is an absolute fact. Floyd Mayweather still doing exhibitions now to this day. To this day, he's doing exhibitions.
Mike Tyson too.
Mike Tyson. Still, Jake Paul went on his record, bro, because he addicted to fighting and the dopamine and the money and stuff, right? So with that being said, Terence Bud Crawford has to fight the natural urge that's in 100% of everybody to let them trick him into fighting David Benavidez. He's gonna get fucked up, And I'm
bad too. Bad.
Canelo was on the downslide and we all knew it. I just thought he had enough.
Canelo was gonna get fucked up by David Benavidez.
Exactly. I thought he had enough in his tank to at least do what he's supposed to do to a guy that's moving up 2 weight classes. But I was wrong on that. Benavidez still in his prime. Stay away from Benavidez.
Stay far away from him. That boy got a killer in his eye. I look at David Benavidez and I'll be like, man, you're gonna have to knock him out, man. And if you can't, then that's your problem. Like, you're gonna have to face that severe problem. Like, that's bad. But another thing that I say to add with that, Scholar, is sometimes you got to know, like, even me, I still talk about 17 and no amateur fights. I can't even let it go because I remember what I did. I remember this shit. Like, it's just in our blood, bro. You even still arrogantly talk about who you are currently. You're like, like, that's hard to get over, is that ego. And when we got it, it's at our detriment too, because it could hurt us. And those ways, like you talking about, that could hurt you when you still want to be an active fighter. So I would say at this point, you heard Terence Crawford walkout music. That was in sentiment to the UFC fighter that told him that he'd knock him out. That's his walkout music all the time. So he used his walkout music, and I listened to that. Bro, I was nodding off. It woke me up listening to that music to say, God damn, who am I listening to? And it was Terence Crawford. When they said his name, I instantly came attentive and was like, oh shit, because that's probably going to be his next fight. MMA fighter.
Oh, my bad. I'm over here talking. You think Benavidez going to be his next fight?
No, it's this MMA fighter. I forgot his name.
Oh, that ain't going to be his next fight.
His walkout music was the same walkout music as that MMA fighter.
Yeah, because that dude be obsessing with Bud, bro. I don't think Bud, bro, that dude barking at the moon right now, bro. You think
but
that
that's
dude
the easiest thing that you can get to get some money like that, though.
But nobody gonna buy it. Like, you got to remember this. Bud has found stardom because he fought the fights of the century, legacy fights that people want to see. Not because he was just a cash cow, just by being his, Terence Bud Crawford. So it's going to be hard. he gonna be a hard. Not even gonna say a hard sell, but the next fight that he do is gonna be like Masvidal versus Bud, where it's gonna be eyes on it, but it's mostly gonna be boxing eyes. Like it ain't gonna be the castle was gonna pull up, everybody gonna pull up to support this fight, unless he
So
fights Canelo in a rematch.
the only person he could fight to even put some sentiment on his name to go out and say I'm retiring after this fight is Keith Thurman, in my opinion. Whatever Keith Thurman do versus Fandora, I think that they can meet at 160 and get it done. Because there's nobody at 160 right now except Jamal Charlo, which I think he'd moved up already. So there's nobody at 160 right now that got a name. I mean, it's getting loaded, but they don't got a name like that. The only names is really at 154. It's really nobody at 168. David Benavidez is not 168. He at 175. So if he got to come down, but he got shit to, like, bro, it don't make sense, man. Terence needs to retire, bro. It's nowhere for him no more. He did everything.
Agreed, bro. You ain't got nothing to prove to nobody. It don't even make any sense to stick around. 3-time undisputed. This is Michael Jordan against the Jazz, holding his hand up, like posing.
Yep.
At this point, it don't make any sense, like for him to continue to fight. In my opinion, what are you fighting for?
Nothing. He got the bag. I mean, he been getting millions of dollars for years and years. So I don't know. Why would he? I don't know what these new dudes like. Why they will spend $1 million in a year? I don't even have no dreams of what I want, a need that it costs $1 million in a whole year. So I don't know how they just be jagging his money like that. He don't live outside his means. So I don't see it. Like Canelo is a different animal. He got hundreds of millions of dollars, so he could live. I don't see why he fighting. To be honest, both of them should retire.
Yo, I cannot find this video anywhere. You remember when Paulie Malignaggi was doing a video and he was like, I don't even understand how you could even be watching a sport and not understand what you're looking at. He was like, if I was watching a sport for 30 years, 40 years, and I didn't understand what I was looking at, I would go watch
Yeah,
golf.
I remember that video. I remember.
Bro, I can't find
agree.
that video. I cannot find that video to save my life, bro.
Bro, Paulie is probably one of the most knowledgeable boxing minds that we got other than Teddy Atlas. Like Sean Porter and Timothy Bradley, they some dope, thoughtful guys. Andre Ward sometimes come with a methodical thought. But Paulie give it to you straight and uncut, bro. Even sometimes I don't like what his opinions be and all of that, but can't disagree with how he views stuff. I agree with him 90% of the time.
Give great breakdowns. The only time Paulie, we know what Paulie's weakness is, but as far as his breakdowns, that dude's second to none, bro. That dude gets some.
He got it. I ain't gonna lie.
I can't find it though, bro.
You know what?
I think it's Mayweather, bro. I think it's McGregor, bro. I think he was talking about McGregor and how done the boxing fans were for McGregor.
Man, he be giving it. I remember he was going off about that fight though.
Because he got kicked out the camp.
A lot of fights. He tell the truth about Jake Paul. Like he coming around to Jake Paul now. But at first, boy, he was the first person. I'm talking about, I agree with everything he was saying about Jake Paul. But Jake has showed, even me as the boxing fan, he showed me that he about this life. So I can't knock him. He about that life, bro.
Dang, bro, I cannot find it, bro. I'm determined, bro. I gotta find that video, bro, because I gotta repost it. I thought I had it posted on my page, bro.
Why can't that be a real fight between Jake Paul and Tank though? I wish he knocked Tank ass out.
That's crazy.
Man.
Tank was hating on Terence Crawford. He said all this glaze for Terence Crawford.
I can't stand that little fucking troll. He's a real under the bridge troll. He's about 5'3". He looked like a troll, don't he? I mean, everything about that little fucker reminds me of a troll. God, I can't stand that little bastard. Like, why are you antagonizing the sport? He like T.O. He like T.O., bro. They both in the same category to me. He
Oh
wants
man,
to get knocked out, bro, but he ain't gonna fight nobody for us to see him get knocked out. Like, even Floyd was putting himself in predicaments that he could have possibly got knocked out. He was just too good. This boy, man, he'd duck his mother if she wanted to fight him.
damn, bro, I can't find that clip. Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. Tank Davis, that man might perhaps be the greatest fighter ever lived. No, I was just playing. Tank Davis, bro. He always, bro. That's Twitter fingers, bro. The man, he tweet everything, but I'm coming with his fight date and when he coming back. Like, bro, we
Jealousy,
had
bro.
Jake Paul, the one that had to tell us about the fight. He didn't even tell us
Because he was embarrassed
because
to
he
say
ducked
that you're
Lamont
not
Roach.
fighting Lamont Roach, though, but you want to fight Jake Paul.
Now, look,
Man.
he learned all the wrong things from the fight. Let's see, and this is why youngsters, man, they see everything but the point they're supposed to get. So Canelo has been ducking Benavidez for a while now. Now I will give Canelo the benefit of the doubt. He did not duck Benavidez when Benavidez was champion because he lost his belt to drugs, and he lost his belt because he couldn't make the weight. That is not Canelo's fault, right? So I will give Canelo a little bell on that, right? But after he got all the belts and Benavidez was still lurking around, Canelo would say every name but Benavidez. And because he makes the sanctioning bodies a lot of money, they wouldn't even look Benavidez's way. Force Benavidez to move up to 170 and stop talking about the Canelo sweepstakes that he wanted to enter. And Canelo, when asked about Terence Crawford a while back, entertained the idea, but didn't like the blowback that he got from the boxing world because they were like, what? So you gonna fight him versus Benavidez? Then he was like, oh, no. I said Crawford's a great fighter. You never the possibility of anything, but no, I don't want to fight Bud Crawford. I don't want to fight Bud Crawford. Then Terence Bud Crawford went to Turkey out of sheet and made the fight happen. He started seeing all them zeros and took the fight, even though he thought it was an easy fight and that he could beat Bud. Or you'll see, my friend. All that stuff, bro. Then he ends up getting beat and all his belts gone. And he probably will never get those belts back at 68 because he don't got enough fights left in him to go single-handedly pick up every single belt and become undisputed again. Now, he might be able to drop to 160 if he can make it and do it because 160 kind of weak. But 168, I don't see it happening. Billy, those guys, I don't see it happening. Lester Martinez, I don't see it happening. But hey, you never know. You never underestimate the politics of boxing because they're going to say, hold my beer, and then show you how they politic. So, but I don't see it happening. But nobody would have judged Canelo even if Benavidez would have knocked him out. He stood more to lose in this fight by losing to Terence Bud Crawford than he did Benavidez. Because if he lost to Benavidez, everybody would have said, hey, Benavidez is a beast. In the words of Mike Tyson, the Mexican monster. Say it, like, you know what I mean? Nobody would have judged him,
bro. No, I don't.
Because he ducked, though. Because he ducked. It's another cherry pick gone wrong, just like Bivol. And they said he the worst cherry picker of all time. So, with that being said, Tank Davis does not want to fight Lamont Roach. They had a date for them to fight, and then a date passed, and nothing happened. As a matter of fact, fans were suspecting that Tank Davis went and got legal trouble, anything to avoid Lamont Roach. I don't know about that, but that's what they said. And then he announced that he's fighting Jake Paul announced that he's fighting Tank Davis. If he goes in there with that heavyweight and he looks less than spectacular or even gets stretched, I don't care what BoxRec says about your record. People are going to clown you. Your stock is going to fall. So I just want you to be careful with your decisions.
Well, in those type of cases, it's like, okay, we know who we dealing with. Tank has developed the Floyd Mayweather syndrome before he became a Floyd Mayweather. He's nowhere near this man level. as to say that he deserved these type of fights. Like I can understand even Canelo or Terence Crawford. I know that he didn't fight those guys, but he had a 20-year long career. It's not his fault that he made all of this money and did all of this stuff thus far. He could retire comfortably and never worry again. The problem is that these fighters don't understand, like David Benavidez did, to say fuck them and move on. Because Lamont Roach got to say fuck him and move on. Now, who he's going to move on to, we don't know. You see what I'm saying? Those mismatches that those fighters don't give us makes their career noticeable. Like you were saying, like now we get to put an asterisk on who you are because you clearly ducked this fight. Now, Tank is clearly a duck for overlooking his rematch that should be important because you kind of lost. Like, sort of lost. Like,
Nah,
a
ain't no
lot
kinda. He lost, bro.
Right. So no,
That man took a knee and started talking about hair grease.
I'm getting there. Like, not kind of, sort of. You a lot lost. Like, you lost clearly. So they gave you one of them rivalries that I was looking for to say, damn, I was looking for that draw I was talking about with Canelo and Bud. They gave you that. I was thinking that they would have did that for Canelo. Nope, they gave it to you. Now my man want his get back to say, I clearly could beat you even better this time, and you know that he probably can. So you duck him and go for Jake Paul in an exhibition fight, bro. And you're not nobody to the sport of boxing, bro. You equivalent to Ryan Garcia. You are nobody to the sport of boxing. Why would you say that? Because he ain't fought nobody. Just to say that you got in the ring a bunch of times, who is he? Is he equal to anybody that's accomplished more than him? No, he not. My point exactly. He's not more accomplished fighter than Shakur Stevenson. See that? I got you, Shakur. If you listening, I got you. I got you. But he ain't nowhere near on Devin level. He ain't nowhere near on Shakur level, T.O. level. His counterpart, them 4 Kings, he better be missing out of that motherfucker. Him and Ryan Garcia. Because they ain't did shit. The other 3 did. Just keeping it up.
Dang. He said, what if Canelo got snack and hired Salas for the rematch?
He'll still lose. One snack's better than the other one. I got the 2025 snack.
Victor Conte giving him I ain't gonna lie. How many kids finna go work with Snack now, bro? I ain't gonna lie, bro. Because of Bud. How many boxes now for the make Snack?
I've been tired lately, Scholar. I'm about to give me some snack products.
Brother, don't you do it. Don't you do that. The side effects ain't worth it. I heard you grow an extra toe. You know, I heard that you glow in the dark. Don't you do that, brother. You get on those snack products, bro.
I'm gonna call Victor Conte to see what the mix is. It gotta be the right recipe. That's what they call it though, bro. They call it recipes. You know that?
Nah, I ain't know that.
Like when they give you your batch, they like, no, I mixed it. It's the right recipe for you. And it'd be a gang of shit. I ain't said it's performance enhancement drugs, but like a lot of stuff, like when creatine was a thing before it became a thing, people didn't understand how it would be a part of a dietary supplement intake, and you using creatine. It's illegal. It's a banned supplement. But you didn't know it at that time because they'll give it to you saying, man, it's the right recipe. And sometimes it's legit, you know. Like I did order some snack shit on some real shit. I did order some snack shit because I'm older, bro. So I be wanting to stay into my same
this man want to be young forever. If you don't get choked, this man want to stay young forever. He on that snack. You know what's gonna start happening? Ill people gonna get in street fights. People gonna get in street fights ill, and a person gonna be on snack, and they gonna be like, hold on, wait, what? You on snack? I don't want no problem, bro. I don't want no problem with you, man. Now
Bro,
you over there? Now you over there?
Snack is nice, man. Snack gets you tough. Like, man, I'm telling you, like if you got a workout regimen and you be hitting the gym and shit, that snack adds some pounds on to you too. It's like it give you that thickness. Like when you looking for them punches, like when you hitting the heavy bag and you want that boom, that snack put that extra muscle mass back where it's supposed to be. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. It ain't giving you extra power. It's just making if you know how to place your punches, then you know how to do punch placement. So it's like you could feel it though, like bam, like oh I got knockout power again. You know that type of stuff.
That
So
dude,
it's not a
that boy want to stay young forever.
bro. You done took snap.
Nah, hold up now. Hold on, I don't like the allegations. Hold up now. I did not have affairs with that woman, brother. Don't you do that.
You ain't never took snap.
Nah, I used to be an avid fan of them. I thought Victor Conte was a very smart person at the beginning, and I was like, it's legal. It's over the counter. They can't sell fucking steroids in a bottle. Everybody would be having heart attacks working with snack. But as I got older, bro, it's like I've tried every product. I know which products work and which ones don't. They just really expensive, and into Amazon and I think bodybuilder.com changed the game, because that's where you can buy stuff in bulk, for really cheap. And that was one of the sites I used to frequently use. But I can remember specifically, bro, that so the what is that stuff called? So they got something called ZMA nightcap. So I ain't gonna lie, this how you know placebo got something to do with it. I had did something that day, bro, and I injured myself. I was picking something up. I grabbed something and I picked it up and it was heavy. And then I got the mission complete, but I don't know what happened, bro. I don't know, one of my ribs fractured, came out of place, but it started it was puncturing my lung, bro. And this when I was boxing. It hurt me to breathe, bro. Bro, I thought I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was like, I can't even breathe, bro. What is life? I started getting my affairs in order, bro. And when I tell y'all, man, I'm gonna just try to sleep this off. Cause I'm not a drug person. I don't take Tylenol, I don't take none of that stuff, bro. No type of Motrin, all that stuff, bro. When I tell you I took Victor Conte's snack, ew. I bullshit you not, bro. I woke up. It was like a sensu being in Dragon Ball Z. I promise you, bro. Now this is why I say I don't know how much of it was mental or what, because I took the pill, the pill calculation. So I kept taking them while I was going to the gym because I felt good that first day, And then when I ran out, I went and bought the nightcap, the powder, and when I took that, I'm not gonna lie, bro, I was drowsy because they put melatonin in it. They put THP5 and stuff like that. It's sleep stuff that you're not really supposed to be messing with, And I was drowsy, cranky. I was like, man, I don't know if I took too much or when it's not working, but it's not working for me after that. So that's my experience with the ZMA.
But you know what that was for though? It was for when you work out and you bruise them muscles, that your healing process is sleep, right? So that's why I don't do that shit either. I never believed in that either. But that's one of the other recovery is like a recovery kit or something like that. Like Snack give you these kits similar to that, and it'd be a recovery. So the recovery will be like all of this central soothing type shit, and then you take these pills, and it's all filled with sleep aids to make you go to sleep so your muscles could heal from that. I don't believe in that. I think it's supposed to be natural. You gain natural melatonin through exercising and eating and relaxing. That's basically how it happens. But sometimes it could do good it depends on what you're doing. Like we not professional athletes, so I wouldn't recommend a regular person do nothing like that. But for certain people that got sleep depression or depressives and shit like that, they should use something like that to help them, or it'll be different.
Honestly, I think
when they come in the ring.
You know why I think it worked? You know why I think it worked? I think it worked, and I think it worked because I think it worked, bro, because I was deficient in magnesium, and it got zinc and magnesium, and a good bioavailable source. And it could have been that and placebo. And then I fell asleep. And then, you know, sleep is where you heal it and repair your tissues. And I was also young and I healed naturally like Wolverine anyway. So it probably was a combination of all three. But I think that's why, bro. I think that's why.
Hey, black don't crack, bro.
Yeah,
I
I think
don't
that.
make mistakes.
Hey, what's up?
Shout out to Terence Crawford for teaching me that. I'm old as hell to be. It's God will. I'm here because it's God will, scholar. I'm doing all of this because it's God's will. So shout out to the scholar for having me on the show because this is God's will. Terence Crawford made me believe that, y'all. So,
Bro, I was looking for this Paulie video. Tell me why one of the videos popped up when we was rating YouTube channels, bro. Me, you, and Bo. I don't even remember that. I remember where I was, but I don't remember doing that. I was doing Uber this day, bro. I was doing Uber Eats this day. That's crazy work, bro.
Which one? Who was who was the people? Who was the channel?
Well, I ain't gonna say one name, bro, because you already know who it is. I'm gonna just give you a huge hit. He don't know shit about it. You know, he was one of them. It was Boxing Gyms, ES New. It was the big channels. It was like the big channel, Boxing Voice. It was the big channels all the way to the local channels, the people I subscribed to. I think we even did Bruce Vane. Like I think we did. No, maybe we might have forgot Bruce. I can't remember, but Bo came up with the list and he was like, let's rank them. We even did Showbiz the Adult.
Yeah. I just talked about him. He did do a little bit, and it was dope because I don't appreciate when people like Punch Drunk and all of those dudes want to say everything that they saying without being fair about it. Like everybody was kind of fair to say I was wrong, I was right. Like I don't care about being wrong, bro. I can get them wrong 30% of the time, 70% of the time, I'm right, I'm good with it. Or 60-40, it doesn't matter. I'm a fan of the sport. So I'm just looking at people step up to the plate because I don't believe that you did this. Guess what have to happen for me to see that you did it? You have to step up a little bit more, and they do. And that's how they win those fights, bro. There's nothing wrong with saying what you're saying because they actually show. Like if Fernando Vargas showed more what I thought he had in him, he would have won the fight, but he didn't. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, but bro, that's what I was gonna tell you, bro. So if you do try something from Snack, do what is that stuff called, bro? They have a pre-workout. What is it called, bro? Let me look it up. I ain't gotta guess. It ain't Vitalized. What Jamel Charlo said, they don't even spell that right. Expedite. The Expedite stuff, bro. When I tell you, I don't know what they put in there, bro, but that stuff work, bro. That stuff will make you want to, that get on the good foot, James Brown, bro.
Fact.
He said the Canelo hype is over. That is a fact. Canelo, at this point, just gonna be a beltless fighter out there doing, what he can, and who will allow him at this point to get over. I feel like a champion because I step up to fight the best. Man, if you don't stop, bro,
But
this
what's
is
next for Canelo though? Because we automatically jump to Bud, but Bud not actually gonna be. He the older fighter. He could retire. What's next for Canelo though? That's the thing.
I think it's over.
He's 35 years old.
Man, that dude 145 as far as fights. He got 60-some fights. That was 63 camps ill, taking damage to his body. It's over, bro.
Oh, he had over 250 fights total.
That's too many fights.
Since amateurs and now over 250 fights.
Yeah, that's too many
I
fights.
don't know. That's a lot, bro. I mean, damn. I mean, even Ryan Garcia had a lot of amateur fights, but to do it at the high level after that, he didn't do that. Canelo did that for 2 decades. So, man, I can say I remember this man from years and years ago. Only person that's been around me for all of that time is my guys and family, but my wife and all of that, we remember this man since he was figuring it out. So it seemed like he got it all figured out now. He damn near close to $1 billion. He got like 3 fights next to get 2 fights to get to $1 billion. So he did his thing, man.
So he said Canelo still draws the Vegas crowd. And how many times you think the Vegas crowd gonna keep on getting tricked by Canelo? I know it's a sucker born every day, but I want to point this out to you. Maybe let me see if I can find it. So Bivol in the Bivol fight, you know, when Canelo was getting beat up, there was a woman who came to see Canelo clearly, right? She was a nice looking chick, and she was sitting ringside, right? And she was on her phone the entire time Bivol was beating Canelo pillar to post. She was disinterested with the fight. Not only is Canelo not giving good performances, but he's getting whooped in the performances. How long do you think Mexican fans are going to continue to show up to see Canelo get beat up? If that's the case, Julio Cesar Chavez would still be a draw if they was that slow. They're not going to continue to support Canelo and he keep on putting on performances like this. Even in the Berlanga fight, when he knocks Berlanga down, he just coasts for the rest of the fight. Carmen Mugia knocks him down, coasts for the rest of the fight. Mexican fans are not stupid. They're not going to continue to show up to see Canelo go 12 rounds with everybody and then get beat up in some fights.
Yes, they is.
I don't think so. I don't think so, bro. They be booing Canelo
I'm not
now.
saying that they stupid. I'm not gonna say that. I mean, no, I love my Mexican people and I got mad respect for them. But especially when it comes to the boxing thing. But Canelo is somebody, bro. And it's like it took some time for them to get over Julio Cesar Chavez. He was still having bullshitty fights later on in his career, and they were still supporting it. So I think the same thing that could happen for Canelo. He just got a different sort of prestige and class in this era because he's well paid. So he don't have to do that. I would think that he should go out on boxing royalty and just leave it at that. He lost to one of the best fighters in the world. I would just go out like that. Period.
Got nothing to be ashamed of.
Nope, none at all. I mean, he just made $150 million, bro. Like, no, you have nothing to be ashamed of. You fought I mean, your resume is better than everybody's in boxing. Everybody. Literally. No matter if you duck people or not, it's still better than every other boxer in boxing. Bro, leave it alone, man. You ain't got nothing else to prove to these people. That boy is 20-something. You 30-something. Leave him alone, man. Stay the fuck away from him and get the hell out of there. You wanted to fight somebody that was at least your age or older. You did that. You lost. So whatever. Leave it alone. Get the hell out of Dodge. Enjoy your wife, your kids, your money. Like, don't you want to spend some time with them people?
Don't you want to spend your money?
Because I would find a way to spend $1 million a year. Like I was just telling you, I don't have nothing in my life that I want to spend $1 million on a year. Well, Canelo got 800 million reasons why he can think that way, or 400, 500, 600 million reasons why he could think that way.
He said Pac-Man still get money. Everybody talked about Pac-Man shouldn't be in the ring and how he was desperate for the money. Nobody to this day has ever reported any figure from what Manny Pacquiao made to get in the ring at 46 and take punches. To this day, we still don't know. So no, we can't say that. I'm gonna say this. Canelo used to always sell excellency to the Mexican fans. He made sure that everybody he negotiated with, Al Heyman, Eddie Hearns, that Mexican fans were going to get the fights for free. And he told the Mexican fans that I'm the best in the world and that nobody could beat me. And he actually had skills. He was able to sell it. This is why they were still willing to pay for dud fights. Fights that wasn't exciting. Because after the Caleb Plant fight, he stopped trying to knock people out. But they were able to, he was able to sell that. He's no longer able to. He doesn't have any belts. He got beat by a guy that never fought at the weight, moved up 2 weight classes. what can he sell to the Mexican fans that they're going to continue to spend their money when they're probably going to jump ship to David Benavidez? This is the natural
But
flow
what if
of
he
it.
beat David Benavidez, bro? Like,
Man, bro.
what if
If
Canelo
Canelo,
come
okay,
back and beat David
bro.
Benavidez?
If Canelo beat David Benavidez, bro, I am going to not post on my channel for 3 months. And the only video I will post every day is Canelo's the true GOAT. I'll do a live every single day with the title Canelo's the GOAT and give you a docu series about how he the GOAT. If he beat Benavidez, bro, he will not beat Benavidez, bro. Benavidez will starch Canelo, bro. Especially, bro.
No, I know that. I'm saying, but what if he do come back and beat that man? Like, wouldn't that be some epic shit in his life? Like that, the ending of that story. I would retire after that.
Yeah.
But let's just say that he came back after losing to Terence Crawford because they don't fight the same. He actually fight more to what Canelo want to do if Canelo still got it in him. I just don't think he got it in him. But that's neither here nor there. Let's say he did win the fight though. Like, god damn, wouldn't that make him somebody like
if he did that, bro,
level of hot,
we're gonna reach out to
Cesar
Spike
Chavez?
Lee. We're gonna reach out to Spike Lee and we're gonna make a movie called Pele Rojo. And we're gonna make it Canelo's life story and how he slayed the dragon, bro. Because if he's able to pull something like that off, bro, beat the guy, because you know, he lost the Bud moving up, and everybody think it's over for him. Then he become an underdog in a fight and go beat the guy who we don't want to see Bud get in the ring with. He go beat that guy. No. That's a storybook ending for Canelo's career, just like Bud got his storybook ended. You know, he don't ever have to fight again after that. Just like Bud don't got to fight again after that. He would have proved everything he proved. Fought the guy everybody wanted to fight in his prime, you know, and beat him. But nah, Canelo can't do that, bro. Canelo is a shell of himself, and he knows it. That's why he was so humble in defeat. That's why he was so humble in defeat. I've never seen Canelo that humble. He was humble as hell. He was like, yeah, you know, I'm a real champion. Well, why? Because I said so. Now he was like, nah, I'm a real champion. And they was like, well, why? Why are you a real champion? He was like, well, I'm a real champion because I took the fight with the best. Man, if you don't get your, you know what I mean? Come on, man, you better stop this, bro. Tell this to somebody who gonna believe it, bro.
Well, I mean, let's see what David Benavidez do with Anthony Yard. It's not over yet. You see what I'm saying? Like, he still got some, and Anthony Yard hit hard. He's a good boxer. I don't think David got power like Arthur Beterbiev. So it should be a good fight. I'm looking at something different in that fight, to be honest, Scholar. I'm looking at David struggling with Anthony Yard because he moving up and he a big boy. And he even took power from some of the best punchers in that division, bro. David haven't.
Ew. What you telling me is a lot of things that my brain can't even process. If Canelo beat Benavidez, bro, when I tell you my brain will explode, bro. And then you say Anthony, bro, you know, I think
I'm not saying he could beat him. I'm saying
hold on. Let me tell you how my thinking process is. I think that Lil Nas X has a better chance of getting pregnant than Anthony Yard beating David Benavidez.
No, I didn't say he could beat him. I was saying since David Benavidez moved up to 175, he haven't looked like the same David Benavidez, so we can't say that.
I don't disagree with that. But Anthony Yard, like you said, Anthony Yard is a journeyman. First of all, we got to remember.
He's a tough one though.
But he got beat by Kovalev that Canelo knocked out.
Yeah, but that was a younger Anthony Yard that was like
that's worse. A dude in his prime.
He was immature during that time, man. He was a little arrogant. You know how them fucking UK dudes is, Scholar. They be arrogant, not trying to own into their craft and shit like that. But I'm not taking I'm not saying that he's gonna win a fight. I'm saying like this is like a test for David at this point because he's a bigger guy, and David just got into this weight class and he didn't look spectacular yet to say that he's the same monster that we seen at 168. So this is a test for him because he's a bigger guy, he got power, and he could box. That's what I'm saying. Not saying that David is not gonna win a fight. I'm just saying that this is one of them we'll see if you about this life type shit.
We found Piro. Where you been at? We was gonna put a PSA out for you, brother.
What up? What up? No, I just had I got a whatchamacallit, the home inspector coming. So like I had to putting up the gutters and stuff. So I got busy.
Piro, what you think about the fight? I ain't heard from you since the fight.
I mean, I didn't get what I hoped for, to be honest. Bud Crawford fought a good fight. Like it was frustrating though with Canelo because like it was like Skull, but like not like the performance like the Skull had, but like the performance that kind of Canelo had. Like, did you notice, Scholar, that like I mean Canelo had been knowing that like literally the judges are gonna be favoring the real good movement that Crawford was doing, and then like literally his defense was on point. So like, why did Canelo like at certain points in the fight, when like nothing was coming to him, like he wouldn't throw? Did you notice that?
I don't know, Piro. I think
maybe he's like maybe he can't pull the trigger no more. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not trying to take away nothing from Crawford, man. You know?
Yeah. Oh well, he definitely on the slip. I mean, Ray Charles see that, and he dead and blind. He definitely slipping, but it could be that. It could be he respected his power too much. He was worried about what was coming back. I don't know. When he did something weird. You remember at the press conference whenever he nodded to him and stuff like that, and I thought he was trying to persuade him. He did the same thing before the opening bell. He nodded to him like, "Bro, we're here. What are you doing?" Like he don't got it no more. You remember Tyson like, "I don't have the stomach for this anymore, guys." I think mentally he's made too much money.
He apologized to him in the ring. Did you hear that? Yeah, when he hit him with the headbutt, it was like the accidental headbutt or whatever, and got a little nick on his eye. He's like, so when they broke it up, they're like, watch out for the headbutt. So he's like, and then Canelo's like, "I'm sorry, buddy."
Oh man,
seriously, he said that. I'm like, why are you telling me you're sorry, bro? It's accidental, bro. Like,
man, bro, come on. Even if it ain't accidental, it's a fight. What Tyson should throw headbutts, elbows. You remember what's the fight?
We ain't got to talk about Evander Holyfield.
Oh, that bro, he'll be apologizing from now till he die if he apologized for every headbutt he ever threw.
He done injured 19 fighters. But
bro, I'm finna pull that up. That was the nastiest headbutt I've ever seen, bro.
Yeah, Evander Holyfield is a horrible
Holyfield and Rockman. I mean
Rockman. Yeah, I seen Rockman. And shout out to Lennox Lewis and I seen Rockman for being together doing a fight, man. That was dope.
I seen that. I was like, they have like a long-standing beef.
Yeah, they did.
See, Turkey out of sheet making everybody clap that. Turkey out of sheet making everybody twerk for money, bro. He got people that's been beefing. Everybody be like, man, y'all don't need to do that. What's up with all this boxer, these Hall of Fame greats beefing? We don't need this. And then they're like, man, fuck all y'all. Fuck what y'all talking about. Turkey come in one day like, hey, man, I need y'all to stop that. They're like, you know what, Turkey? Come here, Lennox. Give me a hug. I'm sorry about this, man. I don't want to be doing this. Why we fight? I'm like, damn, bro. That's crazy work, bro. How much money do that man really got?
Yo, fellas, this has nothing to do with the fight. But I was talking to you, Scholar, when they were about to do the ring walks, and then they're about to announce them. So I was like, fuck it, they're about to fight or whatever. But when they did the ring walks, like, remember you were saying it was coming out to Eminem?
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. So I exited the live to get ready to watch the fight. So the song that was coming out, it wasn't even Eminem. It was this song. It's like a Mexican like folk song or whatever, or it's like a Mexican corrido. It was made famous by Antonio Banderas in the movie Desperado.
Yeah,
I thought Canelo was walking out to that. So I was even telling my brother-in-law, it's like, imagine if Antonio Banderas was singing that. That'd be crazy. But it was Bud Crawford coming out.
You didn't know?
Yeah, and he took the guitar. He took the guitar because you remember.
Y'all didn't know that was from that movie, but that was from also that dude that trolled him. That's his ring walk for like 3 years in a row. That's his
Really?
ring walk too. Yeah, the MMA fighter, the
I know
UFC
you talking
fighter,
about.
he's a champion. That's his ring walk too. The same exact thing.
That's
But
interesting.
he didn't never have a live Marciati thing.
That was real interesting. And you know what's crazy? Like, I don't know if this is true because there's a lot of like they try just to make up narratives, but the narrative that what is true is that the national anthems weren't played.
They wasn't.
No.
Bruh, and there's a video that I saw that TKO and whatever they forbade the Mexican national anthem from playing. And I'm like, I don't know if that's true
Dana
or not,
White,
but
bro. Dana White.
That's Canelo's thing. Is about like literally like Viva Mexico cabrones and all that stuff. I thought that was odd, bro. I'm like, Canelo, what are you doing, bro? Like, did I like just like kind of like read you wrong? Did just like it's always been? I don't know, bro. That's what's been like. Other than the fight was the fight, but that's been messing with me, bro.
Man.
Okay, so I ask you this, bro. Wait, Scholar, I gotta ask him this. Because this goes back to everything that I was talking about with Turkish Al-Sheikh. I'm not calling that dude, excellency or none of that shit. His name is Turkish Al-Sheikh, man. I don't rock with him like that. Dana White neither, and I know he a racist piece of shit. So, do you think that it's cool for what Canelo and Terence Crawford did to promote this new echelon of boxing to what we about to see fighters have to go through dealing with Dana White?
Well, but that's what was odd to me, bruh, is that like so the build up to the fight was, like between us and between like the fighters and the interviews and stuff about like, especially in the press conference, like put belt to ass, that was common. But then when we got to the actual like the actual like conference and on fight week, like literally like they weren't like focusing on the fight. Like literally like all the videos were like praising Kuk Zaitel, like asking Dana White these questions, and like I just thought that was weird. Like literally like like so is John Zaitel fighting in this fight? Is this not the super fight that's like gonna save boxing? Didn't they just sell out this like and the arena was packed out? Like a salute to them. But the thing was, and then like it was funny, like because even Dana White, I thought like Dana White kind of like exposed them a little bit. Well, because at the end of the day, it's like make an interview. We're talking about it. This is about the fighters, right? And he's like, oh, okay. He's like, do you have anything to say to the fighters? And then John Zaitel is like, Canelo and Bud, have a good fight, and he just walks off. I'm like, what? I don't know, bro.
I mean,
the whole other than like the build up coming to it, that was all whatever. It was the same old. But the fight week festivities and like and then like Canelo was like doing like trying to like make John Zaitel and Dana White get into a. I'm like, huh?
That shouldn't have been a thing. To
Canelo
be
was
honest,
too
we got
relaxed.
time for that shit.
Too much money. You know what let me know he was too relaxed? In the fight with Berlanga, you remember he was like, okay, motherfucker, bang, 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 bang. Remember all that shit? Saying what he's gonna do to him and stuff. And then in this one, he got on stage and started dancing. He was like, yeah, started dancing to the music. I'm like, you know,
It gave me like Hagler vibes at the end of the Ray Leonard fight. Remember he started dancing at the end of the fight?
Yeah,
Y'all do know that Canelo did come.
Like everybody like criticized him a little bit, talking about like, oh, he knows he lost or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then he was just saying that, like, like finally, or whatever. But I don't know, bro. It's just like the fight was the fight. Like to be honest, it wasn't all that eventful. Like like I said, Terence Crawford fought a great fight. Like Canelo's defense was actually on point. So Crawford's was like even more on point. Like literally, like Canelo hit a lot of gloves. Other than his body work, like Canelo could have missed that shot to the body, but it had no effect on Crawford. Like it was, but all the other stuff, man, it's been weird, bro. And like one of his things since he started in boxing is that, like he said that in interviews. I promised the Mexican fans that they'll never have to pay to watch Canelo Alvarez fight. And then they had a thing that was reported on that, like in Mexico, they ignored his contract and it was only available on Netflix. And even Canelo commented on that. He's like, yeah, it's in my contract. And he's like, I don't know, maybe it was just maybe I just was caught slipping, but but yeah, it's in my contract. But no, it's gonna be on Netflix. So I'm like, damn, like literally the all these little subplots about that type of stuff is like that's not like that's just weird to me. It's just like I don't know.
Well, he did try to stand up for boxing and go against the grain with Dana White, because when Max Kellerman was up there saying his little two piece about how they making the sport of boxing even better, then that's when Sean came up and said his thing. But after that, him and Terence Crawford was saying back to Max Kellerman, like, boxing is still a great sport, and it's a big sport without any of those entities joining in. He did say something about it. It's just that it wasn't the time and the place, Piro. It wasn't, he a professional. He is very professional about the sport of boxing. He like the poster boy for it. Because if you want somebody to represent the sport of boxing the way it is, it should be a Canelo or a Terence Crawford. So you will look at that and say, what are they supposed to do in they moments? These are their moments. So why take away from their moment to address something like that? Even though Max was saying his little thing, but Canelo came right at him after that. Was like, man, no,
Yeah,
Max.
I saw that part, but that was odd to me. It's like it was almost like the fight week promotion or whatever. It was like focused on Dana White and his first venture into the fight instead of like how like there was they were selling it before, where like the two best boxers to determine who's going to be the best of his generation. Can Bud Crawford move up 2 weight classes and beat Canelo and like it was all that stuff before. It was none of that stuff during fight week. Like I don't even think they asked the boxing questions during their little interviews during fight week.
It was very in and out, vague with the boxing questions, more about different shit about what. But I understand why fans or the boxing community is kind of aware of what's going on at this point, because you got Dangerous Dana getting into the sport of boxing. That's not going to be good for the boxers. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I call cap on that. Like the fans don't care none about that. I'm not calling cap on you. So? I just don't think. Yeah, I don't like. I mean, the fans they were more about trolling, bro. I mean, come
on. Well, when it said the fan Puro, I'm quite sure that they is, because you know how Dana is with his own fighters, and we know how it is. And boxers not used to that, because they represent. Boxers don't need a unit around them like UFC need a unit around some of those fighters. Boxing don't need that. Boxing get what we get, and we deal with what we have. If you are charismatic and you talented, then you would probably be one of those top people in boxing, and you can still make millions. But if you think that you're gonna go the UFC route to get to these millions through Dana White, no, that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna be a millionaire until like your 10th year of fighting.
Yeah, like even though like the like points I brought up had they have really nothing to do with the fight. It's just like it's been messing with my head, bro. Not just Canelo, but just like the whole energy of the shit, bro. Like literally, they even had a Jean Zeitel and Sean Porter. They even had a haha Canelo you lost party right after the fight. Like the only one that wasn't laughing and talking shit was like Marco Antonio Barrera. He just looked like he looked uncomfortable. It was crazy, man.
But Pure, you gotta understand why. A haha Canelo moment, bro. This man, the people that everybody wanted, the person that everybody wanted him to fight was Benavidez. And when they was asking about Benavidez, he basically said Benavidez, he need what, $200 million to fight him, 150, so whatever he said, I don't remember, right? And then when they asked would he fight Terence Crawford, he was like, well, I think, never say never, basically. But then he came out after he got back, like, man, I ain't fighting no Bud. He's too small. What would I fight him for? And then Bud went to Turkey, made the fight happen. Now all of a sudden, he's saying that Terence Crawford is an elite fighter. Even though he said he ain't got no elite fighters on his resume, he said he's an elite fighter. then he loses that fight. If he would have lost against Benavidez, nobody would have judged him because Benavidez is a good fighter. If him and Benavidez had a close fight.
Hey guys, let me ask
Man,
y'all a question right quick.
That's me. That's just me personally.
Let me ask you a question then, Piero, real quick. Who has the best resume in boxing right now, to this day, right now? Like, if you name an active fighter.
Crawford.
Canelo still.
Canelo, right?
Canelo still.
No.
Yeah.
Terence Bud Crawford.
Terence Crawford got his best win of this generation by far. You know, like up to this point, because he pulled off what a lot of people, not the boxing pundits. Everybody thought Bud was gonna win. But like most people thought, you know, it was just, you know, it was good. Like, yeah, they were supremely skilled. Like even me, like you can attest to anybody that asked me, like, oh, who you got in the fight, blah, 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 yakety yak. I never said that like Canelo was a guaranteed win. I always said, even like when I mentioned that like Bivol could be the next opponent, I said if he beats Bud Crawford. I never like, obviously I thought it was gonna be a mountain to climb, but I never. That when they always ask me that question, does Terence Crawford have a chance? I'm like, yeah, he has a chance. He's supremely skilled. It's just he's never fought at the weight. It's gonna be a tough kill to climb, but not.
Man, I thought that was the closest, bro. I'd never been so confident for a pick, bro. Because I said, okay, let's say Bud does pull it off. I know he got to fight them judges, bro. Them judges that refereed the fight have refereed 3 of Canelo's last fights, or 4 now, all together. So they get to talk and party outside the fights and say, why did you pick that? Man, you got to give Canelo more rounds or whatever the case may be. I thought that was a for sure win, bro.
It's in total.
What I'm saying, fellas.
The judges judging these fights, that's a total. Out of all the 60 fights, he only judged those 3-4 fights.
Yeah. The last 4 fights that he had, they judged them together. But hold on, let me say this here. Because if they got a variety of different judges from all over the place that don't know each other, because we already know boxing is corrupt and they consolidate the corruption, but these judges actually get to have phone calls and talk like everybody on the panel. Can you imagine me, you, and Il going to go judge a fight, and then we get to talk about afterwards the fight, and then get to go judge another fight? And it's just like, come on, man. Like, to be honest with you, they had the fight scored really, really the similar score that they had with Bivol and Canelo. And Bud's team said they think they was going to try to rob them. And I'm like, well, so they even thought there was a possibility of them getting robbed. I don't know why they would put it in the judge's hands if they thought that, but that was risky business. But they pulled it off.
I never
the reason why I was asking, hold on, Piro. The reason why I was asking y'all this whole thing, Piro, give me a second. The reason why I was asking y'all the question about who have the best resume still to this current day is to say that that's blaspheme on Canelo name and what he done to the sport of boxing in those 2 decades that he's been in them, and to disrespect him at this point is a sentiment to why boxers don't like losing, because the fans would just go against him like as if he not who he only got 3 losses. MMA fighters got 14 losses and shit like that. Like, that's crazy though. But you go to the UK and that person that lost over 5 and 6 times is celebrated notoriously. We still celebrate Eric Chisora, for Christ's sakes.
I was about to say he's gonna be 70 years old, Il. Derek Chisora is 70 years old with he got 145 losses. They like, hey man, Derek Chisora got a chance. Man, if you don't stop. But no. So I will say this. It's not that, Il. If Canelo had fought Benavidez, which is the fight that everybody want to see, and he had lost, I feel like that's a graceful loss. Benavidez would beat a lot of people at 68. Matter of fact, he beat David Morrell, who a lot of people thought that was a 50-50 fight. You know, and he made David Morrell look pretty basic in that fight. So a lot of people wouldn't. There's no way you can hold anything over Canelo's head if he loses to Benavidez. But the fact that he brought Crawford up from 2 weight classes and lost in the manner that he did, it wasn't even a tight fight.
It was. In my opinion, it was tight.
How you have it scored, Pierre?
I didn't score it, but I didn't think the judges had it wrong, too off. Like, I even agree. I could even see the 116, 111 scorecard, because like the thing was, it's like Bud, everybody was trying to see how Bud was going to fight. Like most people, because of the size, they're saying when Bud gets touch that chin, he'll probably turn into a Jermell Charlo. A lot of people thought that, but then no. Then the rebuttal was like, no, Crawford's got too much of that dog in him. Like if it turns to a firefight, he's gonna go out on the shield, you know. But at the end of the day, like I thought the most sensible fight plan for Bud Crawford to have, or anybody to have an opinion on, is the way he fought. It turned out to be true. Like I never thought he was gonna like press Canelo. Like I thought that was gonna be his best chance to win, which obviously I was wrong. But like I knew he was gonna fight the way that he fought. Like I mean, like if you're Crawford and like literally like you're not nobody's getting in your head. I mean, like that's the best way to fight him, because that's the ways, other than Floyd, that's the ways he's lost.
You know what's crazy, Piro, is in my breakdown I said I thought the fight would go exactly like Lara. And Lara was a close fight that went to Canelo, you know, and it was gonna be controversial. That's how I see it going. I thought the shoulder.
Scholar, you were on point, bruh. When I was watching that fight, I was thinking Lara. But Terence did just run for his life like Lara did, because like he doesn't fight in that style. But like literally, like you remember like when I told you like one time, like, hey, who'd you have win in that fight? I was just curious, and then you even made a video on your channel, breaking it down. And like literally, like to me, like in the first two rounds, which it gave to Crawford, which I gave to Canelo, because the body shots reminded me so much of the Crawford fight. Because I remember like Lara, the first 6 rounds, was having so much success against Canelo with his style, but Canelo was ripping those body punches, which eventually slowed down Lara. Where I'm like, okay, maybe that's the plan. He's waiting for Bud to slow down. But the thing was, the difference in the fights is against Lara. When Lara slowed down, like, if you want to make an argument that Terence Bud slowed down, like he was able to actually like start catching up to Lara. He never was able to get it effective other than the body punches on Bud. You know, he got him with some big shots, but it was like, you know, like
Bud was catching everything. He was using his hands.
He
wasn't using the defense was in his hands this time. It wasn't in his arms or other fighters who use a shoulder roll or something like that. He was catching it. He was basically just deflaring the shot with his own hand. That's a better defense when you're trying to not get hit like that, because you throwing a punch in the same sequence. It's like you punching his arm down instead of just getting rid of the punch. So he was able to use that same hand to counter him, because he was able to dodge it with the same hand. It's hard, but that man been practicing for it. You could see he been doing this for a long time.
And that was ultimately why I thought it was close, and ultimately what told the tale of the fight. When Canelo was trying to get his counters off, he would get blocked, or he would land one big one, and Crawford would take it, you know, smile at him or whatever. Crawford, to me, won the rounds. It's not like I seen a lot of like titles. I haven't watched the videos because like I don't agree with it. Why am I gonna? And then a lot, you know, like other than Scholar and other people, like these guys don't know boxing anyways. But like when Crawford did have success offensively, like when landed the combinations, they were few and far between, but it was more than Canelo did. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
For me or for anybody, like it, just like if you're say it was you could just take Canelo's name out of it, so take the bias out of it. Like literally, like I could see a fan being frustrated, like Canelo, like especially like I don't know, like I couldn't tell you the rounds, but like tell me if I'm lying. Towards the end of the round, there'd be like sequences where like they're like Bud, you know, doing his things, like like Canelo's trying to walk him down and Bud's using the angles or whatever, but nothing's coming. And then like literally when Canelo like would have him like close to the ropes, he wouldn't like let his hands go. Like, did you guys notice that?
Yep. I don't know why.
So imagine be frustrated and like, bruh, and then like, bruh, he's defending his like undisputed championship. To me, I never thought Canelo had a sense of urgency to like, man, like literally, I at least gotta have one big round. So like, you know, like I can have at least in my head, like, okay, at least I gotta have one big round. But yeah, man, I mean,
that's
like,
what old age look like, Piro.
Yeah, no, that's like all the obviously.
That's not old age.
Canelo's the only one who would know,
bro. You know.
Yo, so whoever I just deleted comment, that was a complete accident, man. I'm on my phone and I don't like the way the chat scroll. It don't let me see the full chat. So that was an accident. My bad.
I don't think it was wear and tear though, because like a lot of the things that made Canelo Canelo he didn't do in this fight.
Wear and tear. Piro, like after a while, like he young, he only 35. He not our age. So
Man, that
like
dude old,
he
ill.
got wear and tear. Yeah. I mean, but Bud,
I think
old 3 years older than him.
He
That's the
is,
only
but we
thing
we talking
now,
about the ring age. We talking about
Right. That's
not the
what I'm saying.
biological age.
That makes him old then. That wear and tear, yeah, that makes him old. Like I say, he have over 250 fights total. So, I mean, hey, when you get into that up and most of them like at the later part of his life been big fights. Like I say, man, his resume speaks for itself. Nobody in this modern time got his resume. Period. So he could go out right now and be still the best Mexican fighter. I don't care nothing about Julio Cesar Chavez because he ain't fight nobody like Canelo did.
Chavez wouldn't
He did.
have lost to
Wait a
to a guy.
minute, wait a minute. Hold up now. Chavez
He
did something
didn't.
Canelo can't do. Beat somebody, knock somebody out that's good with their feet.
Well, yeah, he did that. Well, Canelo did that too. He did that to Caleb Plant.
Yeah, but Caleb Plant is overrated, bro. That's why, like people thought were like that I was hating on Caleb Plant. I'm like, no, I was just seeing what I saw. His best fights up to that point were a bunch of like they're good fighters, but they weren't Canelo's level. Canelo was gonna cook that dude. It wasn't even competitive that fight. Don't get me wrong, I give him credit. You know, made him undisputed and all, and that was the champion. You could only fight the champions that were there. But like if I like 10 years from now, I'm bringing up a Canelo's biggest wins. It ain't gonna be Caleb Plant.
Yeah, I know, but he was a mover. I just
It don't matter. It don't matter. Like he's beating movers. He's literally beating every mover except for Dimitri Bivol and Floyd Mayweather. And Floyd Mayweather didn't move in the fight.
The man because
Like,
I was able to see it.
Bud is not a mover though, Scholar. Like Bud is not considered a mover.
Hey, he went into the booth that day.
No. He fought the game plan and gave him the best chance to win. And kudos to him. But like he's not known to be a mover. That's why I didn't include him in that. Like Floyd was known to be a mover, but in that particular fight, Floyd did not move. Floyd stood in the pocket with him and was just picking them apart.
Well, I mean, hey, it's not about how. Look, man, we've seen a lot of fighters lose. Marvin Hagler lost. Hitman Tommy Hearns lost. Floyd just didn't lose, and Andre Ward, a couple of guys just didn't lose. But
see, that's the
I
thing
thought
about
a lot of people lost in the middle of their career too, Piro. But I'm just looking at Canelo's career.
Legitimate questionable wins that should have been losses. Like to me, but that's the thing though. That's where like most fans will like literally like they think they're trying to take away from a fighter because he lost a fight. Like literally, depending on how you lose, that does not take away. Like you just didn't have enough.
Yeah,
like,
bro. So I'm looking at Canelo's career.
And like literally, that's not I'm thinking and like this, that, and the other. Like that's general consensus. Like even Floyd had that. That's why he rematched
Piro, I'm basically saying this. Canelo career should not be questioned because of his loss. He done so much in the sport for 2 whole decades that we got to appreciate. Like I say, if we don't get Canelo anymore, we don't get Cinco de Mayo and Mexican Independence Day with a great fighter anymore, because Floyd Mayweather did it and a couple of other fighters before that point did it, but nobody did it like Floyd and Canelo, and we'll miss out on that. And that would be a huge loss to boxing in my own right, because I'm a boxing fan and I know what it means to the sport. It's crazy that we talking about Canelo like he wasn't, and he not who he is. Like I just said that about Terence Crawford a couple of days ago. Now I'm saying it about Canelo.
Who's saying that within our circles? That he's not who he
Well, not in our circles. I ain't talking about us, but I'm saying like it's crazy how people would throw shade and disrespect the man for being.
That's Canelo. That's Canelo since he started, bro. Like literally, that comes back to like why like he's so why in the eyes of like the boxing insiders and the fighters, like he was questioned, and he's still questioned to this day. Like literally, like. Y'all don't know it because y'all don't speak Spanish, but like the Spanish. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if you watch the Spanish language channels or the Spanish language broadcasters. They're going in on Canelo. Because there's some
That's
narrative that's
what
going around that
that's
like
mainly what I'm talking about, Piro.
he's been kicking out.
I'm not even talking about black people or nothing like that. I'm actually talking about. I'm glad you said that, bro. I'm not even talking about black people.
No, I'm
It's
not
not
saying
black
you're
people
talking
that
about
I'm
black people. I'm not saying you're talking about black people. Like
talking
literally,
about. The
like,
Mexican community is on
not just
some
the Mexican
bullshit
community,
with,
not just the Mexican community.
bro. A lot of fighters that, and I understand why other broadcasts and podcasts don't rock with Canelo because Canelo don't give them credentials and shit like that. But
No, but that's what they want to say, but that's not true.
well, I got some information that it is true about a certain channel, and you know that channel.
What's the channel?
That's Antonio and Barrera show.
Nah, like what are you talking about? Like for the Caleb Plant fight, like they were covering that fight. Like Canelo, they even did a Canelo interview.
Oscar, he did not Oscar. He didn't give Oscar none.
But yeah, but like literally that's recent times. Like
That was
like
after. That was after Puro, because at first they didn't have credentials. They was talking about it on their show before.
No. But they've never said that. People put those words in their mouth. Like literally, like Barrera, like literally, like was one of the instrumental fighters when Canelo was coming up to put him on. That's why, like I saw some videos about this respected boxing what's it called? A respected boxing journalist, like older than Dirt. He's like very respected boxing journalist in Mexico, Lalo Camarena, and like literally, like he says that type of stuff. Like Juan Manuel Marquez don't even say it, you know. Like
No, that's because he's a Julio Chavez fan.
No, it's not. It's just it's like literally you speak Spanish. Watch the Un Round Mas episode, and Eric Morales breaks down why Juan Manuel Marquez has so much like I want to say hate. I don't know if he hates the man. Hate's a strong word, but has like been overly critical around the years. No, that's because like literally like so Marquez is supposed to be the era of Barrera. Like they're supposed to be all three of them should have had like been like mentioned with each other. But for most of their career, it's only until the end. It's only Morales and Barrera. But the thing is that when they started to retire, and then Marquez started because he started late, started to come up. Literally, as soon as like he was starting to get that buzz about being the best Mexican fighter in the sport, out comes Canelo, and he says it in Spanish, really funny. And he's like, "Fuck," he's like, you know. So at the end of the day, like literally, like Marquez hasn't been really overly critical about his career, like some like YouTubers or like haters have been. But like when it comes to like a lot of the talking points, he echoes them. But and that's just because like literally like he was about to be like that dude, you know, like literally like at one point it was Floyd, it was gonna be Floyd, Manny, and Juan Manuel. Out comes Marquez, you know, and I think he holds that grudge against him, and it's cool. I'm not tripping on him, you know, like whatever, he's got his opinion, but yeah, like Marco Antonio Barrera, I don't believe it one bit, bro. I don't believe it.
But what is your top 5 Mexican fighters?
I would say obviously Chavez is the GOAT, Salvador Sanchez, Juan Manuel Marquez, Canelo, Puas Olivares, George Paez, Benito Lopez. That's more than 5, but that's because like
you keep going.
I was mentioning that to somebody the other day. Like literally, it's like Mexican boxing is like American boxing. It gets so many boxers, you can't just pick 5.
No, I just said 5 quick so we can go through because I did hear.
Well, I give you 10. I just gave you 10.
Yeah, real quick you did, but I got
20
them
real
too.
quick.
Yeah, I know a lot of Mexican. We know our guys. Trust me, we know our guys. So
like
we know who's
like
good
no
now.
hate, and I'm not trying to like say oh my god like trying to like be like try to big up, but like you can't not know. You can't say you're a boxing fan and not know Mexican boxers. It's like saying you're a boxing fan and not know American boxers, bro. You know,
Fact. No, but they are guys. You heard what I just said. We know our guys. Like they belong to us. They're not Mexican fighters. They are fighters because we seen them. We rooted for them. It was epic fights that we was a part of also. So I got to witness the same fight. I got to be the same fan that you were. It was no different. That Mexican fighter did not treat me any different if I met him than you. it was love, bro. I know boxing better than most. Trust me.
No, I know you do, but like literally, like Mexican fans, at least from where I come from, the way my fandom was raised through my pops is different. It's different. But I understand with you, like literally, like I know, like trust me, I 100% agree with you. I'm just being a little contradictory though, but still, I'm sick.
No, it's a beautiful thing to say that they are our fighters, but we could break them up. That's the beautiful part about boxing that we can't do with team sports. That's why I'm really the team sport guy like that, because I did everything by myself, and I'm probably arrogant because of that, and have that in my own right to say I built my own business, I built my own brand, I built my own me. You know, to say that I did all of that stuff for myself, that I was a one-person army anyway. I fought by myself. I trained with 3 people, not a camp. You know, it was always something to make me think about me all the time. Me, not saying that I'm arrogant like that, but it was like you got to be that way. So when you fighting and you know that sport, you automatically look to every generation and even Ukrainians or Russians. When you see that one, like we seen that in before they even was somebody in boxing, we seen that in Rocky, and then here they come. They started being somebody. The Russians and the Ukrainians, they just started being tough guys. But to say that we can forget any culture of boxing, like black, white, not white in the sense to say just white, they got to be Irish, or they got to have pride with the shit just like everybody else, because that's what boxing is about. If you look at it, boxing is about pride. So you have Mexican pride, you have black pride, you have Puerto Rican pride.
I know more.
You have,
the day it was different, and I loved it.
Filipino pride. Yeah, but look how they do for Manny Pacquiao. Look how they do for Inoue. Look how they do for Canelo. Look how they do for Berlanga. Even Berlanga get a big ass crowd, even though he's not a good ass boxer.
Yeah, but they come to watch the guy he's fighting, not anybody else. But at the end of the day, though, like it's like those fan bases you're talking about, like you don't have to like put Inoue. You don't have to say Inoue. Like literally, like they rock with all their fighters. That's the difference between that fan base.
Right.
You know?
Right.
That's why like Canelo, like what if Canelo loses? Put are you gonna shoot yourself? I'm like, nah. Like he lost. Like literally, like Canelo face a boxing or whatever. But like once he retires, like Chavez retired. I didn't shoot myself. Chavez lost. I didn't shoot myself. Like literally, it's like, bruh, it's like you're like literally like you recognize a good boxer, and like for me, like especially American or Mexican, and they do great things. I recognize that. Cool, that's dope. But like, bruh, like everybody's got their time, you know. Like literally, like on to the next, you know.
Fact. Because if Terence Crawford fight David Benavidez, that'll be his time. Period. So we understand how it go in the sport of boxing.
But I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Disappointed in Canelo. I don't know where my Tyra Banks clip is. I'm gonna have to go find it. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
So am I, Scholar, from the perspective of like the non-boxing stuff, bro. It's just like that's like well, I always rock Mexican fighters because they usually like they're always on the Mexican pride thing, you know, and I've always been big on that. I was raised like that, but it's just like, bro, like you like saying that you have in your contract and like literally you fought like one of the biggest promoters to get out of your contract, and you fought the Zone and won. These guys like literally like one of your biggest things, like literally like they made you look bad in front of your fans, bro. Like that. That's why I was like, bro, like what's going on here?
You know why I was disappointed in Canelo though?
What's up?
Not just the performance. I'm looking more towards. I remember I said this a long time ago. People thought I was crazy for saying this, but I talked about how with Deontay Wilder, bro, about the excuses, because I was telling him what Deontay Wilder was doing is not uncommon to boxing. A dude literally tried to use Jerry curl grease, excuse. Same thing with Tank with grease got in his eyes. Fighters always make excuses for themselves because sometimes it's how they tell themselves. The only way that this guy was able to compete with me is because I wasn't at 100% my best. Klitschko said that he quit in the corner because he had Vaseline on his legs and they clogged his pores, some equivalent to that. Then the other Klitschko said that in the Layman Brewster fight that somebody spiked his water. Literally used the same excuse as Deontay Wilder. So this is not uncommon to boxing, right? And I think a lot of times for a fighter's psyche, they can't say on my very best day, this guy was better than me. They can't come to terms with that because that could really mess with the way they train, their confidence. You know what I mean? They say the belt makes you 30% better, and we're in a sport that we agree is mostly mental. So how could you?
Bro,
yeah,
that's some bullshit. That's just like me saying, man, I prematurely ejaculated. My wife spiked the coochie. Like, bro, that's no disrespect to anybody, but that's just like me saying that. Like, it's my bad because I came in and failed. You can't come in and fail, bro. Somebody is showing you Roy Jones a gang of times, Terence Crawford a gang of times, Roy Jones a gang of times, like Floyd Mayweather a gang of times, Canelo a gang of times against dangerous opponents that they come through and they win these fights. Bernard Hopkins, even at the old age, they could still sustain damage and provide offense to get them out of the gym. There's no excuses in boxing, bro. None. You can't get in that ring. The first time you step through them ropes, ain't no excuses, bro. Period.
But Scholar's speaking on point because I brought up the same point. Like literally, the excuses are as old as boxing time. But most of the excuses come from the boxers.
When we look at you
and the
different,
fighters
though.
run with it. No, that's
we
not
look
true.
at every boxer
I've
different.
never looked
for
at
that.
any boxer because all boxers when they lose, they come out with an excuse. Like boxing Scholars on
But
point.
we got-
So I've never looked
we
at them
got
different.
them-
And you want to
we
know?
got
You want to know why they
all
come
of
out with
them
the excuse?
sent.
In my humble opinion, is pride. Like nobody likes to lose, especially in an individual sport. That's why these guys have to like Scholar broke it down perfectly. Like literally, they're trying to in their head, they're like, "How did this guy beat me?" No, it had to be because
So
of this.
what
It had to be
about them studs, Piro and Scholar? It's studs that never make a complaint.
They all make
about they
excuses.
loss.
Muhammad Ali was like, man, the only reason Howard Cosell, I lost that fight with what's his dude name gave him trouble, Floyd Patterson, because I was staying out to the nightclub. You was there, I was out all night. It's like, but he also had a style that was. What about the time you got to sleep?
One fighter that never made an excuse, y'all. His name is Parnell Whitaker. Never made an excuse.
Parnell
with
made
no
an
loss.
Out loud? Ill. He probably ill. Ill, check this out. Ill, check this out.
We know
Ill,
the
check this out.
backstory on Parnell Whitaker.
Hold on, Ill, check this out. I'll give you a prime example, bro. So I don't know what Oliver McCall's association and connection is with Texas and San Antonio, Texas, but I know his sons used to train down here. And my uncle was locked up with one of his cousins, right? And to this day, bro, he like, he would have never beat my cousin if he didn't have a nervous breakdown in the ring. He still says that to this day. So you never heard the excuse made publicly, but to their family members, if Ill, you was a boxer and I said, Ill, between me and you, what happened in that fight? Why did you quit? You gonna give me a reason, right? It ain't gonna be because the guy was better than me and I didn't think I could win. So I was looking for a way out. Even Amir Khan quit in the fight with Bud Crawford. To this day, bro, he dances around the fact that he quit.
Yeah, I know. I saw an interview like a couple days ago.
Bro, I'm telling you, check Parnell Whitaker.
Purnell had excuses all the time. He had excuse when he lost to he had excuse when he lost to De La Hoya. Even though a lot of people agree with the excuse of a fighter being robbed by the judges is an excuse. It's an excuse.
Wait a minute, you said he didn't have excuses, but it's a valid excuse.
No,
but valid excuses are still excuses, sir.
Hey,
not
no,
Ill said he didn't have no excuses, but then he said, you know what I just heard, Ill?
Bro, y'all can't be throwing this. Y'all making it look different through the mirror. No, it's like this. If the fighter actually, like, say he broke his hand, right, in the fight, then he do got a legitimate excuse in that fight, right? No, you don't.
But you said no excuses.
It's not legitimate.
Well, it's not an excuse. It's actually something that happened.
It's an excuse.
That y'all count that as an excuse? Well, I rock with y'all. Fuck
Especially,
it.
They all make excuses. Look, check this out.
I
Check
ain't
this
gonna go
out.
against the grain. Y'all know boxing just like I do, so I ain't gonna go against y'all. I'm not
Yo,
going
check
against
this
y'all.
out. What about excuses?
I go against everybody, bro. Stand on your square.
Check this out, Ill. Check this out. We talk about excuses.
Lost to Antonio Tarver. Tarver ain't beat Superman. You understand me? Now, what they don't tell you is I had a chest infection. My chest hairs was entangled. You understand me? Go look at my fights when I fought with Noel Hopkins and James Toney. I ain't had those chest hairs. But when I fought Antonio Tarver, I had a full thing of chest hairs. You understand me? I didn't know you were supposed to shave them. You understand me? Now, can Floyd be the best of shaving his chest? Yes, he might be the best because he shaved his chest. You understand me? But Noel Hopkins knew, shave your chest. That's how he was able to fight till he was 50. You understand me? I didn't know that. Muhammad Ali ain't shaved his chest. George Foreman ain't shaved his chest. Or so I thought when I saw George Foreman come back for the second go round when he was 40 plus. Guess what? Go look at his chest. He ain't have a full thing of chest hairs. So these are things I did not know. You understand me? But if you comparing King of the Hill to the money, then no, we're going to take my prime over his prime. Show me one fighter that he beat in his prime. You can't. I was still putting the whip in the Montel Griffin. Y'all must have forgot.
Remember that name?
Shout out to Montel Griffin.
And you know what's funny about the Montel Griffin fight? Even though like Roy knocked him down, but then he hit him again. Like Montel was having a really good fight that first fight.
He was, yeah, I know.
You know what? And you know what that showed me, Puro? Sometimes you can't respect great fighters. Because Roy was showing him that respect, he wasn't able to get his power off. Because he felt like he was robbed in a rematch, he didn't have no respect for him. He closed that distance fast and got him out of there.
Yeah, and he even has an excuse for the second fight. He's like he says yeah, I knocked him out because RJ came out in that fight, and when RJ comes out, he never lose. If RJ would have came out, you know, he like makes it.
Yeah, it's like Deontay Wilder saying the Bronx Bomber and Sugar Ray Leonard saying if he looked in the mirror and seen Sugar Ray, he knew who was gonna knock him out. Yep.
Like, yeah, like literally, like boxing excuses were invented not by the fans, but by the boxers.
Hey, bro, I'm not coming at my two brothers, which I have great disdain for. I'm not coming at y'all. I'm just saying, I want to measure what an excuse is, because if it actually happened, guys, is it still an excuse though? But y'all said that it is, so I'm gonna ride with y'all. Fuck it.
Like
I'm not gonna go against
You brought up
the grain.
injuries. Injuries are literally happen. Literally, I don't like the boxers don't like literally the boxers don't always make that excuse. I'll give you that one. They won't always blame an injury, but most boxers come into any fight at the highest level, the lowest level with some type of injury, bro, and they still win. And sometimes they lose, bro. And you're like, literally, boxers are prideful dudes, bro. And it's an individual sport, man. And imagine at the highest level, you know, you lose, like, especially like a close one. Like, even when, like, talk about
Don't
the
I
judges
need to
robbing.
tell you why I lost?
The
Like,
fighter says that,
I broke my
judge
hand.
robbed me. I would have won that fight. That's an excuse.
Well, if the rematch showed different, like we was just talking about Montel Griffin with Roy Jones. I shout out to Montel Griffin for getting that Chicago W. But at the end of the day, Roy came through and did his thing. But Montel Griffin didn't have no excuse after that loss. He just knew that
he got knocked out.
Yeah, what excuse he gonna have?
Yeah, and
I didn't say my chest hair.
And that first fight, like,
okay, well, that's just the same as
there'd be no excuse because it was a disqualification. So we don't know what would have happened.
You know why I'm setting y'all up for this? Y'all do know I'm really, really smart about this boxing thing.
Go ahead,
So
brother.
I'm about to go here.
I love when minorities get in traps. You know, me and Puro, we represent the black and the brown. Go ahead and get us what the white man's playing, brother.
Yeah. Man, I'll be right back.
The court haven't lost a goddamn fight. Why do he need to make an excuse for why he won a fight and y'all gonna go against him? That's my point about the whole thing. I'm glad y'all said all of that stuff. No excuses, right? So the court never lost a goddamn fight. Why do he gotta make excuses for winning?
Hey, that question is a good question. I wonder what Shakur's going to that just show you that Shakur's performances be so poor and so boring, bro, that he got to make an excuse for winning. The only other fighter I ever seen do that was well, he didn't make an excuse, but he was up there crying with Roy Jones saying Jared Anderson didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this. So, hey, that right there show you a little mental weakness, brother. But You know, you asked. I wasn't gonna bring up Shakur because I already know. But you asked, bro. You asked.
Hey, I got it, my brother. Shakur, we know the talent and the goods that this is Terence Crawford 2.0. Y'all about to see it. Guaranteed. He about to showcase that against T.O.
That's some big shoes to fill because Terence Crawford got power.
I got
and
money
no
on
brittle
that.
hands.
I got money on that.
No, bro. I already tell you, I'm rooting for him against T.O. I don't like T.O., bro. Can he beat T.O.? I'm gonna have to go to the film.
I hate him. No. He gonna beat the shit out of T.O. This is the thing about T.O. T.O. is counting his days. He better get the biggest bag because Turk want to see Shakur lose. So he better pay T.O. a handsome amount of money to lose to Shakur because this should be on Netflix too. Thank you. This should be on Netflix too. And once that showcase comes, I'm going live on your channel, sub-channeling on mine, so I can make sure everybody understand. I'm calling the fight round by round to show you my favorite fighter. Not Terence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson is my favorite fighter.
Hey, and that's what you're supposed to say. That's what you're supposed to say, you know. As a Shakur fan, I appreciate that, bro.
My favorite fighter is Shakur Stevenson. Abdullah Mason.
You know what I'm gonna have to do with you? I'm gonna have to make a wager with you. Like I'll cut the Shakur slander down, or I'll start doing Shakur praise if Shakur start. I mean, if other fighters win, like we could have bet that on the Bud fight.
Damn. All right, we got Devin, because you rooting for Brian Norman Jr.
Yeah, Devin.
I got Devin winning that fight. So
Haney packs,
here we go.
Haney packs for everybody.
Hey, if so, I'm gonna make sure I represent your channel every time you tell me, all right, you gotta get on. Hey, babe, you gotta get on. And I'm coming every time because I owe that to you, especially when you're gonna throw Shakur some love. Because Shakur is the future of boxing. I said it. It's not Gerard Booth Ennis, it's Shakur Stevenson. That Williams Zepeda fight was just the tip of the iceberg. We're about to see some greatness against T.O.
Hey.
Yeah, I said it.
All I gotta say to that is, you know, it's core. Shout out to young brother. I respect his boxing ability. I ain't gonna lie, Shakur got some big shoes to fill, man. You know how we always talk about father and sons never living up to the hype? I think that might be happening with Bud and
Shakur?
Yeah, because he's looking at Bud.
Like, who you think could be Shakur, Scholar?
Not in this, not weight class wise. Because you remember, Bud just jumped up 2 weight classes. He jumped up weight classes to get to 47, then got undisputed. Then, you know, jumped up 3 more after that to beat the guy with all the belts. So Shakur just sitting there watching this, bro. And then after Bud do it on the biggest stage, he looked to the crowd and say, this the next guy that's gonna do what I'm doing. Hey, I don't know. Big shoes to fill, bro.
Hey, if Bud and me and Bud think that, why you don't think that, Scholar? You know boxing, bro. You gotta know that Shakur is the goods, bro.
So in order to move up and beat somebody, you gotta have one or two things or both. You gotta have an exceptional to great defense or exceptional to great power. He has neither one of those things.
He got great defense. He got exceptional power.
Who's the dude he just fought? It wasn't Zepeda. What's the other dude's name?
It's better than Devin Haney power, and I think Devin Haney gonna beat Brian Norman Jr. Bro, it's the style of boxing. It's not about Williams Zepeda wasn't like a pushover. I think Williams Zepeda gonna do great after this. I don't think that based on his style of fights and his fight selection, I think that he'd do great as a Mexican fighter at 130, 140. If he move up to 147, based on his punch volume, he'll still be all right. I think Shakur fighting good talent. It's not like he
Yo,
not fighting.
yeah. You got to accept the reality, bro. Shakur got no spill power. You know what that is? Ask me what no spill power is.
What is that?
That's where you put a glass of water on the table and Shakur runs, get a full sprint, and hit the table with his best power and can't knock the water.
Bro, he moved up. Bro, he moved up to 135 and knocked out his first 5 opponents, bro. Like, I mean, even after like Oscar Valdez, and we're not even talking about Jamel Herring and stuff like that. Like, he been knocking his guys out. He'll knock everybody out, and he's not supposed to because he is a technical fighter. There's a difference, bro. When you got power, then you could just sit on it. Like, I tell you, like, I can knock you out. I can knock you. That's because I could knock you out. I know that if anything else fails, I can get that punch off to knock you out. That's all I'm thinking about. That's a lot of punches that be they detriment to who they really are. If they use their skill and show it in spurts and sequences, like a Terence Crawford, in a sense. You don't have to exemplify your power through knockouts. And that's what Shakur do. Shakur keep everybody off of him. They be very respectful in fighting him because they know if they get in there and try to fight with him, he got the goods to get you off of him. He just showed it. You can't lie about that. So if we go through like Shakur resume, Shakur got a very good resume to say that he can last against anybody. I'm not putting nobody against Shakur saying that, oh my God, I'm worried for Shakur. Like, I'm not. That's one fighter right now that I'm not worried for. Bud gone. In my mind, he didn't retire after he retired Canelo. Now I'm looking at Shakur. Shakur is the future of boxing. Let's see where he gonna go. Cause
God, I hope
he
not.
not.
If he's the future of boxing, boxing is cooked.
Well, hey man, let's say boxing is cooked. At least we didn't leave it in the hands of people that's not willing to fight nobody. Shakur want to fight people, and they don't want to fight Shakur. Is it his fault again? We looking at the same thing happened to Shakur that happened to Terence Crawford.
No, that's not true.
No, I had to double back on you, Piro, because I seen you had came at me about Shakur, and I'm like, damn, my brother
I'm just giving you my opinion that I give it to
just came at me about my little guy.
It's just you rock with Shakur hardcore. I just giving you my opinion, man. Every time they ask me about Shakur, I give my opinion, and like as boxing scholar, my opinion on him has not changed. If it's you or if I'm talking to somebody else.
Yo, Puro be texting me behind the scene. He really likes Shakur, bro. He say he just do this to get you riled up, yo. He say, hey, listen, what would the world be? You know how they got no slip shoes? Just like they got no slip shoes, they get no spill drinks, and they get Shakur to go in the factory, bro. And if you ever had your glass like nudged by the waitress and it don't spill on the table, you could thank Shakur for that, bro. Because the way they tested it, they get Shakur. I'm telling you, bro, they get Shakur. He getting a 3-point stance. And they say, go. And then he wind all the way up and he throw the hardest left hand that he could ever throw at the table, bro, to see if he could knock the water off. And he never does, bro.
My favorite fighter in the world. Yeah, he got Bud beat. He got Bud. I got Shakur over everybody.
He'll be Bud? He'll be Bud?
No, I ain't saying no. I'm saying I got Bud gone, bro. I hope the man retired so he can go out as a great. But now it's Shakur.
He was a great before he beat Canelo Alvarez, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, but I just want him to go out into the sunset without being beat.
You want to go undefeated? So you want to you don't like Bud?
No. I mean, bro, who gonna beat him except David Benavidez, bro? And I don't want to see David beat on that man like that.
No, what I'm saying is, like, in my humble opinion, fighters that don't want their fighter beat don't really like their fighters, bruh. Like undefeated fighter is an anomaly, bruh. Like literally, the only one that really was undefeated was Rocky Marciano, and and like that's one fighter in the history of the sport.
There's no reason for Terence Crawford to fight David Benavidez. You think he's supposed to?
I'm not saying I'm not saying to fight David Benavidez. Whoever mentioned, like I didn't want Terence Crawford to fight Canelo. Like what are we talking about here?
Me neither. I didn't think it was a reason either.
Bro. David Benavidez. The only reason like David Benavidez and Terence Crawford is getting mentioned is that like Canelo lost his belts. So like literally like Canelo has David don't have no more use for Canelo right now.
Well, the only reason that Terence Crawford was fighting Canelo is because Jermell Charlo wanted to fight him first, and he wanted them belts from him. He just wanted the person with all the belts. That was it.
That's not true.
Bro, who was he going after Earl Spence Jr.? It was Jermell Charlo.
No. He was mentioned to do that, but after he fought Errol Spence, he had a contractual obligated fight rematch. But then his injury, he was able to get out of that contract.
True, but he still wanted to fight. Come on, he still wanted to fight.
He didn't want to fight. If he wanted to fight, he would have fought him.
No, man, bro. So you saying Bud didn't want to fight?
Obviously, that's obvious.
Nah, he did. It's nobody in the world. The ball was in Jermell Charlo court because he was the champion and he had a fight that we didn't even know he was about to take, bro. He was about to take the fight with Canelo.
Yeah, but that came last minute because he was supposed to fight Stanionis. Or that's Stanionis? No, Tim Tszyu.
No,
Tim Tszyu.
Tim Tszyu. Yeah, it was Tim Tszyu.
Yeah. That was just perfect timing, bro. But that's the thing though. Like Jermell and Canelo been linked since they started fighting because they were in the same weight class at one point.
54,
until
yeah.
They moved up. So like at the end of the day, Terence Crawford, I don't say he wouldn't fight him. I think he would fight him, but I don't say he wanted that fight. I
think that was his whole thing. He didn't want to like go through the journey of collecting all of those belts like he did the last time. I think that he just wanted to fight the champions that had all the belts at one time. And if it wasn't Jermell Charlo, he went to Canelo, and that was immediately after he found out that they had that fight.
But like he only ever like entertained that fight until when Turkey was put up the money. Like anytime like the only times that I've seen like Terence Crawford speak on a Canelo fight before before they made this fight was when he's been interviewed after a fight, and it's usually a Mexican media. It's like, hey, you're one of the top fighters in the world. We got one of the top fighters in the world too. Would you think you fight Canelo one day? And his answer was always the same. He's like, nah, he's I'm in my division. He's in his division. I don't think so. But until like literally like he had his biggest win. And then, like, according to rumors, is that Bill Haney was the one that told him to entertain that fight.
Yeah, it was Bill, but Bill said it was after that he knew he fell out with the Jermell Charlo fight.
Fell out with what Jermell Charlo fight? Like literally, like Bud Crawford and Jermell were never linked.
Bro, he was trying to literally. Bill had a whole interview. I forgot who it was. He had a whole interview telling them, like, you don't have to worry about Jermell Charlo. He wanted them belts, bro, at 154.
No,
that's
he
what
not.
He said. Do not go for him. Bill said it out of his mouth. I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna get it. And I'm gonna play
Bill
it.
Haney is not Terence Crawford. Bill Haney is not Terence Crawford.
But you said Bill told him about the fight. I'm telling you what Bill said. Bill said, do not worry about Jermell Charlo. Go for Canelo. You could beat him. That's what Bill said.
That's the point I'm making is that Terence Crawford, him personally, didn't want those fights.
Why did you think that when he kept talking
because
about
he never
those fights?
mentioned before like I didn't even know that Bill mentioned Jermell. So you're putting me on game on that one. But before that, that was even a thing, like Terence Crawford never said, "Oh, one day I would hope to fight Jermell Charlo." Like,
No, Bill told him not. Bill told him not to fight Jermell Charlo. He wanted to fight Jermell Charlo. Bill said you could beat Canelo.
When did he want to fight?
Started thinking about this Canelo thing.
When did he want to fight Jermell Charlo?
When he tweeted that first, I'm gonna beat Terence, I'm gonna beat Earl Spence Jr., then I'm gonna beat his cheerleader. That was the first tweet. Then we could go back, bro. We know you don't remember all that stuff.
So that literally was him talking shit. But never before that he ever mentioned fighting Jermell Charlo.
I'm telling you, that's what I asked Al Heyman about when he wanted that. That was a 2-fight deal. They wanted a rematch. He said, "Fuck it, I had to do the rematch," but he initially wanted him and Jermell Charlo. That's what he said. I got another video of Terence Crawford saying that.
He already had the Errol Spence fight signed. How could he fight Jermell?
He was on Sway in the morning saying that he want to fight Jermell Charlo because he told him.
That's because like his contractually fight with Errol Spence fell through.
Well, he was on that, bro. I'm just letting you know he was on that fight.
He was on that trying to think of potential opponents. But like throughout his career, him and Jermell were never linked. They fought at different weight classes, bro. Come on.
I don't think. Well, he was going to 154 after he beat Earl. Like he really did.
Yeah, like he didn't know he was gonna fight the rematch after he beat Earl. He didn't know that potentially he was gonna move up until like that fight fell through.
You said that it was because Bud had the surgery. It was because Earl didn't want to move up, bro.
What surgery?
The shoulder surgery. I thought that's what you were talking about.
That's why the fight fell through. But that fight was already signed. That's why he got stripped by the IBF.
But Earl didn't want the fight, though.
No, Earl. It doesn't matter if Earl didn't want it anymore, or that's irrelevant. Terence Crawford had a signed deal to fight him in the rematch.
Yeah, but Earl was Earl was the ASAP, so it did make a difference. That's why they never fought again.
No, they never fought again because he got injured.
Bro, no, that's not the reason why they
that is the reason. Scholar, can you back me up? You know you know this, Scholar. Can you back me up?
What happened?
He's just capping, bro.
No,
I missed part of that. What happened? Who y'all talking about?
Scholar. Why did Terence Crawford, after he beat Errol Spence, got stripped by the IBF?
Because the rematch clause that he had with Errol Spence.
Thank you. And why did that fight fall through? The rematch.
I don't know. Bro. It was Errol. I don't know. Both sides blame each other.
I'm looking at the dates when Bud got that surgery, and that fight was supposed to happen before Bud even got the surgery, though.
What surgery did Bud get?
Shoulder surgery.
Shoulder.
But that had nothing to do with the Earl fight.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. Both sides blame each other. I just know that they had a contract for a rematch and they never fought, and both sides blame each other.
Earl never blamed Bud.
I'm telling you, that was Earl.
Earl didn't blame Bud. Earl didn't blame Bud.
We can't even hear you.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
The point that Scholar just said is literally the entire point. Literally.
No, the point is Bud wanted to fight with Jermell Charlo, bro. That's the point.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear, Pure. When I say both sides, I mean fans.
I got you. No, but the entire point is, and that's what I was telling Scholar. That's why I asked Scholar that question. Like, why did the IBF strip Bud? Because the IBF before the Errol Spence fight even fought, it says once you fight Errol Spence, you have to give Duran Boots Ennis a shot. And Bud Crawford and his team came back. He's like, no, I already have a contractual rematch with Errol Spence next. I can't fight Boots next.
That's true.
If y'all can wait till I fight him in the rematch, I'm good. IBF said no.
That's true. They stripped him like 2 or 3 months after his belt. It was like fast. Yeah, Pure right. They did strip him immediately because I was like, what the hell? Because I said how Boots strategically got himself in the IBF so that he wouldn't have to fight Bud and get the belt. So yeah, that's true. I don't know what happened to Hill. I think something going on with his phone.
The whole thing, Scholars, I was trying to tell him is that like yes, after Earl got injured and the rematch was canceled, like he was on Sway, and they were asking him about potential opponents he could fight. And like literally, and I was telling him the only reason that like Jermell and him was even like it came up is because Earl and him were homies at the time. So like literally, like he was like, yeah, man, I'll kick Errol Spence homie's ass too. And I remember even after the fight, remember he did the little nuts thing.
Yeah, the Roberto Durant.
Yeah. And then I remember I criticized Crawford a little bit for that because I was like, okay, what was that nuts thing? Like literally, okay, you couldn't fight Jermell next because he lost to Canelo. Okay, that fight's over. Whatever. He's like, oh no, Canelo already beat him. Why do I want to fight him? I'm like, Canelo beat him. You didn't?
Yeah. To anybody that want to put up, all you got to do is go to my community tab, hit the blue link, and pull up, and I'll post it here. But you gotta copy paste it and put it into your URL from here. But I put it in the chat. But yeah, I don't know what happened to Il. Let me put it for Il too, in case you want to
But
pull
that's
back
a
up.
fight I wanted to see. But I don't blame Bud for it not happening or not taking it. I mean, like at the end of the day, I criticized him a little bit, but at the end of the day, he was talking shit, bro. Like if that fight would have happened, he would have fought.
So there you go. You got okay. So it's a little bit delayed, but yeah, you got the message. But I was gonna say, I left for a little bit. I didn't even know how did y'all get into the Errol Spence versus Bud conversation.
Oh, because Il kept trying to tell me that like literally like the only reason that that the Errol fight didn't happen is because he wanted to fight Bud Crawford. Jermell Charlo. And I'm like, no, that it's not the reason, because he couldn't fight Jermell Charlo because he already had the contractual rematch signed, sealed, delivered. They were even trying to because that was like literally like he couldn't fight anybody else until he exercised that thing. But then when the diagnosis came in from Errol Spence's injury, they're like, it's gonna be way too long, and they allowed him to release his contract. Like they didn't have to, because sometimes PBC, we play hardball, they'll let you sit, until you exercise that thing. But now they were able to release him. Rest is history.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So the conversation, Il was basically saying that Jermell was the reason why the fight didn't happen, because Bud was going to go fight. No, that was never even in talks. I don't even to this day, he doesn't even entertain the idea of that fight, even though he's going back to 54. Like that fight is dead, and even Jermell said it. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm about to fight Canelo. Man, he can't fuck with me. He already done said it out his own mouth.
Like literally, like that was a bigger fight, like so Jermell wasn't telling no lie.
Yeah, that fight was DOA. Like once he decided to go fight Canelo, and he decided to fight Bud decided to fight Spence, that fight was dead on arrival, bro. It wasn't even talked about anymore.
Yeah.
It wasn't talked about until Mel got beat. It was like, who y'all want to see me fight? I'll fight whoever.
That's what I'm saying. That's one of the points I was telling Il, is that like literally like before that came up, that before it was even like they were talking shit to each other on social media or whatever, like their name was never linked because they were in different weight divisions.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The only reason the Canelo and Mel fight was even able to sell or in play, or were able to sell it to the fans, is because like their names were been linked forever, both Charlos, because they fought in the same weight class as Canelo and the Charlo.
Can I interject something?
Go ahead. All you want.
Crawford, after the Errol Spence fight, provided the fact he didn't get the Errol Spence rematch, he made it clear that he wanted to fight the Charlo. Charlo knew that. That's why Charlo said, no, stay where you at, all that other stuff. And, it's big dogs up here and blah, blah, blah. But what happened was that, Charlo had all the belts. PBC understood. PBC knew, I hate to say it, but PBC did not want Crawford to get all the belts even at that weight class. They knew what was coming. So what did they do? That's when the Canelo thing was pushed. The big Charlo obviously wasn't in the right mental condition. So then they pushed the little Charlo. Little Charlo then goes up to fight Canelo. Remember, when the Errol Spence fight fell through, Crawford then tried to go to get Fundora. You saw what happened there with PBC and Fundora. They iced them out. This happened plain as day. the reason why Crawford was no longer interested in the Charlo fight, because after everyone witnessed that disgusting performance by Charlo, it was like it just took the wind out of everything. It was like it just was no interest no more because it was just disgust. You should have seen Crawford's face when he's watching the fight. At least if he would have won, huh?
I was interested.
Yeah, you was interested because of just honestly your fandom. But like, let's just be honest.
No, why,
Bro, the whole world saw that fight, and not one person gave Charlo any grace on that fight. The fight was disgusting.
I gave him grace. I gave him grace.
Yeah, you gave him grace because of some weird agenda. The reality is this.
What weird agenda? Tell me, sir. No, tell me the weird agenda.
Let me tell you the weird agenda. It all comes down to a way to diminish Crawford moves. You're saying things like he didn't want Charlo as if he was afraid of Charlo. The dude,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Like,
you're implying it though.
No,
you're implying it though.
I literally just told Scholar, like Terence Crawford wasn't ducking that dude. It was just like the contractual obligations and this, that, and the other. The only criticism I gave him was that Terence Crawford was saying that, like, because he was calling it. I even told Scholar that after he knocked out Spence, he's like grabbing his balls or whatever, and they're talking shit to each other.
Correct.
But at the end of the day, he fought Canelo, he lost. And then he's like, oh, he already lost to Canelo. Like, I don't want to fight him. I'm like, yeah, he lost to Canelo. Like, you didn't beat him. Like, you can't take credit for Canelo's win.
Well, no. See, you're skipping over other parts, though.
There is no other parts.
Talk about before he got the Canelo fight. What was Charlo doing?
He had a fight with Tim Tszyu that fell through, and the Canelo fight came out.
Why did the Tim Tszyu fight fell through, sir?
Injuries.
I mean, and that's what I'm saying. All this stuff is writing on the wall, bro. Like it was so the writing was on the wall. I knew that I knew that he wasn't gonna have the Tim Tszyu fight. I knew he was gonna pull out.
How did you know that?
Because when Crawford beat Errol, it's all about controlling the belts, man. It's all about that as a company. Why would you want to lose all your belts to one person?
That's the company. I'm talking about the fights that can be made.
Yes, Charlo was advised. All of that stuff was a play, bro. It was a play to avoid the inevitable.
It was a mandatory. Tim Tszyu was a mandatory.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say. And how did he get out of the mandatory, sir?
He got injured.
Injury, right? Injury, right?
He got injured.
And now let me ask you a question. Now let me ask you a question. Then, do you agree that politics exists in boxing?
Of course, bro.
Do you agree? Okay, I know I got you. Do you agree that there are fighters in his? Do you believe that sometimes fighters will fake an injury or prolong an injury?
No,
you don't.
No.
So you don't believe that, right?
No.
Okay. Cool.
No.
Well, okay. You hold your position. That's fine. I won't debate that.
No, because even say I want to entertain that, he faked that injury to get out the Tim Tszyu fight. Like literally that would have been fine if there was just a bunch of hearsay that the fight was going to happen. Literally, the fight was signed twice. I had my tickets to the fight. I had my tickets to Jermell Charlo and Tim Tszyu. Like literally, that's where those conspiracy theory or that reason just literally kicks rocks. Like literally, they're not going to book a venue, sell tickets to the fans. Literally, it was an injury.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, if you don't believe that strategically, like in this boxing industry, the politics sometimes can. I mean, it's okay. Like even when Fundora got hurt, in the Tim Tszyu fight, I mean, even the moves there's like the writing is on the wall. I mean, how long was he injured for? How long was he out for? You know what I mean? What was the purpose of that? We all know what that purpose was. You know what I mean? In my opinion. But I mean, I hear you. I hear your position, brother. Huh?
Not tonight fight Tim Tszyu. That's what the injury. Nah, I just like the politics. Yes, they do exist, and I agree with you of like controlling the belts and stuff like that. But like the politics, like the true politics that gets in the way to fight sometimes is just because literally dude, these guys can't fight. Like Terence Crawford can't fight literally everybody like back to back. Like especially these guys where you get to just looking at the picture, Bivol level, Floyd level, Canelo level, Crawford level. Like literally, like the politics exist because these guys, like literally, have fight demands, and then like this guy wants more money. That like a negotiation goes into place. It's not where you're lower and like literally you just want the shot, you'll take whatever. You know, like the for me, that's where the politics truly exists when you start getting to these high echelon fights where these fighters like demand some demands, and then they gotta listen to the promoter. Some of these guys have exclusive contracts. Like that's the politics that truly exists in boxing.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I also believe that another aspect of the politics is maneuvering fighters, dictating, you know, how their career goes, what they should do. Everybody know. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I get it. Finding ways to get out of mandatories. Go ahead.
No, that's a fact about the movie, the fighter, this and the other. Getting fights out of mandatories, I believe that to an extent too. But literally, everybody on that picture did what you just said, participated in those politics.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, once you understand the game you're in, yeah, you play it. But the idea that yeah, I mean, it's cool. I won't debate it. I mean, we just gonna agree to disagree. That's all.
I'm just saying from a perspective, and like you said, like once you know the game that you're in, that you got to play it. Like none of us here know the actual game that they're in. Only these guys know.
You know, Charlo had everybody believing all that stuff, man. That's like, nah, that play was so easy. And then let me ask you a question. After that fight with Canelo, let me ask you a question. Why did it take Charlo so long to come back? Why hasn't he returned yet?
You would have to ask Charlo. I don't know, man, because like.
Okay. See, you know, that's why I look at actions, right? I look at actions. You know, Canelo was supposed to fight Big Charlo. Little Charlo, I mean, it just makes no sense. Now, don't get me wrong. If Charlo would have went there and fought a hell of a fight, I would have no problem with it. But the simple fact that he laid down like that, nah. That just shows me what
like literally, he was moving up 2 weight divisions. Like literally, like he maybe like for me, he fought the wrong game plan. You know, at the end of the day, like literally, like obviously, like a fighter, like Canelo's no spring chicken, neither is Charlo. Like literally, fighters, like bruh, fighters have bad fights, bro. To me, it's just.
Let me ask you a question. You watched Charlo before, right?
Oh, which Charlo? Both of them?
In all of Charlo press conferences, his energy has always been I always thought little Charlo was more vicious than Big Charlo. All of his press conferences, you always saw a level of just aggression. In the Canelo fight, the aggression went away in all the press conferences. He was being very polite. I saw in his face, I said, he ain't going in there to win. This guy's going in there to just lay down. And that's exactly what he did. And everybody was disappointed. All of his fans were disappointed. People were disappointed. That was a disgusting fight, man.
I was disappointed too. But the thing is that like a lot of people said that about like he was being nice and stuff like that. Like me, I've been watching the Charlos, the twins, like since for forever, bruh. They're 2 of my favorite fighters. You know, like Maul, extreme talent, but for whatever reason it is. But at the end of the day, like when you watch interactions between Canelo before they were even like this and the other, they were all in the same promotional company at one point. Like the Charlos always showed Canelo respect. Like they were never on that energy with Canelo.
Well, you know, they were all in the same promotional company, but Canelo was there as a free agent. He just did, you know, obviously, you know, specific deals, right? 2-fight deal, 3-fight deal,
no,
1-fight deal.
I'm talking about when they were Golden Boy. I'm talking when they were.
Oh, you're talking about Golden Boy. Oh, okay, I got you.
They were all like literally. Deontay Wilder was there, like literally, like. PBC,
I got you.
That's where they got all their fighters. PBC got them from Golden Boy.
Yeah, I got you, brother.
Well, the narrative is Richard Schaefer, but to me, Fishnets is just a horrible promoter, man. And he just lost him.
Understood, brother.
Yeah.
I'll let whoever on the panel talk. You know, I just
somebody just pulled up. What's up, Jay?
What's up? I'm waiting for you to shoot that water joke one more time, man. I got your back.
But I gotta save it for the right time, brother. It ain't the right time, brother.
Hey, what's the water joke, Scholar? I want to hear.
Shakur. I said Shakur Power is water spill. Asked me what that is, and he said, "What's that?" I said, meaning Shakur couldn't knock a glass of water off the table with a running start. And I've been cracking that joke ever since, trying to sneak it in. And Jay was in the chat like he got another water joke he tried to sneak in.
Y'all can hear me though?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, shit. I just wanted to chime in on, the thing with Crawford. I understood what Odu was saying. There was an interview. I don't know exactly which one it was, but I remember Crawford saying he didn't want to fight Charlo because he lost respect for him after the Alvarez fight. But if you do notice, he didn't want to fight Crawford. It was like October, and he wanted to fight Charlo in August. Remember, that's when he did the interview with Joe Rogan. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Correct.
And he was calling him out and doing all these different things. Then after Charlo fought Canelo, he said he just felt like he lost so much respect for him. He didn't even want to fight the dude the way he ran. Now, the way that Crawford beat the brakes off of Canelo, I understand why he said what he said. He wanted a real challenge. And really what Crawford is trying to do is, Canelo was just in his way. That's why I think he was so confident about this win, because he's trying to go for 4 times undisputed. Not trying, that's what he's going to do. He wanted to beat Canelo to become 3 times undisputed. Then he's going to go back down to 160, like he said in his post-fight press conference. And he's going to take all the belts from those guys down there. Now, we know there's 3 champions at 160. One is the Israel Laundry Lara dude that Canelo had, they say, quote unquote, he lost to him. Technically. It's
Janabek.
another.
I don't know about technically. Technically means that like he actually lost.
You get what I'm saying, my brother.
I know what you're saying. I know.
So he's going back.
Go ahead.
He's going back to fight Laura. Then there's 2 other guys. One guy has a belt, and then one other fighter has 2 belts. I think what he's gonna do.
Janabek.
Yeah, Zanabak. There you go. I think what he's gonna do is he might wait it out, like he did with Canelo. He waited for a year, and people were saying that he was gonna be off. But we had to remember, Crawford doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink. He only stays in the gym. That's why he was so prepared for Canelo, even though Canelo.
What does that matter, by the way?
Absolutely.
No, it don't matter.
Because
Like one thing, bro.
You say it doesn't matter.
Not
It
one
does
thing, bro.
matter.
Like I don't know if you've
Here,
ever seen
hold on,
fighters from the 80s. Like
because
legendary
you've been
fighters
hold
from the
on,
80s.
hold on, because the whole time you've been on this panel,
Come
you've been talking over a gang of people. Just don't do that
yeah.
with me. Let me finish
No,
my point.
it's all good. No disrespect, bro.
Okay,
But I mean, like,
okay. I
everybody talks
understand.
over everybody, so you have to get
Listen,
over that.
but I'm not everybody. Let me finish my point.
Hey, you're everybody
The
to me,
reason-
bro. You're on the panel.
Okay, well,
Oh
look,
God.
can
I'm
I
gonna
finish
mute.
my point? Please, pretty please. All right,
You gotta tell
fine.
me, please just finish your point.
Okay. So apparently I do. So
I'm sorry, bro.
Craw-
I go in on.
I know you passionate. I get it. That's why I'm just making
I'm
you
not
know.
passionate, bro. I don't know. I get annoyed.
I can hear it in your voice. You passionate. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I think it's admirable you stand on your opinion. That's why I even came up here. So the reason why one that's makes a difference if you smoke and drink. If you look at Terence Crawford, he's gonna go down as one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. What's another fighter in this era that's gonna go down as one of the greatest fighters that ever lived? Floyd
Usyk.
Mayweather. And Floyd
Floyd Mayweather.
Mayweather.
Correct.
Usyk is different because
Sugar Ray Leonard.
Usyk is in it. I'm talking about right now.
You talking about recently?
Okay, I got you. My bad. Go ahead.
Drugs
Usyk
are
is in
different
it.
now. I got it.
Exactly. Very true. Usyk is in a division. His division is different. The level of competition is not like the competition that these smaller guys are facing.
Understood.
So Floyd Mayweather has one of the best resumes right now. Canelo has the best resume of any active fighter. The only other fighter that I think comes close to Canelo is Pacquiao, as far as active fighters. And Pacquiao's, he's older. So
I think
Floyd
Pacquiao got better
Mayweather,
resume than Canelo.
yeah, he might, honestly. Floyd Mayweather don't drink. Floyd Mayweather doesn't smoke. He stays in the gym. Crawford doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. He stays in the gym. They both beat the shit out of Canelo. Canelo loves to drink. So that type
I don't mean
all that-
anything.
it makes a difference. The reason why is because it's like the Mamba mentality. For every day that Canelo might have been drunk and had a hangover and had to bounce back, And every day that he drunk and it takes a toll on your body and your liver. That's why people develop cirrhosis of the liver and liver failure. It makes a difference, even if it's just a little bit. And the other night showed that was just one factor. Now, Canelo was just in his way. Really, my whole point is he's going to be 4 times undisputed. He's going to drop down to 160, and he's going to either wait for two of these guys to fight each other, so he only got to fight 2 guys, or he's going to fight 3 guys, and then he's going to retire as the 4-time undisputed champion in the history of boxers. That's never been done. That's why Turkey Al-Sheikh wanted him to win too. This is going to be, we think he made history tonight. That nigga's about to make history in a way where it's going to be a long time before anybody else does that.
Correct. That is correct.
100%. But on the Charlo tip, he definitely did say he wanted to beat the shit out of Charlo because he personally didn't like him after he lost to Alvarez the way that he did, because he quit against Canelo Alvarez the same way Ryan Garcia had quit against Tank. He didn't respect him, and he said he didn't want to fight him for that reason. And I don't think he had any reason other not to fight Jermell Charlo.
Oh man, well, yeah, I believe the fight is better than your assessment, bro. But you know, everybody's got an opinion, I guess.
No, we're just going back. We're not going off of just assessment. We're going off of facts.
Nah, we're not going off of facts because, like, literally, like, Canelo having to being a drinker and Crawford not being one had no bearing on why either one lost or won that fight.
Did Crawford beat the shit out of Canelo?
He won the fight.
Guess what?
Alcohol had nothing to do with it.
Did Floyd Mayweather beat the shit out of Canelo?
Alcohol had nothing to do with it.
Did Dimitri Bivol beat the shit out of Canelo? Guess what Dimitri Bivol has in common with them too?
They got
He
goofy
doesn't
fans
smoke?
that'll like literally like say that a fighter lost because he was a drunk.
So now I'm a goofy fan because we got a difference in opinion.
No, it's not a difference in opinion. It's a erroneous example. It's like
Okay, let me try. Let me try.
Dimitri Bivol doesn't drink or smoke.
Let me chime in on that.
Canelo's 3 wins happen to be against 3 guys who don't smoke or drink. But
let me piggyback on that. Let me piggyback on that. To the guy that thinks that what you consume or you know doesn't have an effect on your body. Let me ask you a question. Have you played sports at all before, brother? No. I'm talking to the guy that doesn't believe alcohol has an effect.
You play sports.
Play sports.
Alcohol doesn't have an effect.
I'm asking you. Have you played sports?
Also, like you said that I said that alcohol has no effect on your body. I never said that.
Well, that's what you're kind of implying because the brother is saying
that's what you're implying. That's what you're implying. I'm not implying anything. I say what I say. I don't imply stuff. I just say it.
Well, the brother was talking about the one thing that they all have in common was the fact that they're disciplined in what, not smoking, not drinking has an effect on their performance. And you're disagreeing with it, which you're kind of alluding to the fact that you just said out of your mouth that doesn't matter if you drink alcohol. That doesn't have an effect.
No, it doesn't. Have you watched boxing in the 80s?
Okay, man.
Do you think Sugar Ray Leonard was
you got it, man. Look, you got it. I was trying to make a point. Then you said that you say what you say, and you go right back to the very point that I was challenging, which is the fact that
no, you weren't challenged at any point.
You didn't allow me to because you do you believe that what you consume has an effect on your performance? Yes or no?
It depends.
What does it depend on? What does it depend on?
If you're drinking during training camp, like you can literally be a drunken but be focused when you have fights.
Okay.
Like literally, like not just boxers, but just humans in general.
No problem.
Humans in general don't.
I think you're missing the point, brother. We're not saying that. I'm just saying that's what
you're saying. That Canelo Alvarez lost these fighters because he's a drunk. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying. What I'm saying is this had a factor. in these fights.
No,
It's not
okay.
everything.
Why do you say that?
It plays a factor in these
Why do you
fights.
say that? Why do you say that? Why is that
I
your
say
opinion?
that because when you drink and you smoke, well, have you ever been drunk?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that your judgment is impaired when you're drunk?
Okay. I'll bite. Your point?
Would you say that you make worse decisions when you're drunk?
Okay. I'll bite.
Okay.
Continue.
So every time you get drunk, you have a higher chance of making a bad decision. A bad decision would be like drinking too much. A bad decision would be like that next day not being able to perform properly at the gym. A bad decision would be like trying to get involved with a female and you spending more time doing extracurricular activities instead of being 100% focused on your craft. I don't care who you are. Nobody is exempt from the evils of drinking, period. So
nobody's not exempt.
okay,
Facts. But
so
what does that have to do with winning a boxing fight?
If you fight a fighter who trains just as hard as you do, who thinks just as smart as you think, who can throw combinations just like you could throw combinations, and one of the biggest factors comes down to you guys conditioning, because Canelo Alvarez is one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. But when you're going up against another all-time great, you need everything you have to beat this fighter who y'all might be on the same close level. But the edge is that this person didn't drink their whole career. The edge is this person didn't smoke their whole career. So every decision they made with a sober mind, giving them a higher chance of making better decisions over the course of years and years and years of their career. These guys have been doing this since they were kids. If you never smoked and you never drank in your whole life since you were a kid, I guarantee you would have made better decisions. I would have, just as a man. And I could be a man about that and say, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with drinking per se. I'm just saying when you're going up against your opponent, I'm going to be more concerned about the guy that I look at that got my skills, but he don't drink. I'm going to be more concerned.
I wouldn't. Not one bit.
Of course you would.
Yeah, because like literally, like
of course you would.
Debunked over and over and over and over.
It's been my point over and over because Canelo got his ass beat over and over and over by 3 different people who have never drank over and over and over and have never
that's a coincidence. You're talking about a coincidence.
Yeah, what the brother is talking about, the one who is the most disciplined, the one who is the most disciplined, typically reigns, typically wins. Your discipline matters in a fight. Who was the most disciplined?
I'm giving Canelo his credit.
Yeah, who was the most disciplined? Who was the most consistent with their conditioning? Who took it serious? That's all he's talking about. If I'm more disciplined than you,
that's not what he's talking about.
That is what I'm talking about. How are you going to tell me
that's what he's talking about?
You're talking about an intangible that does not exist in boxing.
So let me give an example. If I'm a fighter, if I go out and have sex every day, will that affect my conditioning? Yes or no, sir?
Depends who you ask.
See, that's what I'm not looking at minority situations. We just know as a whole. Listen, we know in all
having sex during a training camp is an old wives' tale. Some fighters will tell you, like literally, legends will say, "I used to have sex all the time and never affected me not one bit." But then there'll be trainers who are like, "No, like literally, like if you have sex during training camp, it affects your legs, and we don't want nothing to happen."
The sex part,
these
I
are all
don't know about. I don't really speak. That's why I didn't speak on that because I mean, I know when I have sex, I get a workout.
And you don't know about the effects of drinking.
I think both of y'all have a good point. This is where I stand on this, right?
I'm sorry,
because no, they definitely do. I get exactly what they're saying. They're not saying this is what they say. He used the wrong verbiage. He said Canelo was a drunk. He didn't. I'm pretty sure he didn't. I think he did. Well, anyway, let me articulate what you were trying to say.
Canelo drinks.
Okay,
because I remember
that's what he's saying
on video drunk.
Leonard did coke.
Okay.
I'm not saying.
Okay, and I'm gonna get to all this. Y'all, if y'all give me a chance. Okay, so check this out. Check this out.
My
So
bad, good brother.
people do drink in between fights, right? And you listen, you can go to sleep on the floor when you were a kid. You try that shit as an adult, you're gonna have a hard time getting up, right? It just is what it is. You can't do stuff when you get older that you could do when you was younger. That's just the natural laws of life. So I do agree with that. What he's saying is, Bud, don't do any of that. Everything that you consume affects your body either negatively or positively, from the food you eat to the air you breathe or all that other stuff, right? So I do agree with that, what you're saying. But to Puro's defense, Carlos Mayorga smoked and drank. And Roger Mayweather said he never tried to change any of those type of things because that's what the fighter was doing and he had become accustomed to. And if you go look at Mayorga's fights, he never had win problems. So I don't know if it's a combination of genetics. I don't know, but I think maybe it's, if you believe it to be true, it's true.
I think
If
some of
not,
them
not.
dudes is just. I think some of them dudes is an anomaly, brother. I think some of them dudes is an anomaly, like an Allen Iverson who didn't have to go to practice. You gonna have those guys. I'm saying across the board. If like when I was playing sports, and I played a gang of sports, I was more concerned with the nigga that I know he is not getting faded, for one, because a lot of niggas used to smoke. His lungs was intact, and usually I was right. But you'll have anomalies where they're great, even if they get fucked up, even if they smoke. I'm not saying there's no way in hell that a person can't be great like that. I mean, Canelo was getting fucked up, and he's great. I'm just saying when you step in the ring and you eye to eye with a person that's just as good as you need every single thing you can have working in your favor. And drinking and smoking is a big part. It takes a big toll on a boxer's conditioning over years and years and years. Facts.
When they have a problem, like literally, like boxers are human beings just like me, you,
Canelo.
I am 4 for 4 at Scholar. Like literally, fighters can socially drink and still be very disciplined. Yes, they can, and they have. And literally, boxers have had active addictions and been like literally the best fighters we've ever seen. So at the end of the day, the boxers traditionally have come from the worst places of the worst.
You think I don't know that?
Errol Spence, Dimitri Bivol, they're anomalies.
No,
Literally,
they're not.
fighters are flawed. Like literally, like these dudes. Like,
And that's why they beat all these guys.
That's not why they beat all these guys, bro.
They beat all of these guys that are just as good as them because they have an edge over them. I think this is where you're missing the point. I'm not taking away from Canelo. I'm giving Canelo his props.
You're taking away from Terence.
I'm giving Canelo his props.
But you're taking away Bud's props.
I'm not taking away Bud's props.
Yes, you are, because you're implying, like literally, I don't like to imply, but you say I imply. But now I think you're implying that if Canelo Alvarez was not a drinker that he is, he would have beat Terence Crawford or had a better chance. That has nothing to do with it.
Crawford still would have beat Canelo. It just wouldn't have been in such dominating fashion like it was. He still would have beat the shit out of Canelo because they would have been two drunks and Crawford's just better than him.
Well, what made it a dominant fashion, in your opinion?
Ooh, I mean, you really want to get into that? Did you not watch the fight?
I literally had to listen to like nonsensical boxing takes about drinking and how a fighter does in his career. And you don't want to answer that question? You don't have to if you don't want to. It's up to you.
I'm not sure about that, my good brother, because the fact that you're saying that these are nonsensical things is just I'm concerned.
Because they are, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you got 3 other people that's saying, two other people.
Crawford will never be a Sugar Ray Leonard, not even in his dreams, not even if like he made a deal with the devil. And Sugar Ray Leonard was a big drunk, a big cokehead. A lot of people in the fighters were. But you know why they were so great and why some were more greater than others? Because they had skills. Skills is the only thing that matters, and game plan. Literally. Like some narratives, like the alcohol people, some people like to say, oh, this guy's gonna win because he has more skills.
Well,
skills don't mean shit. It's you executing those skills against a particular fighter.
I think you're missing the whole point. Still, my good brother.
But it's cool, man. You don't know
Yeah,
boxing.
I will. Hey, to their
He
point,
still don't
Ray was
get it.
washed up. Ray was washed up pretty early in his career, Puro.
But you know why, though, Scholar? And it wasn't the alcohol.
The retina, the drug, it was everything. It was abuse.
It was abuse. See, here's the problem. The good brother's not saying that that's the only and everything to what makes a fighter dynamic and superior. He's saying, listen. Hold on. No, he's not. No, let me finish, bro. The reason why LeBron James is playing till he's 40 is why? Because he understands that the body is the machine. And if you take care of your body and you give the body the highest quality of things, you have longevity. You have preservation. You can go harder. You can sustain. Listen, I don't care what nobody say. Listen, we're not talking about anomalies. We're not talking about minority situations.
Yes,
okay? Listen. No. What we're talking about is this, brother. All the guy is saying is that is not the all. It's just a component that adds to a fighter. That's all. And it does, man. I don't know what's so hard about that, man.
That's what Scholar was saying. Like the Jay was saying, that's what makes Crawford like this extra special fighter, and why these other like the bruh, like nah.
But it does. Believe it or not, it does though. It does.
No, because like you were saying, we were talking about anomalies. No.
All right, let me ask you a question. What did you think about Crawford? What did you think about Crawford's conditioning in this Canelo fight? What do you think about his condition? His wind? You thought it was great?
I mean, like, I didn't see anything to tell me that it wasn't.
I mean, compared to Canelo, would you say who looked more tired in the fight, Canelo or Crawford?
I think either fighter looked tired.
Oh man,
Canelo quick.
Oh my God!
Get him up out of here, man.
We're just gonna agree to disagree. We're gonna agree to disagree, my brother.
You
No
don't know
problem.
boxing, bro. You don't know boxing, bro. Like literally, like
quick.
you don't know.
I just asked you a basic question and you couldn't answer. I'd say who looked more tired in the fight.
Bruh,
and then bro gonna try to use Sugar. Bro gonna try to use Sugar Ray Leonard as an example. Like, come on, dog. You crazy?
Because to debunk your point, that's why I use it as an example.
Yeah, I know. And so did Wilfred Benitez.
See, Scholar, like that's what I'm saying. It's dangerous, bruh. That's why, like
that's a drinker against drinker.
Because like they think it's the truth. It's the truth. Nah, bruh.
It is the truth.
These dudes, bruh.
It is the truth. If you got,
it's
like that.
Him not drinking and not smoking. That's why he was able to last so long.
And it gave him an edge because it's a lot of fights that should have been
no
closer.
Edge, bro. What are you talking about?
It gave him an edge. That's what made him look so great. A lot of fighters could have looked closer.
That about himself. He wrong for that too.
What?
I will say this: LeBron James at 40 years old and Michael Jordan at 40 years old. It's two different 40-year-old people.
Close.
Yeah,
not even close.
Yeah, one is the greatest of all time, and one is like
they
he's
still
trying to
compare LeBron's stats to a prime Michael Jordan.
LeBron gets compared because by LeBron fanboys. The only one that truly gets compared to MJ is Kobe.
When they
we talking about body. We talking about body
right now. When they put his games up right now, the picture they're gonna put of Michael Jordan is gonna be him in the Chicago Bulls jersey, bro.
Yeah.
LeBron today, they comparing him to a Chicago Bulls Michael Jordan, bro. You don't ever see a Wizards Michael Jordan up there compared.
Oh snap! That's a fact.
Ever.
I still don't think bro get it. I don't think he get it. Like
he don't get it, man. He don't get it.
At the end of the day,
it's all the time, bro. Like
if you got two fighters and they both hella great and they don't have no super high qualities over each other, then you take in these little factors. These are the small factors. These are the small factors that over years and years, like over decades, it takes its toll on your body. It takes its toll on how fast you move.
How would you know? How would you know?
What do you mean, how would I know?
How would you know?
I come from a family of athletes.
Yeah, you're okay. You come from a family of athletes, but what does that have to do with anything? I come from a family of athletes too. I was never good at certain sports. They were all good at everything. That don't mean nothing.
That means a lot, bro.
It means a lot, bro.
It means a lot.
It means a
I
lot
come from
because
family athletes too, bro.
it means a lot because I always remembered as we went up, as we grew up, my brother that didn't smoke and doesn't drink and still doesn't to this day was always the one that outperformed everybody because he had the same amount of skills and he had the same amount of determination as everybody else. Everybody else just was in. I mean, say what you want, but
no, I'm not saying what I
the
want.
proof is in the proof is
a professional athlete.
the proof is in the pudding. Canelo has 3 losses, and each loss just coincidentally happens to be by 3 guys who don't drink and don't smoke.
So wait, hold on. So wait,
yeah, that's
so wait, if you was in a fight yourself, right, against a guy that drinks or whatever, you're not gonna say you don't think you have a better chance against that dog?
Not if he's extremely skilled.
Come on, bro.
Like if the guy is like if
y'all
I suck,
both- my
good brother is delusional,
he's
man.
drunk
He's
on that night.
delusional.
You're talking
If y'all
about stuff.
both in the gym, if y'all both in the gym, right? If y'all both in the gym, and he take like he do other shit outside the gym, like he might smoke, he might drink or whatever. You mean to tell me your chances are not better than his?
No, because
You
that
a
has
freak.
nothing to do
Oh,
unless
my
you're
God.
drunk.
Right, bro. It's
Unless
all
you're
right.
drunk in the
So-
fight, that has
You
nothing
on
to
the right,
do
bro. It's okay.
with the outcome.
So the brother doesn't understand. See, this he wants to take it deeper, right? The thing is this: do you understand what happens when you drink alcohol, sir?
Yeah, it gets you a head change.
What happens to the body when you drink alcohol, sir?
Like I said, you get a head change.
You get bloated,
See?
right?
Okay. That's the reason why having a conversation. He doesn't understand the effects and the impact of
Your liver
alcohol
gets nasty,
on the
right?
body. So he doesn't really.
I understand it very well. Like I used to be a big drinker, but I was never a professional athlete. I don't
That's
know
why you
anybody that
defending
literally
Canelo
like
so
that
much.
could
Now
tell
it
me
makes
like this is
sense.
why I was better than all these other dudes.
It makes sense now.
But I can give you examples of like literally Hall of Fame all-time GOAT fighters that literally had substance abuse problems and they were that good, better than Crawford.
Cool. And don't say Sugar Ray Leonard
Why not?
because Sugar
Why
Ray
can't I use
Leonard.
Sugar Ray Leonard? Why can't I use Sugar Ray?
Sugar Ray Leonard is not better than Terence Crawford.
Oh my God!
Yo, didn't say Ray Leonard do coke? My tripping.
Yo, yeah, no, he did coke a lot, but I ain't trying to like say that he's bad for doing coke or whatever. Like it was the '80s, bro. Like every fighter did coke.
Shit,
And it shows, sir. And it shows, sir.
Yeah. Like Ray Leonard. Like you ever see Tommy Hearns or Ray Leonard? Oh man, casual boxing fans, what are you gonna do?
How we casual? Because you're not answering.
No, not you. I'm not talking about you, brother. I'm talking about you.
No, I think he's saying casual because we broke it down so spectacularly. There's nothing
down,
that he
bro.
could really say at that point.
Canelo has 3 losses because he fought fights and don't drink.
So
That makes 0 sense. Scholar,
cocaine
that's why
is
you
a
got to teach
stimulant.
these youngsters, bro.
So cocaine is a stimulant.
Scholar, bro. You knowledgeable. Teach these dudes.
It's a stimulant, so I wouldn't. It's kind of cocaine is actually be the opposite. It would be cheap.
Thank you, sir. See that's just basic knowledge that the brother doesn't understand. He's talking about cocaine as if cocaine is destroys. It's a stimulant, sir. If anything, it enhances you. It makes you feel more aggressive. It gives you the energy. It makes you feel like you can conquer the world. It gives you the balls, the nuts to go in there and put on a great fight, quote unquote. We're not talking about that. We're saying the one who.
How did you kick your coke habit, brother?
Hold on. The one who preserves his body, the one that understands that conditioning is important when you're at a high level of sports. It matters, sir. When you're facing other high-level athletes in today's time, that's just plain and simple. And that was the only reason why I used the LeBron analogy to show that he's at the age that he's at, he's still competing against people half his age. Why is that, sir? It's because he understands the importance of what you consume, how you treat your body, how you preserve your body. This is basic knowledge, but you want to argue for no reason, bro.
It's not basic knowledge, bro. It's not basic knowledge.
That is basic knowledge, bro. You just.
No, bro, it's not basic knowledge.
It really is,
I'm telling you about basic knowledge. Like y'all have never played professional sports before, and if you guys have, it's never been at the highest level.
And what's the?
And then we're talking about a sport, a particular sport in boxing where like literally like you don't have a teammate, like literally like you could LeBron say he drunk, he could be hungover. Like his teammates could carry him to a win on that night or whatever. Like literally, like, bruh, it's like team sport versus an individual sport, man. That's not even a valid comparison.
But you as a person have to perform, right?
Yeah, yes, you do.
Okay, so I'm saying though, like regardless of whatever. So even better. So let's go back to the boxing point. You as a yourself you have to perform, bro. So it's better that you don't put that shit in your body, so you could perform better, and not be slouchy, and not have extra weight on you from the alcohol, because alcohol puts weight on you too.
And alcohol catches up with your ass at the end of your career.
It slows you down.
And I agree, but the thing is that can be told. That can be told by human beings in general. Like I'm a smoker, like literally, like. But if I told my younger self, I'd be like, "Don't do that dumb stuff." But like literally, like we're human, bro. Like literally, like
that's the exact what you just said right there. That's the point right there. They're human, so regardless if they're professional or not, if you put that shit in your body, you're not gonna be your best, bro.
Yeah, but like literally, like it goes vice versa. Like literally, like there's people that don't drink and like literally like, and I commend them for it, and I think it's very smart. But they're the dumbest people in that ever existed on the planet. But just because they don't drink doesn't take away that they dumb.
That's not the same thing.
That's not what we're talking about, sir.
That was a bad analogy, bro. I ain't gonna
That's not what we're talking about.
Because like literally,
that was
like
horrible.
somebody brought
You're
that
right,
point up.
it was horrible.
Somebody brought up that point earlier.
That's a bad take.
Very bad take.
Well, I'll give that one to you. That's a bad take. I don't think it's a bad take, but like literally, I haven't heard good takes from y'all since y'all hopped on the panel. So I mean, like, you're welcome. I don't know.
Your perspective is your reality, my brother.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Jesus Christ, man. Y'all on the internet too much, man. So am I, man.
Yo, that I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty entertaining, man. Like I said, I'm in the middle on this because I buy those old school boxing books where they used to go like 70 rounds, 99 rounds and stuff. And those people believe that alcohol would loosen up the muscles and they would get massages and stuff like that. So I said, like, I don't know that we'd have to see some peer review, data in order to
tell them, Scholar. I need to see the data.
I'm saying, they're not doing that today, right?
But that's what I'm saying. Is it not feasible today because we don't believe it's feasible? It goes to this, because a lot of the boxing is mental, and we most people would agree on that, right? Boxing is majority mental, so it's like
that's half the battle, right?
So it's like if you believe something to be true, just like sleeping with your girlfriend or your wife on fight night is gonna give you a bad performance, then guess what's gonna happen the first time you ever try to get it in? You're gonna have a bad performance. So it's like, how much of that is true? How much of that is
what would be
myth?
better for you though, to have sex with your girlfriend the night before or get drunk the night before?
But that's not the end all be all, Scholars. All I'm saying.
Course.
These guys are speaking in absolutes. Scholar, you never speak in absolutes. That's why, like, you know what you know. Like, these guys are speaking in absolutes, bruh. And like, literally, it's not even an original. Like, it's not even. They didn't even come out of their own heads, bruh.
Hey,
like, these guys sound young.
Hey,
I've been hearing this.
Scholar.
Terence,
I've been in the ring.
Scholar, would you?
I've been in the ring drunk too.
I know that.
And I found somebody way better than me. I cooked them.
Hey, Scholar, would you agree that the fighters of the past careers typically didn't last as long? Meaning that when they reached a certain age, because of the amount of damage they have taken, because of just the intensity of the era, would you believe, like, and just what was going around in the era, drugs, alcohol at the high levels, would you believe like they didn't, their longevity was didn't last as long? Like, would you?
No, they had some pretty good long careers, believe it or not. They careers were actually pretty long. Their life expectancy was like 34 and stuff, and they was actually having boxing career. Like Jack Johnson was still doing exhibitions when he was like 50 years old. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's too. The only way to for sure settle this, bro, is we gotta go to the lab or something, and then we gotta factor in genetics because we're gonna have a Mayorga in there that's smoking inside the lab and drinking and doing cocaine all at one time, and he gonna go out there and have great performance. So it just, I don't know. That's why I say I wonder: is it because you believe it? Does it have to be genetics involved and then the belief aspect? I don't know. But I will say, be on the safe side and don't do it. But hey, Roberto Duran did cocaine, and that man boxed for a hell of a long time, and he drunk too. He did what fighters do today times 10. That's why Sugar Ray caught him lacking in the rematch. He knew he was gonna be full of that cocaine and alcohol.
Scholar, boxing is suffering because you ain't teaching these youngsters, bruh. Just teach them, bruh, because that's all you do is just on YouTube. They ain't like you, Scholar, that you've been watching boxing before YouTube existed. Like,
Man,
bruh,
how do you know I ain't been watching boxing that long though, bro?
because I know a lot of boxing too, Scholar. But I've told you before, like me, like explaining boxing is not my forte. You do that well.
They do fun.
Who's
young?
I think they older than me. Yeah, I think they older than me.
Yeah, he doesn't know my age. He's just talking.
Cuz funny.
He just yapping.
Okay, so what is it? Your age, or you just don't know boxing?
No, I approach things from a practical standpoint. If you think that you smoke, I'm gonna put it like this. If you smoke every day and you think that your lungs gonna be just impeccable, I'm not talking about minority situations or anomaly situations. I'm sorry, brother. It ain't gonna work if you measure up against somebody who is conditioned their lungs to be a certain way. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Like, you're not gonna convince me that, you know?
I'm not trying to convince you, bro. But we're talking boxing, not if cigarettes.
Conditioning is a part of boxing.
No, duh. It's all good, bro. Like, hey, man. Like, I tried my best, like, as a kid, all the way to, like, actually people asking my opinions, and to me, I usually try to, like, not steer them away. Whoever you listening to, bro, like, literally, like, bro, it's like, just watch boxing, bro. You'll learn a lot more. That's my biggest advice I can give anybody.
Bro, this nigga's saying.
You know why I say genetics too? John Jones, bro. I watched a video of John Jones, and he said, and this is crazy, bro. This is how you know fighters do be doubting themselves too, like regardless of what people believe. But he said on the Joe Rogan show, he said that he would go out every night and get like drunk. And he said that he would do that just in case he lost. He would say, well, it's because I drunk. That's crazy, man. A guy because John Jones, it's either him or Silva is probably the greatest UFC fighter in history, What
about Kane? Boxing? What about Kane? I hear a lot of people say Kane is really good.
Kane Velasquez?
Yeah, I heard a lot of people say like at one point.
We talking about like skills.
So I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
You know what that's like comparing? That's like comparing Lennox Lewis to Sugar Ray Leonard. Like Ray Leonard got way more tools in his, in his arsenal.
Okay, I see that perspective. I don't watch MMA a lot. I'm just saying that's what I heard.
And I'm pretty sure John Jones still do cocaine. You see, he just retired and came back. I don't know. Like I said, bro, I don't know. I would not advise anybody to do it because in boxing and in sports, you want every advantage that you can get. That's why these people be, trying to fight down at the weight that they killing themselves to make.
And another thing too, right? You got another thing too, right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You got another thing too, is like you got people that drink on occasion, and then you got people that are alcoholics. They drink all the time. Those fighters don't last, bro.
Thank you, Static. Thank you. I literally just made that point not too long ago. Before you hopped on, I'm trying to make that point, but they wouldn't listen.
So how we got here is, what was the point that he was making? He was saying Canelo. So he said basically that Canelo.
He was trying to diminish Crawford's win. That's what he was trying to do.
I jumped in when we were saying that fighters are better when they don't take in those type of activities outside the ring.
Yeah, but these guys came on talking about like literally, but Canelo lost to dudes that don't drink, and that's why like he lost. Literally, like these are Bud haters, Bivol haters, and Floyd haters, bro. They say they only beat Canelo because they're drunk. That's what you're trying to imply. And they say
that's not the only. No.
But that's what they were trying to.
Hold on. Now that ain't the reason, but
no, it's not the reason, bro.
That had something to do with it, though. Believe it. That had a little something to do with it, though. I say that. But that definitely wasn't the reason. Though. They just really better than him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And at the end of the day, like you only have to be better than a fighter to win. Like that's the beauty of boxing. Like literally, like fighters win fights they're not supposed to all the time for various reasons.
I know fighters get robbed. You know
No,
what
I'm
I'm saying?
talking about like
Some
I'm
fighters,
talking
some
about like
fighters land a
literally.
punch that change the
Go ahead,
fight.
go ahead. Yeah, no,
There's a whole lot of factors that go into that, but I'm just saying though, like on a perfect day, Canelo's not better than any of them guys. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, he's not better than Floyd. Bivol. Well, no, I mean, like literally, like I hear what you're saying. Like there's no argument I could give.
Like
Look, 'cause
Bivol
he
had the
lost.
style
He
to
lost.
Bivol had the
'Cause he
style
lost.
to beat Canelo. And that's what I always said about Canelo. Canelo can never get past somebody that can box well. That can.
Lara could box well. He got past him.
Lara was moving too much. That was the problem. If Lara would have held his ground, he's not winning that fight.
But that's if what would Shelton?
He was
say?
moving too much though. He was moving way too much. That's why
If we were
I didn't
fifth,
give Lara the fight.
if maybe we'll be a fifth, we all be drunk. That's what Shelton said.
Okay, and what are we talking about?
I'm trying to say is that like maybes don't exist. Like maybes don't exist. Like literally, like maybe he could have done this. Maybe he could have done that. Maybe
No, I'm
Canelo
saying though.
could have
I'm
like
speaking.
let his hands go a little bit
I'm
more.
speaking
versus
from what I
Bivol,
From what I saw, he was moving too much, and that's why he lost.
But he lost. Is
That's
the
why he
entire
lost. The reason he lost because he wasn't holding his ground enough. That's
yeah,
why he
but
lost.
like literally, but the point I was
Floyd
making, he's an
Mayweather-
excellent
Floyd
boxer,
Mayweather-
and he still lost.
Floyd moved when he had to, and he held his ground. Bud moved when he had to, he held his ground. Bivol did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So they all followed the same blueprint and it all works. So that's what I'm saying. If you can box at an elite level, Canelo won't beat you.
Lara can box at an elite level. Canelo beat him.
Wasn't elite that day.
Yeah, but those are like literally like
Wasn't elite that day.
gaslighting the
I'm not. That's not gaslighting. That's really
yes, it is gaslighting, bro.
All three of them did that shit, and it worked.
Yeah,
If
but
Lara
literally,
would have did what they did,
Canelo, and that's not true.
he wins the fight. That's what I'm
He
saying.
won't always be Canelo.
If Lara did what those three did, he wins the fight.
Yeah, but like he didn't.
That's why. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. That's why he lost, bro. He didn't hold his ground.
Yeah, and
that's what I'm saying. That's why
and if he would have held his ground, doesn't mean he would have won. He would have won.
Elite level, bro. Boxing at an elite level means you can do it all, bro. You can do everything. You can hold your ground when you need to. You move when you need to. You control the distance when you need to. You bang when you need to. You box when you need to. They do it all.
Yeah.
Lara didn't do it all. That's why he lost.
And
That's
you
what I'm
base
saying.
that by the fighter that you're fighting.
All three of them
you
did
do that
it
by
all.
the fighter you're fighting.
All
bro.
three of them did it all, bro. That's what I'm saying. All three of those guys.
And Lara could do it all too, but he's a
didn't.
Cuban boxer with a Cuban style style of fighting.
He didn't do it though.
Yeah, he didn't do it because Canelo didn't
And
allow him.
that's why he lost.
Because it takes two to tango.
What are we talking about? That's why he lost.
The main reason he lost is because
That's why
Canelo.
he lost, bro.
Canelo did more than he did.
Why is that?
Because Canelo was a better man that night.
Because Lara is not on the level of those three I just named.
I mean, you can make the case, but literally now you're moving the goalpost.
I'm
You're
not
saying
though.
that Canelo doesn't
I'm not.
beat
I'm saying he didn't perform. He didn't. Bro, I'm not moving the goalpost, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. He did not perform at the level of those three guys, and that's why he lost.
Obviously,
That's what I'm
because like even those three guys, like Bivol is not on the same level as Crawford. Crawford's not on the same level as Floyd, and vice versa. So what are we talking about?
Well, I'm gonna say it again for you. I'm gonna say it again. You talking about like levels, right? I'm not saying that all three of those guys.
Levels. I was answering your question.
I'm not saying. Hold on. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. I'm not saying those three guys are all on the same level. What I'm saying is they performed a way that Lara didn't. They performed at a level that Lara could not perform at. That's what I'm saying.
And how do you know that Lara could not perform at that level? That doesn't make sense.
I don't care where you put them three guys.
The goalpost.
I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is, I'm not moving the goalpost.
Yes, you are moving the goalpost, bro. The initial comment that you made is that Canelo cannot beat elite level boxers. He
can't.
He already has. He
can't.
proved that. Yes,
can't.
he beat Lara. He beat
bro.
Triple G. He beat
Miguel
Cotto. Like what are we talking about?
He beat Cotto when Cotto was done. Cotto was already done up by that time. Cotto was already done up by that time, bro. So what are we talking about? Is Cotto on Bud level? Let's talk levels now. Since we want to talk levels, is Cotto on Bud level?
To be fair, how many people on Bud level?
Nah, I feel you, but no. Let me answer the question though. Let me answer the question. Is Cotto on Bud's level? No, all right.
Yeah, it ain't too many people on Floyd Mayweather or Bud level, so that's.
It's
I
not,
mean,
but I'm saying, but he's saying like Lara. I know
I
Lara's
think
great.
I think
Lara's a great boxer, bro. He's a great boxer, but is he on the level of? Since we talking levels, or is he on those? Is he on those guys' level, or anywhere near it?
Well, and to your first question, I think Cotto could beat Bud.
Listen, I'm a Cotto fan, bro, and he don't stand a chance, bro. What weight
we'll never know. We'll never know. We'll never know. So
what weight would you even put him in for him to even have a chance? What 140? 140 be his best chance.
I think he would have a best chance
147 don't stand a chance. 154
at
don't
the weight
stand
class I would fight at, but we'll never know. That's the thing. We'll never know. So I'll give you that one because we'll never know. I'll know because I got my time machine in the back, but you know it's broken.
Is Lara on those guys' level?
I would say no, but he's still an elite boxer. Which going back to your original point that you made,
he's a great boxer. He's a great boxer. Yes, he's a great boxer,
elite,
bro.
He's an elite boxer.
He's a great boxer, bro. Great boxer. Great.
Well, that's a difference in opinion. So, but like literally, Danny Jacobs, Triple G, Cotto, all wins, bro.
If you're elite, don't you have to get that title of being elite? Don't you have to beat elite guys and beat them all, or like what do you have to do to be elite though? Because there's a difference, bro.
Yeah, I know there's a difference, but
elite,
the thing
great,
is,
good,
obviously, definition of elite varies because you have obviously a definition.
What do you have
of
to do to be elite? That's what I'm asking you.
So when I say when you say elite boxers, I'm thinking you're coming from the skill set perspective. All you have to do to be an elite boxer is have an elite skill set, and then obviously literally show it in the ring. Because sometimes you could have an elite skill set and you just can't translate it from your mind to the ring.
You don't have to beat them all, but you know I was going. Go ahead, my fault. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you could be. I was just saying is that like literally like I thought that's like I've been watching boxing a long time, bro. We're talking about elite fighters. Is that you have an elite skill set, and then not just that, you have to prove it by showing that elite skill set in the ring, not necessarily versus another elite fighter, because unfortunately sometimes the eras are stronger than others, but you still show like you still show that elite skill set and you apply it in the ring.
What era was Lara in?
He's still fighting. He's still active.
I mean, he old, but I'm saying though, like
yeah, he is old. But that's the thing though. Bernard Hopkins was old too.
No, I'm saying
didn't lose
I'm
his elite. He didn't lose his elite until like literally like 2 fights out.
I'm talking about Lara when he was at his. You think Lara at his best today?
No, I would say that's the thing though. That's a tough one because like I think his best was when he fought Canelo, and it wasn't enough.
Why wasn't it enough, bro?
Because he lost.
Well, why did he lose?
Because Canelo learned from the previous. In my humble opinion, he learned from the Floyd Mayweather fight that certain things that you can only gain with experience. Like I believe, and this is a total opinion. Like literally, like I can't say this is fact. I will say it's fact. Like literally, like there's some fighters that you doesn't matter how good you are, you can't beat unless you have an experience. You don't have to lose. You just have to have that elite that level of experience in the ring. Because sparring, you can't duplicate that. You can't duplicate a real fight in sparring. It's not possible.
Go ahead.
You know, so oh shit. But yeah, that's just it, bro. So like literally, like, yeah, bro. Like Canelo has big elite fighters. He just couldn't beat those elite fighters.
He beat great fighters. He beat some good fighters. He beat great fighters, but no.
Yeah, in your opinion, bro. Like I said, like our definition of elite is different.
I don't know. I watch different levels. I don't know. I've seen a different level of. I know what elite is, bro. Like, and Lara's not that.
Okay,
no, he's not elite, bro. He's a great
boxer.
Why
isn't he elite? Why isn't he elite? Why isn't what doesn't make him elite?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What doesn't?
You said you know what elite looks like. You said you know what elite looks like. You said you know what elite looks like.
I just told you he can't do it. He can't do it all. He can't do it all.
What can't he do? What can't he do?
He doesn't hold his ground long enough in certain situations.
He can hold his ground.
That's the example.
I've seen him hold his ground.
Against who though?
He held his ground against Alfredo Angulo. He held his
Why
ground
didn't he do it against Canelo?
Carlos. He
Why
held
didn't
his
he do it
ground
against
versus
Canelo? Why didn't he do it against Canelo?
Because he knew that based by the Floyd Mayweather fight, that this is going to be the best chance for him to beat him, and this is his style that he always fought. He's not going to implement a style that he never fights in.
If he watched Floyd, though, he would have did what Floyd did, though, right? Or someone.
But that's the thing. Floyd had years of experience, and they have different. They could do different things, bro. Just because they can do different things does not make one more elite than the other.
Yeah, it does. But I'm gonna tell you why. Because Floyd can do it all. That's what I'm saying. Floyd did it all.
Yeah, and so could Lara. So could Lara. But this is the point I was trying to make earlier. Just because you can do it all doesn't mean you're gonna win every fight. Because Floyd could do it all when he was in the amateurs. But literally, like when he fought
Floyd did it all against Canelo, right?
When he fought Cotto, he struggled that fight, but he won. When he fought Castillo, which most people thought he lost, literally, he had it all then.
But I'm saying we got to stay on topic of who we talking about. We staying on topic of who we talking about, though, right? We talking about
We're
talking about these guys versus Canelo, right? We talking about these elite guys that we saying that beat Canelo, right? Or fought Canelo.
And not all elite fighters beat Canelo.
That beat Canelo or fought Canelo, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I can't give Lara that because he didn't do it all in the fight. Triple G did it all in the first fight. He did it all. He did everything. He did everything he was supposed to do. He did everything. He controlled it with the jab. He stayed in range. He controlled the distance with what he did. And he walked Canelo down.
He never walked Canelo down, so I don't know why people.
Canelo was on his back foot in that first fight, bro.
Or you talking Triple G or Bivol?
I'm talking about Triple G, bro.
Oh yeah, I don't think Triple G walked him down. No, I don't believe.
He wasn't walking him down that first fight.
Nope.
Oh yeah, you a Canelo fan for real?
I'm a Canelo fan, but
I can tell.
No. Like literally, you have to go to that. You're a Canelo fan because you can't break down why Triple G didn't.
I don't have to do that, but what I'm saying is,
yes, you do, bro. Because that's how you break down fights. That's how you make statements that don't sound like irrelevant.
Because at first you said you was a boxing fan, right?
You say that. You say that because you can't break a fight down. That's it.
You was a boxing fan, right? I'm breaking it down
what an elite boxer looks like, and you can't break it down, bro. You can't.
I literally just broke it down for you.
He can do it all. Is not breaking it down.
I was breaking it down. I was getting to it. I was
he's good at the mid range.
So I wasn't saying that he was
doing it all. Is that like literally he can fight on the back foot?
He was controlling this with his jab. Hold on, let me finish, bro, because you're not listening. I said
because I'm breaking it down, bro. Like
I said
I've already asked you 3 times to tell me something,
and then the power was getting to him, and then he started walking Canelo down.
Bro, I do this for a living, bro. I be boxing for a living.
When he didn't win, they gave him a draw. So that's what happened.
Those are all like
the man was on the back foot. Your man was on the back foot.
That's all it is.
That's all talking
point.
The second fight,
they gave him a draw because those judges.
Canelo beat him in the second fight because he was walking Triple G down doing what he had to do. That's what happened. Your boy was way more defensive in the first fight and wasn't worried about exchanging like that because he didn't want to get hit for real. You saw it.
Like literally, he still got hit. He still got hit. He still got hit, and he was being defensive. What we talking?
The second time, hold on. The second time around, when he fought the second time, he stayed in the pocket with Triple G. Started going to the body on Triple G, and he started walking him down the second fight. And that's why he was going
to the body in the first Triple G fight. What are we talking about?
Are you going to let me finish or not?
You're saying like literally.
Are you going to let me finish or not? Are you letting me finish or not?
Go ahead. Go talk your shit, bro. That's all it is. Shit.
You let me finish or not? This ain't me just talking shit. This ain't me just talking shit. I'm really talking shit.
It is talking shit. You're not.
I'm really talking shit. You think it's talking shit because I'm not sticking up for your mans right
now? No, you don't have to stick up for my man. I don't have a man. I don't have a man. I have women. I love women. I'm not gay, brother. I don't have a man.
Man, look. Listen, you going to some other shit right now. I ain't even knowing that.
I'm not going, bro. You called him my man, bro. Like I don't have a man, bro. I don't know these guys. You guys are related to me.
He boxed him in the first fight. He did what he had to do. He won
Learn
the fight.
how to break down boxing, and it's easy, bro. You don't have to get emotional.
The second time around, Canelo reversed what Triple G did in the first fight, but he stayed in the pocket with that nigga and started walking Triple G. He started walking him down. He started walking Triple G down in the second fight. Am I wrong about that too?
He started fighting more on the.
Am I wrong about that too?
Yes.
So Canelo wasn't walking Triple G down in the second fight.
He changed up his style. That's all he did.
Bro, he
walked
all
him
right.
down at points. He went on.
Triple G boxed well in the first fight. Triple G did everything right.
Triple G boxed well in both fights.
Huh?
Triple G boxed well in both.
All right, let's say. All right, bet he boxed well in both fights. Canelo did better in the second fight. I'll give you that. Let's say that then, right?
Yeah, not that much better.
He did better in the second fight, bro.
Not
come
that
on, stop
much
playing
better.
with me,
Not that
man.
much better.
He
Not that
did
much
better
better.
in the second fight. The first fight, he clearly lost. He
No,
lost.
he didn't clearly lose. He didn't clearly lose. He did not clearly lose.
He clearly lost, bro.
No, he didn't clearly lose. That's
Oh,
your
my
opinion.
God.
Clearly lose. But I'll tell you this, and this is a
He
fact.
lost,
You
bro.
can't say it's not a fact. The
All right,
only
he
opinion
lost,
that
though.
matters is not mine.
All right,
It's not
thank
yours.
clear-
The
all right,
judge's
thank
opinion is the
clear-
only one that matters. The judges. Your opinion don't matter. Only the judges.
Let me give you this one then. Bet. Let's not say he clearly lost, but he lost. He didn't win.
Oh,
I know that.
I didn't think he won either, but I thought it was a draw.
That definitely wasn't a draw, bro. But go ahead, though. You talk.
Yeah,
It's okay.
in your opinion, it wasn't a draw.
I
In your
scored a
opinion, it
7-5
wasn't a
Triple
draw,
G.
and that's cool. You can have an
I scored
opinion.
a 7-5 Triple G. The second time they fought, I
That's
think
cool.
I gave it.
The second fight, like I scored the 7-5 Canelo.
I think I scored that 7-4.
If they would have gave it to Triple G, I wouldn't have been
Canelo, I
mad
think.
either. Like people
Say
don't
what?
call robbery, but Triple G fought very well in the second fight as well.
I didn't listen. 7-5, and you don't get the win. If it went the other way or some shit, I don't call close fights robberies, bro. I don't do that.
No,
But-
neither do I. Neither do I.
But when I do call the robbery, though, no one listen. He clearly won 7 rounds, though. I'll say that he clearly won 7 rounds. Giving it a draw, nah.
Yeah, but that's your
Yeah.
opinion. And at the end of the day, your opinion doesn't matter. It's in the books.
Okay.
My opinion don't matter. My
All right,
opinion
bet.
don't matter. Like literally.
What was your opinion when Floyd fought Canelo? Was it a majority
Floyd
decision? Was that
obliterated. No,
Was that
Floyd
unanimous?
obliterated Canelo.
So all right, so that wasn't like that was no attempt on trying to rob the nigga, right?
I don't think so because if they wanted to rob him, he would have lost.
One judge did try to rob him. Though. They gave it a draw when we saw what happened.
And that proves what?
What you mean? That Canelo
Hey, that
loses
proves
fights,
what? That
That
proves
Canelo
what?
loses fights, and then you got
No,
people that
Canelo
still-
loses
and then you
fights
got
when
people
he
that
loses
still
fights.
still
That's
favor
it.
him,
That's
they're
it.
still trying to favor
Canelo
Canelo
loses
somehow.
fights when he loses fights.
Right.
Man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what that means right there. That's all I was saying about that. But
That's it. That's it. Like literally,
That's all I
I
was saying
thought
about that
Floyd
part.
lost his fight, but he didn't. Right?
say what?
He's undefeated. I thought Floyd lost the fight, but he didn't. Right? He's undefeated. You want to know why? Because my
On the
opinion don't mean
books, yeah,
shit.
of course. Okay, that's fine. But what does that mean though?
The books is the only thing that matters, bruh.
The books is the only thing that matters.
Yes.
So for what you see with your own eyes don't matter. That's just an opinion.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes. That's how boxing works, brother. The judges score the fight. We watch it. That's it.
Gotcha.
And yes, because we love.
So-
I can
so-
tell you
so-
love sports, and I
so-
love
so the
sports
judges-
as
so
well.
the judges are always
We
right
can have
then.
opinions like
So
if
in your
we think
opinion, the judges are always right. That's what you kind of.
No, of course not. Of course not. I've seen actual robberies and fights. I didn't think the first Triple G was a robbery.
That's your opinion though. You see,
I understand. And just like it's your opinion that
That's
you
just
thought
your opinion.
the Triple G won. That's it.
What you seen
That's
with your
it.
eyes though, you say you saw clean robberies, right? That's your opinion though.
Yeah. But that wasn't one of them.
That's your opinion though, right?
Yeah, that is my opinion.
You seeing clean robberies? That's just your opinion. That's what the judges they just right.
No. The judges are literally if they're right or wrong, they're the only opinion that matters. How they score a fight is whether you win, lose, or you draw. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
How is it bullshit, bro?
That's bullshit because I'm saying though, just because a judge scored a certain way, that don't mean that's what actually happened.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
You
Because
just said
that's
it
how boxing
yourself,
scoring
bro.
works.
You
That's how boxing scoring works.
Are you hearing what you're saying right now? You say you
Bro,
said it yourself.
I am hearing what I'm saying,
stop,
bro.
stop,
literally,
stop.
you want to
said yourself that
validate
you
your
saw clear
opinion
robberies,
greater
right?
than any opinion.
You said it yourself that you
that
saw
any
clear
other boxer
robberies, right? You
Just
saw
because
clear
your
robberies,
opinion,
right?
you have your own opinion.
Did
which
you
I can
see clear
respect.
robberies? Yes or no? Did you see clear
Yes.
robberies? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And then when the judge made that shit, when the judge said, "Yo, we saw this guy win," but the judge said, "Nah, he ain't win." They right then. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that their decision on how they saw the fight is fine. Bruh.
You can't make this shit up.
No, you can't, bro. Because
You can't
literally,
make this
your
shit up.
opinion doesn't matter when it comes to scoring fights. It doesn't matter at all, ever. It will never matter. It will never
Yep.
matter.
Yep.
It will never matter, ever.
Yep.
Unless you become a judge and you score an actual fight, that's when it will matter, bro.
So I'm saying though, basically you're saying that they are right regardless of what we've seen happen.
No, I'm not
You
saying
are
that.
though. That's what you're saying,
No,
though, bro. You don't understand what you're saying
I'm
right
not,
now.
bro. I'm not. You're saying that. You're saying
definitely saying that, bro.
No, bro. Like literally, like we don't have to be children. Like literally, like I'm not saying.
I'm
saying what I'm saying.
I'm not being a child.
You're saying that I'm saying what I'm not saying.
I'm trying to help you grow up right now. I'm trying to make you understand your
I
words.
can grow up, bro. Like literally,
to
I know a basic boxing fact that the judges determine who wins or loses a fight, not you. You will never, ever in your life determine if Floyd, Bivol, Crawford, Canelo, my brother, my sister, my daughter will ever win a fight. You will never be that dude.
We established that.
You will go on YouTube, give your opinion, and that's it. That's all you'll ever be.
Right?
No, they're not. But I tell you what, the judges is the only opinion that matters on who wins a fight. That's a fact. Okay, man, that's what's wrong with the youth today. Y'all want to win an argument instead of listening. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, my fault. All right, cut out. What you say?
I'm talking to you, bro.
No, I'm just saying that, like, bro, like literally, like, bro, that's the problem with you want to win an argument, bro. Like,
I'm not worried about winning an argument, bro.
Yes, you do, bro. Like,
winning an argument, bro.
One, you're saying something that I did not say. Like,
I promise I'm not worried about winning an argument.
You're trying to give my opinion for me. You'll never be able to do it. No, I'm not. Yes, bro. You just said that the judges are always right. That I just said that. I never said that.
You did though, and then in your own way, you did.
Oh shit, this motherfucker, bro. I never said that.
In your own way, you did.
No. Okay, bro. In my own way. At the end of the day, you're trying to win an argument, bro. You're a kid. You're a child, bro.
I'm not trying to win an argument, bro.
Like you see Canelo Baby right there on the screen. Like argue with Canelo Baby, bro. Canelo Baby wants to argue with you.
Losing arguments, we children.
Yeah, bro. Like literally, you're putting words in my mouth that I never said, bro. Like that one, that's not even manly, bro. What are we talking about?
I know. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Finish what you said.
Well, I just said what I said.
Are you done? All right, okay, that's good. All right. All I was saying was, bro.
Am I done with what, bro? Like I'm done with you, bro. Like literally, go argue with the wall, bro. Go argue with the wall. Like you and the wall no boxing. You and the wall got the same level of boxing.
Yeah, I know. You don't know me at all, cuz. You don't know me at all.
You gotta lie to try to win an argument.
You don't know me at all, bro.
It's female energy, bro.
You don't know me at all. But that was nice.
Yeah, I know you. You're a type of dude that wants to like literally put words in other dudes' mouth. That's how you're manly, bro. Women do that. Women do that. Go to circle where you want to talk about.
So the point so let's get back to the point now, because now we're getting into insults.
Like he's like literally lying on me, Scholar, bro. Like literally, he's being goofy, bro. Like, come on.
He in his feelings for real. Go ahead, bro.
You know I'm a big troll, Scholar, but bro, like these goofies gotta like.
You the goofy one, nigga. You don't know me, bro.
You the goofy, bro. Like I didn't put words in your mouth, bro. I didn't put words in your mouth.
You the goofy for real, bro.
Yeah, I didn't put words in your mouth.
You the goofy,
at the end of the day, Puro, I had to listen. I never picked against Bud Crawford. I picked against him for this fight. I gotta eat crow, bro. They was right. I was wrong. I had to pull up and let every single one of them say what they had to say because I was wrong, bro. Every point that he's making today revolves around, basically Canelo losing, bro. So I mean, like, I feel like this is his time, bro.
No, I know. No, I understand that, Scholar, and I like to do that too to like mess with dudes that like get in their emotions about a fighter. You know that ain't me.
You are the true emotional one up here right now.
Canelo by stopping, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm eating a crow buffet, Scholar. So it is what it is, bro.
You a hoe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You a hoe.
Yeah. Okay. And you're a goofy.
Yeah, you a hoe. All right.
This ain't
goofy than a nigga that give it up.
At least now you're using your own words, bro. You got the balls to use your own words now, bro.
Hold on. Let's
You're debating boxing, bro. Your balls go away and start talking like a female, huh?
Hold up. We're gonna let's really
I really do this boxing.
Bro, am I gonna have to put y'all backstage? Come on, man.
I only came up here to chat for a little bit and talk boxing shit.
Yeah.
So let me know the sport because you don't. But outside this YouTube shit for real, I actually do box for real. So if you ever interested, bro, let me know.
bruh.
I'm just saying.
How old am
Okay,
I
all
again?
right, hold
I'm
on.
45
Look,
If you
look.
ever
years
interested,
old,
let me
bruh.
know.
I'm not gonna entertain a troll on the internet, bruh.
No, cuz
Go fight with your little sister, bruh.
This
Like
ain't
you
no
ain't gonna do
trolling
that shit with me.
This ain't
Bro.
no trolling
Bro,
shit for real.
Fight
God.
with a
For real.
midget,
Hold on,
bro.
hold
What
on,
we
hold on,
doing?
hold on,
For
hold
real,
on,
in
hold
real
on,
life.
hold up.
I will
Okay,
serve
all
you
right.
up in real life.
Bruh, you on the
Okay,
internet,
hold
bro. You
on,
know
hold
in
on,
real
hold
life.
on.
Yeah, I would.
How come you?
I would.
Okay, like I said, look, I know, look, we gotta reel it back in. Y'all know y'all a little heated. Take a deep breath. You know what I mean? Get back to your talking points. I thought y'all was having a decent debate before the name calling started. I think that was corny. So, you know what I mean? On both
Hey,
sides.
your man started it, bro, with the name
Both
calling
sides.
shit.
Hey, I agree. Hey, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me say this, bro.
I
Let
was
me say this.
cooking him, he ain't like it.
But check this out, bro. Check
Out
this
of here,
out,
bro.
bro.
Like you wanna like put hands on me, bro.
Hold up here. So check this out, bro. When I first got to the internet, bro, and Pure could attest to this, bro. When I first got to the internet, bro, it was a dude that called me out my name, bro. And when I tell you I lost it, bro, I put that dude on the list, bro. I said if I ever see this dude at an event, it's up, bro. But like I had to get adjusted to this because as a grown man, when you hear certain words, it trigger you because the internet not real. We still wired like our ancestors. You get what I'm saying? Like you cut open the brain of a person from 1,000 years ago and us, we still wired the same. You know what I mean? So we're not used to this internet stuff, bro. But this ain't, bro. You can't get worked up over it, bro. People go. What they gonna do, bro, is they gonna draw you out. They gonna cut you off. They gonna name call you. They gonna try to do all that stuff because it'll do everything but deflect to the point, bro. I feel like now, bro, like 2 years of doing it, bro, I got pretty seasoned, bro. I don't even let I make my point, bro. I'm gonna get this point. We ain't gonna deflect on nothing else but what we talk about, which is this point, because you can't let them derail you, brother. Especially if you feel like you got a great point, they'll try to derail you. So,
Man, I know my shit was valid about Lara. Listen, Lara's a great fighter, bro.
Can I talk now?
Lara's a great boxer, bro, but he's not an elite boxer. That's what I said, and that's a fact. He's not. He's not.
That is what you said. I was here when you said it, but I didn't say that.
Matter of fact, Boots is a great boxer.
You can call me whatever you want, bro. And I'm sorry, Scholar, but
Boots is a good fighter, but is he great or elite? Boots is a good fighter, right? He's a good boxer, right?
Yeah.
All right, is he great or elite though?
No.
Okay, that's all I'm saying about Lara. Lara's a great boxer, but he's not an elite boxer. There's levels to it, and he don't have it. That's it. You could have the Cuban style and everything. Listen, I love the Cuban style. I love the Cuban style, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know about Teofilo Stevenson. He's the motherfucking man in Cuba. At the time, he was the one that you had to look up to, and that's why I knew growing up. That's why I heard growing up anyway. Like from my grandparents and shit, or whatever. But I'm saying that was the guy right in Cuba. You know what I mean? Then you had the guys that went on behind him. Lara is a great Cuban boxer, but he's not an elite one. He's not elite, bro. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I know. That's your opinion. Like that's
not an opinion. I'm telling you what I saw, bro.
I don't even know what an opinion means, bro. Dictionaries work.
I'm going off
dictionaries.
That's what I'm saying. Don't try to play me up here, bro. I don't know.
Bro, like ain't nobody trying to play you. It's not with the tough guy. The tough guy shit, bro. Ain't nobody
There's no tough guy shit, nothing, bro. Stop playing with me.
It is the tough guy stuff,
There's
bro.
no tough guy, nothing, bro. Stop playing.
If you don't know what a word means, they're called dictionaries.
I do know what a fucking opinion is. I know what an opinion is. I have an opinion.
I'm 40-something years old.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this. Pure. Is Laura great?
Yes.
So you think Laura's gonna be a first ballot Hall of Famer when he lead the sport?
No.
What? All great people are first ballot.
That's what I'm saying. What are you talking? What's he arguing for?
Bruh, just because you agree with a point that Scholar just made, bro. Like Scholar didn't even finish making his point.
Yeah, most great fighters pure be first ballot Hall of Famers. Like
that was a point he made right there. I was the key word. I promise I'm listening to you. Go ahead, bro. I ain't gonna say shit.
Relax, bro.
I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna chill out.
You know, the stress ball. Get a stress ball, bro. You know, you ain't gonna do nothing, bro. So relax. Anyways, Scholar, but the key word you
don't
use.
Know me, bro. Stop talking on this internet,
bro. You don't know me either, bro. And if we ever meet,
come on, what they gotta do with anything?
I stand on everything I say on the internet.
Bro, y'all tripping, bro. Bro, this is boxing talk, bro. Come on, y'all tripping.
I'm trying to keep it boxing. I'm trying to keep it boxing. He's not keeping it boxing. He keeps talking outside his neck, bro.
Bro, check this out. But hold on, check this out, bro. Check this out. Puro is a first class A-level troll, bro. he lived for this, bro. Like the fact that you get it worked up, he over there. You hear him laughing? He like that, bro. Because that's what I said, bro. I was like you when I first got to here. I promise you, bro. When people would be like, man, you ain't gonna do nothing. I'm like, who you talking? You know what I mean? But bro, they say I don't know their identity. I can't go through the Wi-Fi choke. You get what I'm trying to say, bro? So that's why you just
I
gotta.
promise you, bro. Like I promise you, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. And honestly, and again, like I've seen trolls in real life too that be talking like that on this internet shit. I've seen trolls in real life. I've seen them saying trolls, and it didn't go the way they was talking. That's all I'm saying. That's all I know about me.
In real life,
and that's
talks
all
like
I'm
you.
saying.
Bro, I get what you're saying. You say I'm a man, respect me. But what I'm trying to tell you, bro, I'm gonna give you respect. I'm not a disrespectful person just naturally, you know. I give respect.
Fact, me too,
I
bro.
respect
Me
it.
too. I was raised to have respect.
First,
Unlike some
get him back. I gotta get him back. You
But
disrespect me, pay it in kind.
but what I'm trying
nobody
to tell you, bro,
disrespected
you
got
got
mad.
you got to thicken up your skin, bro. This is what pure do, bro. Pure, bro. I swear to God, bro. One day I was at work, bro. I had an hour debate with Puro, bro. And I went back and listened to it, bro. And every time we ended the conversation, we started back at the beginning arguing, bro. And I was really, really heated, bro. And I was like, bro, I gotta stop letting Puro do this, bro. I know that's his goal. So, you know what I mean? Like I said, bro, it just took a long time.
Did I ever disrespect you? I don't think I ever did that. Because that's not my style.
Nah, I don't even know how y'all got to that. Y'all, like I said, y'all were having actually a decent debate.
He showed me disrespect by calling me a liar and putting words in my mouth. I called him on it. He got in his
I think
feelings.
both. I think that was going. It was going both ways.
That's where the emotions kick it because you thought I called you a liar.
Bro, you did.
I get it now. All right. So since I got you
you
worked,
said
since I had got you worked up,
I didn't do it.
since I know I had got you worked up, I'm sorry, bro.
No, you didn't get me worked up, bro.
I got you. I got you.
Oh shit, Pure. Oh shit, Pure.
I'm sorry, I got you out of
He
your skin, bro.
apologized, Pure. He got you worked up, bro.
You good now? Now I know what the emotions kicked in. He just said himself. That's where the emotions kicked in. That I apologize. I apologize for making you emotional, bro. My bad.
Y'all crazy, bro.
That's female energy
Y'all
too.
crazy, bro. Y'all crazy. Hey, but look, nah, this is what I will say. This is what I will say. Then what I will say, man. Canelo's resume is good, bro. I just think he's at the end of his career. I don't think it's anything that deep. I think if bro, as a trainer, bro, you always one fight away from them calling you a bum, bro. You remember Derrick James, the Hall of Fame trainer, the greatest trainer of all time, and then his fighters started losing, and then all of a sudden they're like, man, Derrick James, man, Errol Spence need to leave him, man. He a bum. You know what I mean? So it's just like you always got that added pressure, and and depending on what you do. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, I thought Bomac that wasn't a wise decision having Bud sparring these bigger guys and taking punishment before you get in the ring with a bigger guy. But because Bud won, it's a genius move. That's how that works. You know, if you go make the decision and you win, you're a genius. If you lose, you're an idiot. And I think it's like that with Canelo. Because Canelo had a bad performance, I don't think Eddie Reynoso had a good game plan. I listened to, I don't know Spanish, but
I agree too, Scholar, with that. Nobody mentioned it. Go ahead.
No adjustments, none of that. So I was just, I was disappointed with the performance of Canelo. I was impressed by Bud's. They had a good game plan. Even at some, I think Bud kind of stayed away from the game plan at the end. I think he stood more in the pocket than they had a game plan for because he thought he could take Canelo's power. I was looking back at the highlights. Canelo was flinching a lot, bro. Like, he just looked like a soldier that, that had soldiers get shell shocked from war. He kind of looked like that.
Quit.
It's because it's Bud. I don't drink alcohol. Crawford, he's built different. Scholar, you just don't know.
Hey, I don't know what it was, but I know when I seen that playback and Canelo was flinching in the clinch, I'm like, what? And you know what? I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. The whole time we were saying Canelo was the bigger guy. If you go back and show that fight, if I show that fight to my wife and I said, who's the bigger guy? She probably would say Bud.
I gotta do it, Scholar, and I apologize, bro, but I gotta trigger people, bro. You know what it was? It was a snack and the rap, bro. That's what it was. Canelo was robbed, bro.
Yeah.
Like literally, remember, Scholar, I was telling you that they had a gentleman's agreement. Bud can use all the snack he wants, and Canelo can use all the clenbuterol he wants. But like literally, they changed it up on him, bro. That's not.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the last good performance I seen from Canelo was Caleb Plant. And I think Nah, that was man McGill. Nah. McGill was a decent back and forth, but it should not have been because of who Canelo is as a fighter. You get what I'm saying?
Scholar, I think we talking
Yeah,
early
I like
setback, bro.
watch it again though, Scholar. Trust me, you'll understand what I'm saying.
You remember when? Well, I don't. We wasn't alive then, but whenever Archie Moore fought Yvonne Darrell and they had all them knockouts in the fight, he said later after that fight that like that's what he kind of knew was the end because Yvonne Darrell is not on his level, basically. Could have never messed with him in his prime. So he was just like, the fact that he was able to, he was just like, yeah, it might be the end. Canelo McGill fight was that for Canelo. McGill was stretched by nobody on steroids, probably more than likely, and Canelo, it's like
Got exonerated by the Scholar. So if you want to go 2 for 2, you want to go toe to toe on that one, he just got exonerated.
That doesn't mean anything to me in boxing, bro.
There you go. You already lost. Thank you. Checkmate.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm telling you my position. I think boxing is such a career.
I argue that position, but if Ryan Garcia, man, we'll be here all night.
Yeah. Same thing. Them getting exonerated in a corrupt sport doesn't mean anything to me, because especially somebody like Ryan Garcia, because you see Turkey Al-Rashid made Devin Haney drop his lawsuit for a rematch, and the rematch never happened because Rolly derailed it. And then they just putting Ryan Garcia on these cards, letting him commentate, just treating Ryan really, really good in the sport of boxing, like he ain't did what he did. You know what I mean? And I just think that's, to me, is like, well, they're just showing money talks. And like I said, we're in a sport where, exoneration would be like the clearance of somebody who tested positive. So the equivalent of that, I feel like, would be the checkup before the fight. They let somebody go into the fight that had a stroke 2 weeks prior. That's the sport we're talking about. So exoneration, that doesn't mean anything to me. I just look at, okay, you pop. And like I said, Cheetah Conte always say this all the time. He says IQ testing. He said if you get caught, you're not trying, essentially. So if they getting caught and they're not using Vada or what? No, let me stop, because he was using Vada, wasn't he? I think he was. I don't know. I'm assuming that he was, because Vada's the only person that catches people. But with that being said, man, Canelo, ever since that test, has not looked the same. The same way Oscar Valdez, when he got caught for that substance, didn't look the same. Canelo gets fatigued a lot in the fights, and I can't even really, like, he'd be gas. I've never seen an elite athlete that tired in a fight. And I get it, they're not robots, but Canelo be so gassed, the mouth be wide open, and it'd be like round 6, you'd be like, what? Like, what the hell happened to you? Like, that's what I wonder. Y'all talk about smoking. Are they just blowing nicotine into your lungs? Like, do they got like a pipe hooked up somewhere where exhaust is just going inside your lungs, Canelo? Like, I've never seen a slip that much in my actual years of watching, not the ones where I go back and watch. That's a little bit suspicious to me.
Nah, I heard. So I think Canelo, honestly, I really think he should have just stayed at 160, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
after
he
he went up, he went up and did what he did, became the undisputed champ. I think he should just, I don't know. I don't think he should stay there. I think he should probably went back down to 160. You know what I mean? I think that's more of his weight for real. I ain't gonna lie. But that's my opinion. But I don't know.
My fault, Scholar. Daddy duty, brother. My fault, daddy duty.
No, you good, bro. You good. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. The 160 thing, but I will say this: look at what he did at 168. I mean, bro, undisputed, reign for a long time.
I'm happy what he did. I'm glad what he did. I just think he should have came back down.
He can still come back down now. He weighed in what, 167? He can lose 7 pounds.
He can't make 160.
Bro, he can lose 7 pounds, bro.
I know he could. We know he could. But I'm just saying what he said.
And he can go down there and beat up Laura. Laura get the rematch happening, and then go collect them belts. Right.
And that's a good point, Scholar. He's not an elite boxer, so he could definitely beat him.
Absolutely. That's why he did the first time.
Yeah, Lloyd got a ball spot, and then Lloyd don't even fight the same no more. He think he a knockout puncher.
But he can't do it all.
Yeah, I think it. So let me ask y'all this, because people in the chat is looking at the poll and they flabbergasted. Floyd Mayweather versus Terence Bud Crawford. Who wins and why?
It depends on the weight for me, honestly, because I can answer that question different ways, bro.
We're going 147. We're gonna get them at where they were the best mentally.
Well,
let's go.
I said in the chat, that I think that's a 50-50 fight. It's at 147.
Floyd easy. It's not even. It's not. It's good. It'll be competitive at a point.
I think it's gonna be a great fight, though. Honestly, I think Floyd probably edges out, but that's a 50-50 fight, though. Bug could definitely do something with Floyd at 147 for sure.
I got Bud at 47. Easy work for Bud.
Floyd could Canelo, but Bud could be.
35 and 40, that's all Floyd for me. But then anything up like 54 and up, Bud is going to wash him.
I mean, you got to remember this too. We talking about probably the best switch hitter of all time that come to mind. All knockouts at 47. Gonna pull Floyd out that shoulder roll defense because he gonna be at a southpaw stance. It's a bunch of things that give Bud the advantage.
Right, got more power, more range. You know what I'm saying? The hand speed is there. I'm not saying he's faster than Floyd, but he got great hand speed, great IQ. Time is great. And like you said, it's coming from the other side. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Floyd wasn't the biggest fan of southpaw, so he beat all the ones he fought, but I'm just saying, like, he wasn't a big fan of them.
Bud beat two drunks, bro. Like, I got Floyd all day.
Floyd beat drunks too.
And then another thing too is that Bud is actually right-handed, so that lead hook is going to do some damage to it. There's a lot of things that can leave Bud away from 147. I just think Floyd edged it out with a decision win.
Bud won't be Floyd in his dreams.
Close fight though. It'll be close though.
Bro, I don't even think that fight close. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It just depends on like what stage of 147 we talking about Floyd too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
best Floyd ever, the best Bud ever. It's a fantasy fight.
Obviously stupid. I'm talking about like.
You feeling your feelings, bro?
No, I'm not, bro. Actually, like
you just call me stupid, bro. Like literally.
Yeah, because that was a dumbass. Like the best of the
best.
You mad?
The fuck? You mad?
I'm not mad, bro. I'm from Jersey, nigga. This is how we talk. Like, get over it. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
No, bro.
This is how we talk out. This how we talk out here. This how we talk out here. I don't know what to tell you. You gotta get yourself. I'm being so emotional.
They don't talk like
anyway. Like I was saying though, like there's a lot of problems that Bud can cause for him. Like the best. So for example, the best I saw Bud look was against like Earl Spence, probably, and Sean Porter. You know what I mean? Like those were some pretty solid performances at 47. You know, you take what you saw from Floyd at 47. We thought what his best was like at that time when he fought there. You just take both of them and then you put them in the ring and see what you get. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's. I mean, I think I will put those two best versions in, and I think Bud comes out. And look, it's hard for the one time I picked against Bud. You know, he dominated Canelo, so it's hard for me to pick.
Texas scholar, if you're from Jersey, you would have known better.
I don't even know what that means. What that means?
I know you don't know what that means, scholar, but this guy on the panel knows what that means. I'm sorry, Scott. I can't help myself, bro. Like I can't, man.
But I was gonna say, yeah, I got Bud, bro. It's too much. I think Bud's offense at 47 is better than Floyd's defense. He got it. Listen, the same argument that we were making for Canelo. We said, Bud got to get Canelo respect early. He did. I think Floyd has to get Bud's respect because Bud is more gifted offensively than Mayweather. You know, at 47. Like I said, it's gonna be hard to use his best asset, which is his shoulder roll, because he's gonna be in southpaw position. And then there's just so many ways Bud got to beat you, bro. If he having problems at southpaw, he could even slide in the inside and blade his body as well and pick off shots. He could turn orthodox. It's just so many different ways that, and then he just showed the chin. See, a lot of people used to knock Bud because they would be like, man, Bud got wobbled by Gamboa. Me machine. And it's like, okay. But now that he done went up to 68, we can get rid of those. We can dispel those
Right.
chin questions.
I never had chin questions, to be honest.
A lot of people used to question his
A lot
chin, though.
of people did though. Like I used to hear that shit. So I know what
A
you're
lot of
talking
people
about.
break down boxing like you do, bro.
You heard Scholar? Like I heard a lot of people say that though. Like they used to say Bud Chinny and all that.
You should watch Bud Crawford fight, man, instead of listening to people.
See what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I'm not even entertaining this goof ass nigga no more. But
you're doing what you're supposed to do, bro.
Do I have to
I know
apologize?
what I'm doing, bro.
I have to apologize. I have to apologize now
He
because that's
gifted that trolling, bro. I'm not gifted that trolling, bro. Like I really.
No, it's not trolling, bro. Like literally, you're in your feelings, bro. Like literally, like I'm making fun of you because you acting like a little girl.
That's weirdo shit to me, bro. Like I'm a grown ass man. Like it's
you already
weirdo
like
shit
threatening people.
Like my
you gotta
sons do that. You feel me?
something.
They do that shit when they playing video games online.
No, your sons and their father do that, bro.
You know what I mean? Like like you still a son though. You my son.
I'm your son, but like literally, I got you mad, bro. I got you. I got you acting like a little girl. Well, you my daughter, then, bro. You my daughter.
Son for real.
You my daughter, bro.
You my son for real, bro. You need some guidance, bro.
Hey, daughter.
I'm sorry I left your mother alone like that.
Come talk to him. You know more.
I'm sorry I left your mother alone like that, bro. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Bro, you are like mad, bro. Like literally.
I'm not mad though. That's what I'm saying.
Like the internet is not for everybody. Like I'm being truthful on this one. The internet's not for everybody, bro.
I'm having fun right now. What I'm saying right now is actually bothering me.
You're having fun right now, bro. Okay.
No, I get it. It's all right.
How many times have I said I'm gonna kick your ass?
I get it.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
That one time,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
All is enough.
Hold on.
Men don't move like that. You a goofy, and that's it.
The rematch. Hold on. If they do an immediate rematch, how does that fight play out?
The same way.
You think so? You don't think Canelo can make adjustments?
No. Because he's the same fighter from 2013, bro. He can't beat boxers that are elite, and that's what I'm saying.
And I just bunked that.
That's what I'm saying. He's the same fighter from 2013, bro. He's got a little more head movement now, and he's a bigger fighter, but he's still the same nigga to me. There's nothing really different.
The insult that you tried to call me.
Canelo's defense is great when you got a fighter that's standing right in front of him. When you somebody that can move and can box well, he don't stand a chance to get some guys.
That's true.
And he's shown it time and time again. So it's gonna be the same result, bro. If he fights Bivol again, it's gonna be the same result. It's the
I like
same
how you
thing.
throw me, Skyler, bro.
Because he can't beat that side.
You be taking your side, bro, to get under my skin.
No. I do agree with that. I felt like Skull. When I was looking at the film in the Skull fight, Skull had a bunch of opportunities to let his hands go, but he didn't because he was fighting Canelo. But he had a bunch of opportunities where Canelo would close the range and throw one shoulder punch or one punch to the hip, one punch at a time, and Skull would just stand there in front of him or exit really fast because it was Canelo in the ring.
Right.
And I felt like Bud didn't care that it was Canelo. He wanted to win. He wanted to be 3-time undisputed. But Skull didn't want to. He didn't want the belts. He just wanted the payday. And I felt like now this is what's gonna happen with Canelo career. Canelo got 2 fights left. If Turkey Al-Rashid is a brilliant matchmaker, which he's not, he should go ahead and make the Conor Ben fight or the Jamal Charlo fight. Or do the Bud rematch. If you want to do another big payday, but I wouldn't do it. But those are the 2 fights to make because they're winnable fights. Canelo could still look like the guy. He could still carry the torch for the Mexican fans and still be the Mexican pride.
You said Little Charlo?
Jamal.
Big Charlo.
Yeah, bring him up. Bring him up to 68.
Jamal Charlo's a good fight for him.
Yeah, I would bring him up to 68 and put some weight on him. The last fight, he didn't look that good. He looked like he didn't want to be there. He on shrooms on live. He right for the killing, bro. He that little antelope that's going to the water hole, shaking and shrimp, bro. He perfect, bro. Canelo should go sink his teeth into him. No diddy, real fast. But
I think Conor Ben, that'll be a nice point. He probably could stop Conor Ben, honestly, I think.
Absolutely. And then he got the UK behind him. That'll be perfect. That'll be a perfect fight. But if he want to still look like he still has it and nobody noticed the slippage, those are the two fights to make. The rematch with Bud, I think, is disastrous. I think it's like Andre Ward Kovalev. I think now Bud takes more opportunities to throw. I think Canelo should retire because I don't think he's the same fighter and because people are now going to fight him because they seen a dude jump up 2 weight classes to beat him. Now they're not going to care that you're Canelo. They're not going to care about the fans, the crowd, or anything mentally that could affect them from throwing punches.
Shit,
They're going to be like,
old now, bro. He ain't Canelo
yeah,
no more.
yeah, he back to square A, you know, so it's going to be a really tough road for Canelo. That's why I was saying he should retire. Him and both Crawford should retire, in my opinion.
I agree. I think so too, honestly. Like I did what I think Jay, he was up here earlier, like he was saying, like I said in the chat too, like, I think if Bud wanted to, he could go to 160 and try to get a belt there too.
He could have
You know
done
what
that
I'm
before he fought Canelo, bro. What we talking about?
What? What you said?
Make it up, bro. You're good at it.
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Anyway, I was saying though, if Bud want
That's
to
what you're
stay
talking
around,
about?
if Bud want to stick around, he don't have to
You
stay.
heard me, bro. You heard me, son. You heard me, daughter.
Come on, Pierre. We trying to talk boxing.
He go to
All
60.
right, my
You know what I'm
bad. I know you
saying?
got this
That's what I'm saying. Put your muzzle on, bro. Stop talking.
What are we talking about, bro? You're
Put
the
your
only one that's
muzzle on,
talking.
bro.
Pierre, we talking about Canelo, and you ain't. You the only Canelo fan up here, and you up here more interested in trolling than defending Canelo.
I'm not trolling, bro. But like literally, like this guy disrespected me too, Scholar. But it's cool, bro. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. You so emotional, bro. Put your muzzle back on.
I'm emotional, bro. Like literally, like you're the one emotional, bro. I'm from Jersey.
Anyway, like I was saying, but
like Scholar is the only reason that like literally
though.
like you like
I think he should go down to 60.
Like, get away with it, bro.
I think he could beat Lara for real.
And that's it.
I think he could beat him, get a belt from
Jersey.
him.
Like you ain't from Jersey.
He go fight Jennebeck too. You know what I'm saying? Like he can make that happen. Like that
from Riverside.
Jennebeck will beat him.
Having me on, brother. I'm out.
All right.
I think that'll be a good fight though, yo.
Jennebeck will beat him, I think. I was saying before the fight, I think Jennebeck would beat Bud, you know. Now seeing how Bud did Canelo at 68, nah, bro.
That'll be a good fight, but I want to see that shit. I ain't gonna lie. At first, like when he fought so when he got past Majimov or whatever, he didn't look the best. You know, a lot of people's eyes and shit. Like he didn't look the best to me either, but he did win. You know what I mean? But I was still like I was questioning. Like I don't know if I didn't know if he should go up there and fight Canelo or Jennebeck. Like, I just didn't. I wasn't feeling it at the time. But then I started really thinking about it. Like I remember like it's styles, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like Majimov has footwork that Canelo don't have.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I seen Canelo training, and I seen in the face-off that he had lost a bunch of weight. I was like, oh, they're planning to move. I was like, you know, that made me even more nervous for Bud. Like I said, every day I woke up, him sparring boots.
Right.
That's a good style.
When you go throw Slim up there, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, yo, but he about to box this dude. Like, he gonna try to do like some Danny Jacobs shit. Like, he gonna try to, you know what I mean? Like, he gonna be more defensive and more on his like boxing shit versus trying to land one shot at a time. But it was the same thing, bro. Like, it was the same thing. Like, he just, but honestly, he really did everything he had to do. Like I was on Facebook with that shit. I broke down the keys of it. Everything I put down, he really did everything, bro. Like he did everything.
Somebody said that Floyd Mayweather, Bud wouldn't land a hand on Floyd Mayweather, and this is when you know. See, people don't talk about this, right?
Wow, they think it's a video game.
Exactly. When Mike Tyson had the aura of invincibility. That's what they said. I think that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. But this is what they said that during that time. That people lost the fight before they even got in the ring. Nobody talk about this. Floyd had the aura of impregnable defense. What I say, impregnable defense.
Yeah.
He had that, right? Like, well, people thought they couldn't hit him. I seen Guerrero get in the ring, bro, and literally gave up in the fight because he couldn't hit him. Like, they didn't have no game plan or anything. So Floyd Mayweather had that. But this is where we got to be come to reality. Floyd Mayweather fought Conor McGregor. And Conor McGregor touched him up a lot. And he's also a southpaw. So why wouldn't Bud be able to touch up that same Floyd Mayweather? That makes absolutely no sense.
None. And some people try, some people throw it out Floyd playing. And I could see that a little bit too in a way. Like, Floyd was letting Conor McGregor get his shit off because he knew Conor couldn't do nothing with him for real. But again, like you saying though, this is Bud. This is completely different. It's completely different. This is a real threat. Conor McGregor wasn't a real threat. And he was landing some shit, right? Bud is a real threat, bro. Bud is a real threat. And that's why I'm like, at 47, that fight could go either way. I'm just favoring Floyd in the sense that like I just feel like he could exit out at 47. That's why I get edge out. But we talking about anything bigger than that, 54 and up, Floyd don't stand a chance, in my opinion.
Hey, all I gotta say is when Floyd fought Canelo, he brought Canelo down to 52.
That's
When
facts.
when Bud fought Canelo, he went up to 68 and didn't have one fight there.
That's
So
a
I
fact,
think
bro. I don't
that's
dispute
challenge.
that at
That's a
all.
difference between challenging yourself, you know. And he was already the undisputed champion at 68. So I think it's a big difference between the two. You know, somebody in the comments said it earlier. They was like, "Look, I'm a Floyd fan, but you know, Bud challenged and pushed himself. And what they said, dare to be great. You know, Floyd Mayweather, he basically like, you know, he got to a point where he was picking
I
and
don't know who
choosing.
I heard say. I heard somebody say it though, but it was like what Bud did is the equivalent of Floyd going to fight Triple G.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? They called for that fight, and
Yup.
Floyd said it would be easy work, but never gave everybody the fight.
I was just, bro. What you saying? I was just talking to my people about this shit yesterday, bro. I promise you, because I was saying like I was talking about how I feel like Bud's better than Floyd in the sense that what you're saying, he tested himself to be that guy. Like you know what I'm saying, where Floyd can be better. I mean, he could be greater in the sense that where his resume looked like and what he did throughout his 50 fight career, right? But as far as being a better fighter, like, Bud is that though. He is that. Like you know what I'm saying, because he challenged himself and jump weight classes and shit like that. Fighters don't do that, bro. A lot of fighters don't do that. You know what I mean? I'm talking about jumping over weight classes like that and going where they really hit.
Nobody's
Like, a lot
ever
of fighters
did
don't
it.
do that.
Bud's the first. He jumped up 3 weight classes. You know that fight at 54 was just a
Yeah,
pit
I
stop.
bet so. Yeah, we ain't gonna count. There was only one fight there, right? So
Yep, and jumped up 3 weight classes and fought another pound for pound guy. That's never been done before. Williams said never been done. It ain't been done in the 4-belt era. Well, I don't know if it's ever been done in history. Cause we having historians on here, and I asked them. It's a dude named Echo, bro. This dude know everything going back to 1919. You know, but
damn, Lanford went up in weight, right?
Lanford, yeah, Henry Armstrong. But I mean, to be fair, they didn't have a pound for pound list just yet, and it wasn't the lineal guy. I don't know. We'd have to write this stuff down and go through
Ray
it. I don't know.
Robinson, he went up to like heavyweight, right?
Yeah, he went up to. Yeah, you're right about that. But yeah, we'd have to write it down because what I was going to do is I was going to do this episode, Floyd versus Bud, and I was going to do where does Bud rank all time. That's going to be the next episode, and I wanted to like really. Bro, I wanted to bring up all the people that have moved up in weight. Like, what was the results? You know, of course, the king of homicide, Hank, probably gonna reign supreme. But I want to do that, like Sam Lane, for the people you was talking about, and then see where Bud measures up as far as doing it, because that wasn't an easy feat, bro. Like I said, I'd never picked against Bud in any fight. That was the only fight I picked up because it's never been done in history. Like,
Man, I picked one. I did that one time, bro. I picked Earl Spence over Bud.
A lot of people did that, bro. Bro, it's funny. Everything come full circle. It's funny you said that, bro, because I said this
about my boy, bro.
Bro, I said this a long time ago. I said, you know, because that fight took about 5 years to make. I said 3 years. You know, 3 years into it when it looked like it was about to get made, and then they pulled out of the negotiations. I said, bro, Errol Spence know he can't beat Bud, bro. Not only did he have a car crash, but the meter started when they was kids, bro. Mm-hmm. One person mama was paying people in the neighborhood to beat him up. You know what I mean? I don't know what Errol Spence's mom was doing, but I guarantee it wasn't that. You know, that dude stone cold, bro. Like he just a different beast, bro. He done had a horrible life, bro. I brought this up earlier, bro. Bud Mama is the equivalent of what Joe Jackson was to Michael, bro. Beat that man in the millions, bro. And it's just like Bud is just a different beat. And then he don't smoke and drink like y'all was saying earlier. Like, I don't know if it affects him that much, but it definitely builds discipline in him. Can't go wrong with discipline. Discipline is what gets you out of fights. Usyk said this at the press conference. He said, I'm not dedicated. I'm just disciplined. Mm-hmm. Said some days I don't feel like going to the gym, but my discipline get me up out of bed. That's a TED Talk and 100% absolute fact, bro. Your discipline will carry you a long way. So whether the cigarettes and all that stuff play a part, which of course they do, you know, it's your body or whatever. So I would agree, genetics play a part and also mental too as well, because placebo is a real thing. But uh, discipline is, at the source of all that. You got to be disciplined enough. If somebody say, don't try this because it's going to make you, a better person, or take this vitamin because it's going to make you a better fighter, then why wouldn't you? You know what I mean?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
But yeah, that's pretty much it, bro. I think I'm gonna go ahead and land this, bro. I appreciate you for pulling up and cooking. I think the next episode we're gonna do is the GOAT talk. Where does he rank and stuff like that? We talk about the fighters of the past, bro.
My opinion on Bud, where I put him all the time, I got him on Mount Rushmore, bro. That's just me. But
hey, that's not a bad thing, bro. I'm not one to change my opinion. I said before the fight, I said, look, man. And I was talking, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I was up there. I was talking some shit. I was talking cash money shit, bro. I was saying, look, bro. I do my opinions based on physics and based off of the history of the sport. I don't have anything to go off of where this stuff was done a lot. And if it was done a lot, then why is Bud even daring to be great for doing something that's been tried a lot? So I was like, I can only go with logic. You go with logic, you're gonna win 10 times out of 10. So I was like, nah, I can't bet for Bud to do this, and I was wrong, but I will say this: what Bud did, if I make the same logical arguments 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna be right 9 times. Bud was that one time that I was wrong. So yeah, Bob Arum definitely crying in the car right now, but yeah, man. Crying in the car. Bud ended up getting his money in the end. He ended up getting his legacy in the end. Bob Arum held him from a lot of fights. There's a lot of fights that couldn't be made because that side of the street talk. It was a lot of fighters ducking. And in the end, Bud got. That's why I say, bro, I play a clip at the beginning where Dave Chappelle said you have to be wise enough to know when you're dream and humble enough to understand when you're in somebody else's. We in Bud dream, bro. That dude, bro, what he just did is absolutely crazy. I don't even think it's set in to people really, bro. To have surgery on your shoulder, go into the fight with a guy who punches on shoulders, right? To be 38 years old, right? Because I wouldn't even turn this month.
Look younger.
Bro, yes, 38 years old. Sit out of the ring for a year. Jump up 3 weight classes, bro. Fight the dude at his weight. Let him pick where it's gonna be at the location, and it's in Vegas, where corruption is conceived. Cause it's called Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They don't bat an eye at corruption. Prostitution is illegal. That man went up there and accomplished all that under them circumstances, bro.
No rehydration clause.
No nothing, bro. No catch weight. No nothing, bro. Got to give a man credit, bro. We in the Bud dream, bro. I didn't think he could be able to pull it off, but everything happened the way he envisioned it to happen, and that's what happened when you're in your dream. And hopefully Bud can inspire everybody else to start living up to their potential, man. I feel like the difference between a person trying to go get it and the person that's bitter about not getting it, well, a hater, is the hater has lost hope. Bro, Bud wasn't no Olympic champion. Bud had I guarantee if they interview Bud and ask him some real questions, instead of just some glazing questions, they'd be like, Bud, do you ever like between me and you, off the record, what a case, did you ever doubt yourself in your career? Floyd Mayweather said he had days where he thought about giving up. Floyd Mayweather, and I'm pretty sure Bud has thought about it too. Like, man, I ain't gonna make it. I ain't no Olympic. He done been robbed in fights and stuff like that, as an amateur, all that stuff, bro. He never gave up, bro. He never gave up.
I think he got to a fight with Gary Russell at the Olympic trial, right?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
He checked Gary Russell as a dope. With all due respect, Gary Russell, I'll break your neck, bro. When he said that, I was like, bro, Gary, you might want to sit this one out, bro.
Hey, leave him alone, bro.
Don't run to the internet, bro. If you do run to the internet, bro, just send him a cash app and say, I'm sorry. Something, bro. Something.
Yeah.
But this ain't the kind of guy I believe when he said that, bro, he was going to do exactly what he said he was going to do, bro.
My cousin, he been around like Bud before, like, my cousin, he went to Olympic trials with Shakur and all them. You know what I'm saying? So one time, like, he was around Bud because Bud was always around Shakur. You know what I mean? So he went around me. He always talking about how like Bud's a play fiend, likes to play like, that wrestling shit. He mean it, like he really about it. Like he can wrestle for real. Like and he always trying to grab somebody up and shit. He said he's just freakishly strong. Like he just different. He do everything, bro. Like outside of boxing, like basketball, football, any sport you want, any sport you could think, he's doing it. Pretty much, he said like, and he just again he got play thing he like to wrestle all the time, and he just talking about he couldn't get off the fact how freakishly strong he is for real. He's a different dude. He built different.
Hey, and like I said, man, hopefully that Bud could be an inspiration. 2025, as far as boxing, we had two big upsets that should have been inspirational. We had Manny Pacquiao coming back at 46, and he should have been champion again, but they robbed her with a draw. And bro, that's the coldest thing, bro. When I talk about all the stuff Bud was up against, bro, are you aware that the judges were they judged 3 of Canelo's last fights?
Yeah.
And one of the judges did his last 8 fights. I'm like, bro, you talk about home cooking.
Teddy Atlas is he the one who pointed that out.
I didn't know that, bro. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I saw a video or whatever. He was talking about it. He was just like, if I'm Bud, I would question like, can we get these judges changed? Because he thought that Bo's gonna get robbed.
Oh, absolutely, bro. I didn't know he brought that up. That's absolutely real, bro. Let me put him on the screen, bro. I could not believe that. I'm like, Bud allowed Canelo to get his personal judges. Bro, you remember on Coming to America, the boy got his own money. Canelo got his own judges, bro. He got his personal judges that work most of his fights, and they come in a trio. Not 1, not 2, but 3. Bro, when I say gave the fight to the right person, that is absolutely crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Like, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. Black people can call me crazy and all that, whatever. That's fine, bro. But you just go back and watch, like when those fights, like when Canelo had fights where they were like either questionable or he lost or whatever, there was always a judge that kind of like the scorecards was just too close, and we saw. Like there was no, like for example, they was judges that scored Bivol and Canelo 7-5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how?
It's the same judge. It's Cheatham.
Right.
And he gave the same exact scorecard from the Bivol fight to this fight.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And we saw what we saw, right? That wasn't no 7-5.
Oh yeah, bro. That was.
You know what I'm saying? Like when Floyd fought Canelo, one judge had a draw.
Yeah.
What was you watching?
Yeah, they had it filled out before the fight. Or sometimes, you know what they'll do, bro? They already know who they supposed to win the fight. Hey, Teddy Atlas used to talk about this on Friday Night Fights. He said that the judges would go out to lunch and stuff with the promoters, bro. And be up there smiling, eating steak dinners. Yeah. And he said, like, what the hell? He was like, even if you're a good-hearted person, like the implication is I'm buying you lunch for a reason. Like you don't even have to say nothing. If I go to P Street, I roll down my window and just hand $40 to a woman, I ain't even really gotta speak. She already know, especially if she is short clothes. You know what I mean? Like the implication is there. So they imply corruption if they're not doing it, but they definitely are doing it because there's nobody to watch them. There's no watchdog, so they taking them out to lunch and
Sport grimy than boxing to me, bro.
Is that what?
There's no sport that's more grimy than boxing.
Oh yeah, I agree. I don't know, bro. I think they just conceal. They just conceal a lot of their stuff. Because I mean, we would have never known about like the Pete Rose and betting on games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like we wasn't even really supposed to know about that. So
I mean,
I think they just better.
With that though, right? Even with that though, you gotta think about like how long boxing been around, bro. Like boxing been around, like they used to use boxers for politics, bro. Like you know what I mean? So I don't know, like is it a grimy game, man? Like it's been grimy forever since the beginning of time.
Hey, that's why it's the first sport, and that's why it's as American as apple pie, bro. Right. Because it's corrupt, just like American politics. It models our politics. Matter of fact, John McCain fought to get a bill fought to get a bill passed to help boxing out and get rid of the corruption, and Congress shot it down. And you just like, that's how you know the corruption in boxing run deep. The fact that Congress was like, nah, we can't do it. What the hell does boxing have to do with Congress at this point? We got multiple promotional companies. You would think it would be independent now and removed from the government, but the government stepped in and was like, nah, we ain't gonna do that. Like, why didn't y'all step in then when the mob controlled boxing? If y'all invested?
He rock with them. That's exactly. They was rocking with them. So, hey, like I said, it's grimy, man.
Did y'all see Terence said he swing on Bud?
Or later today, whatever you're doing. You usually
Bro,
on that
what?
today?
Yeah, it's gonna be later on today. They said Tank said he gonna swing. He gonna swing on Bud, bro. Tank is a jealous little bitch, bro. He's somewhere jealous because
I can't stand Tank Davis, bro. All right.
Tank, bro, bro, same here, bro. But he's jealous, bro, because Tank Davis was known for a little guy that got the Floyd Mayweather stamp and had big paydays. And he used to always taunt Terence Bud Crawford and say that, hey, he only fighting right now because he need the money and he doing this. And then Terence Bud Crawford in his last 2 fights have made probably what Tank will make in the next 4 to 5 fights. So he jealous, bro. And then he got 3-time undisputed.
The whole thing about he only fighting because he need the money. Yo, all these fighters need money.
Exactly.
That's why they do it. They get paid. Right? Am I wrong? Like
absolutely.
That's why professional, right?
Yeah.
Legacy gets
it's called prize fighting.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is my thing too. Like, Tank will take a fight because he feel like there's more money in it, right? Because he's Tank Davis. He can sell the crowd and all this other stuff like that. But I feel like he failed to understand. Like, legacy and money go hand in hand, bro. Legacy and money go hand in hand. You fighting the people that you supposed to fight, you still gonna get paid, bro. And it's the fight, and there's another thing too. I asked Tank fans, who do you want to see Tank fight? Everybody they want to see Tank fight, he don't fight him. Y'all don't say shit about it. Y'all don't hold y'all fighter accountable, bro. And that's my problem with Tank and his fans for real. They never hold him accountable, y'all. Ever. Anybody that y'all want to see him fight, he don't fight none of them, and y'all just keep going with it.
Bro, you want to talk about accountability, bro? I was having a debate, bro, with one of my homies that just left the panel, Piro, about Canelo Alvarez fighting Jake Paul. His name is on the contract, bro. Like, it's on the there's no debating it, bro. He was about to fight Jake Paul. Right. No mistake about it. Jake Paul released the contract. But then he tried to put out, I only fight real fighters and blah, 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 blah. And that's why you got your ass whooped. You know what I mean? Fighting everybody.
You know what? Canelo fighting Jake Paul. This is my thing about them fighting Jake Paul. I don't really have a problem with Tank or Canelo fighting Jake Paul. I wouldn't mind that if it's after their career. Like, it could be the year after their career is over. I don't care. As long as it's after their career, though, there's smoke for y'all.
Bro, if I'm Canelo, bro, and there's everything 2020 in hindsight, I would have told everybody, bro, because like what Floyd said, you got a country. I'd have said, hey, bro, y'all gotta listen up to me, bro. I'm the face of boxing. You got this clown in boxing. I'm gonna get him out of boxing. I'm gonna knock him out. I'm gonna knock Jake Paul out. I'm gonna clean up boxing. Let me go get him first. Then after I get him, I'm gonna go after Terence Bud Crawford, and then I'm gonna give y'all the Benavidez fights. Those are my next 3 fights. I'd announce it to the public, bro. That way nobody would have judged him. Cause like, well, we getting the Benavidez fight. Like, what more do we want?
There's nothing we can talk about because we know we getting it.
Facts. And then he could have went and got that big money grab with Jake Paul. Then he would have got the money grab with Bud, but he would have lost it, of course. And then he would have went into the Benavidez fight, and it could have been farewell. And he would have made over those 3 fights. He would have made a lot of money. Got everybody what they want.
I'm on bro. Like, everything you saying, bro. I've said this, bro. I promise you, bro. I agree with everything you're saying right now. I've said all of that shit, bro. Like, but I don't know, but me talking to like Canelo fans, I'm hating. That's hate though. That's wild to me, bro. Like, but hey, it is what it is, though. It's fine.
Yeah, the truth is always considered as hate. Long as you're agreeing with people, bro, you're a knowledgeable person. The moment you criticize or disagree with them, they call you a casual or say that you hate, bro. That's it is what it is. But
yeah, I don't mind it. That's how I know I'm winning.
But yeah, bro, I was gonna say is yeah, bro, that's what I would have did. Because if Canelo would have fought If Canelo would have fought and beat Jake Paul, he could have told everybody like nobody could get him out of the sport. I knocked him out. I got him out of the sport. That would have even built more momentum for the fight with Terence Bud Crawford. I feel like coming off a knockout, of a heavyweight, they'll be like, hey man, Canelo got that power. He's back training, taking boxing serious. Whatever the case may be, whatever excuse they would have got to get hype about the fight, and then after that, go into Benavidez fight, which of course he probably would have lost the last 2 fights, but still, farewell tour, cash out, go out of business sale, get it cashed out, and then relinquish the belts because they're relinquished anyway. Because I don't think Bud's gonna defend them at 68.
I don't either. That's what I was saying. I think that was just a one and done. You know what I mean? I'm either gonna go back down to 60 or I'm gonna just, hang it up. I'm cool with either one, to be honest with you. Bud, to me, he still looks sharp. If you want to fight still, I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? If you want to retire, you deserve that.
Facts. I want Bud to go out undefeated, but they never do. MJ come back with the Wizards. Sugar Ray come back to get they always go to the well, just think one more time. Even Andre Ward was trying to come back and fight. Anthony Joshua's like, why, bro? Your career's intact. Nobody ever defeated you. Like, just leave, bro. Leave the sport. Sometimes you got to leave. I remember when that dude told Denzel in what's the movie, American Gangster? Sometimes quitting on top is not the same as quitting.
I do remember that shit. I ain't seen that movie in a minute, bro. Like, that's been a while, but yeah.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you just got to go out on top. Right. Jordan had a perfect ending, bro. Shook a dude with the push off, pushed them off.
That, and then that would have been it. We would have been good with it.
And then swish. And then next thing you know, he coming back with the Wizards. And look, I got to keep it real, bro. I got to keep it real. As a fan, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I'll be excited, bro. I got to keep it real.
Of course you would.
It's because I grew up with the 3 Michaels, Jackson, Jordan, Tyson, Yeah. So when I see him, I'm like, yeah. Like, even, bro, when this Floyd fight was announced, bro, when I tell you, bro, I was crunk a little bit, bro. But then reality set it out like, man, that dude got. Yeah, I was like, bro, that dude got beat by Jake Paul. Bro, he had stomach ulcers.
I was like, you know who Floyd fighting back? I was like, Mike Tyson. She was like, where? I was like, yeah, we watching that shit.
Bro, that's crazy work, bro. I was excited too, bro, but then reality set it. I'm like, man, this dude got beat by White Jesus. The man got stomach ulcers. Man, he just beat up from the flow up, man. That's why Floyd Mayweather want to fight him. So
I ain't gonna put him that fight no more. I was like, we should jump Jake Paul, bro. He fucking up in here, man. I was mad as hell watching that shit, bro.
What's good, Amir? Amir said if Bud fight again, he need at least 100 million. How you feel about that?
I just feel like it depends on who it is. I think Bud, listen, I don't want to take nothing from Bud, bro. So when I say it might sound like that, so I'm just gonna apologize ahead of time. But I feel like I still think Bud need a dancing partner to still get that 100 million.
Bro,
he can get
you
100
saying
million.
some real stuff.
I think he need the right opponent though.
You saying some real stuff, bro. It ain't no haters reality, bro. The reason why the Terence Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence fight is because it had 5 years of promotion. You got people sending death threat. You know what I mean? 5 years of the boxing community split, bro.
I think he can get somewhere if that fight happens, because there's something there. So that fight can be made. That would make sense for him to get somewhere near that, if not just get the 100 million from that fight.
It got to be a built-in story, or it got to be a high marquee guy.
Right.
Other than that, like, if it's gonna be like a Masvidal fight where Turkey spent a lot of money, Bud might not even be particularly
for example,
interested.
right? Like Keith Thurman is a great talker, right? But him and Bud won't get 100 million, if that makes sense, right? I think he never really had nothing with Keith Thurman. Even though Keith Thurman was always talking shit, talking about, I'll beat Bud, this, that, and the third, but there was nothing really between that. All right, they fought cool, but there's nothing there for him to make 100 million for that particular fight. Versus, like I said, Jamel Charlo, man, Bud was talking shit to him in the crowd. Look what I'm doing to your mans in here. You next. That's gonna get him 100 million.
Look, bro, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. And this just people could believe it or not believe it, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. If I was Mel, bro, Bud would have had to see me that day, bro. In front of my kids, bro. in front of my kids, about my family, like calling me out like that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like he would have either had to see me. What AB tell Floyd Mayweather? You gonna have to see me in the ring, in chess, in check, bro. He would have had to see me, bro. Amir said, "Why does it depend on who he fights? He proved himself over and over again." That's not how boxing worked, though, Amir. That's why if you go take the top 10 pound for pound fighters, they're never the highest paid. It's not how it works. It's the dancing part. That's why Jake Paul, if boxing was fair like that, Jake Paul would have to work his way into the rankings. That dude, the sanctioning bodies are practically throwing themselves at him. You know what I mean? Like he high value, like he a high value man. And they a woman looking for a man. You know what I mean? Like they are throwing
Jake Paul has a
themselves.
crowd that Bud don't have, bro. Jake Paul was doing other things before boxing. You know what I'm saying? So like he came in with a fan base pretty much. Like you know what I'm saying? So like him doing what he was doing against whoever he did against UFC, MMA, whatever. I mean not MMA, UFC, NBA, basketball, whoever he fought, that he was going to get that because of what his status was at the time. Now he's going to get more because who he fight. He brought Mike Tyson in. That was guaranteed to sell because it's Mike Tyson. He knew that. That was smart. You know what I'm saying? Now it's Tank Davis. Tank Davis has a fan base. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things about that. He has the right dancing partner, and he has a fan base that Bud don't have. There's a lot of things that factor in why Jake Paul gets what he get. Bud, great fighter, all-time great, Mount Rushmore in my opinion. He still needs a dancing partner to get the money he wants, and that's okay. That's all right. That's better for his legacy in my opinion.
Rob G said, I just want to say he deserves as much as he can, but at the end of the day, it's ROI. I don't know what that means, Rob G. I'm not a YN, brother. I'm not a YN. I'm not a businessman either, so you got to meet me in the middle, Rob G. He said, Amir said, they give white and Mexican men millions all the time, but the black man has to prove himself daily. And you know what? It's nothing wrong with a little oppression. My generations have survived a long time off of that. Bear, I come from a long line of house Negroes. My great granddaddy used to turn people in, and his great granddaddy before that. So we need a little oppression for my family to throw. I'm just playing. But no, I don't think it has anything to do with color. Well, color plays a part. Let me stop.
Color do play a part.
It play a part.
There's a double standard in boxing, but again, like when he's talking about, I could touch on what he's talking about too. The Mexican fighters, are you talking about getting those paydays? Who we talking about? We talking about Oscar De La Hoya. We talking about Canelo.
Bro, but I give you a prime example of that. Boxing not being fair. David Benavidez and Canelo. David Benavidez.
I was getting ready to say, but David Benavidez, you don't get the money they get.
Yeah, he a better fighter than Canelo. He got blackballed so much at 68, begging Canelo for a fight that he had to eventually just move up to 75. Picture that. A dude campaigning at 68 at the division, begged Canelo, please fight me, please fight me, please fight me. No, he don't want to give him the belts, opportunity, or a payday. Canelo's forced to just move up to another weight, So boxing's not fair. It is what it is, It's crazy because I don't even know necessarily how picking a star goes, like I know you gotta be exciting with the power. You have to get a stamp from an official guy, because we know about Tank because of Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather gave him the stamp, but he had the power to sustain it, and now Tank is a star in boxing. But like Canelo wasn't supposed to be where he was. Matter of fact, Golden Boy was going with Victor Ortiz first. Victor Ortiz was supposed to be the guy, but he quit in the fight.
You said, hold on, my fault, you broke up right there, bro. You said
Victor Ortiz was supposed to be the star, but he quit in the fight. And then when he quit in the fight, that's when they made a Golden Boy invested into Canelo. He quit against
Madonna, right?
He quit twice. Yeah, he quit against Madonna too.
He quit against Madonna. He got his jaw broke, I think, against Lopez. I think.
Bro, that's crazy, bro. How unforgiving boxing is, bro. The man broke his jaw, and everybody booed that he didn't want to fight no more with a broken jaw.
That's crazy, yo. That's wild, bro. Like my man came and closed his mouth, bro.
So the boxing industry is not about. Oh, that's what that was supposed to be in the boxing industry. So the boxing industry is about to who's the best fighter. It's not about who's the best fighter. It's about who sells the best. Hey, facts. No cap in your rep. So the highest paid fighter is Black Amir. Nah. Well, who? AJ?
You talking about today? We just talking about overall.
He must be talking about AJ.
AJ get paid though, bro.
I thought Canelo the highest paid right now.
Didn't AJ get what, 50 million for his last fight?
You know how I know AJ ain't really making money like that no more? Because Turkey Al-Sheed don't be in pictures with him no more. Once he was knocked out, Turkey Al-Sheed kind of like washed his hands of him, bro. He ain't talked to him. You remember AJ used to always be ringside at fights?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Deontay Wilder, he made some good money with Turkey too. He made we had 2 fights with Turkey.
He finna get one with Andy Ruiz, I believe. Amir said, "Yeah,
okay,
that's where they faced off at. Nobody knows what's official yet." Said Bud price went up. It said no more fighting for less. He had already had settled. He had already had to settle when he fought Spence, and he settled with Canelo too as well. He gonna spend the rest of his life settling because boxing is not a fair sport. If you're a pound for pound fighter, that don't always transfer over to the cash register, and it just is what it is. Mike Tyson, close to 60 years old, can draw as a heavyweight, coming back to the ring for exhibition more than any other heavyweight outside of Anthony Joshua. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's crazy, brother. So yeah, man, it's just boxing is what it is.
That's fair for real. I didn't even think about that shit like that. I ain't gonna lie.
Said, why does it work for Canelo, but not the black man? Oh my God, Amir, sister, when you wake up with this?
Canelo never made more than.
As soon as I said that, Mama or y'all blew my cell phone off the stand. As soon as I named the NBA.
I think to this day, Floyd has the highest gate still in Vegas.
Tank is high paid. You know, I don't know. It's a bunch of high paid black men. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, sister.
Tank gets paid. You know what I'm saying? I never heard Devin complain about any money. I mean, granted, he really is on his own, but I never really complain about any money though.
Said Crawford versus Tank is the big money fight. Tank won't even give a Lamont Roach rematch. You think he finna jump in the ring with Bud?
Yeah,
someone that
Bud,
currently
man.
fights, not Floyd Mayweather.
Man, that shit gonna be first 48, bro. He getting there with Bud, bro. First 48, guaranteed. Gone. 5 rounds less. I say 5. I'm being generous with him for real. My boy talked about 140 was a little uncomfortable for him, but he gonna deal with Bud.
Hold on, let me take it.
That's funny.
But she said they make Devin and Bud fight for pennies. They don't make them do nothing. They chose boxing as a profession, and you are what you negotiate. They signing the contracts. You know, so you want more money, demand more. Simple as that.
Honestly, Bud should never went to Bob Arum. That's my opinion though. Right there, that's my opinion. He should never went to Bob Arum. I think Bob Arum don't pay black fighters. I'm gonna be real.
I don't know, bro. They say Top Rank pay pretty good. Most of the people I talk to.
I mean, I'm not saying they don't pay good, but what I'm saying is that I don't know too many black fighters that was a cash cow for Bob Arum.
What you think about this? He said Crawford won, but I think it's nothing to be proud. Like it's supposed to be proud of. He said Canelo was and it's burnt out. It's burnt out. He said Canelo has double the amount of rounds that Bud had, and Bud only fights once a year. Canelo fights 3 times a year. Man, come on, bro. You can't do that. Return of investment.
That's the case. Then Bud should have ring rust, right? Bud should have ring rust if we're going off of that. And Canelo, regardless of how the fights ended for him, he was 11-0 at 168 before Bud. So I mean,
The mayor said they always want the black man to fight for their legacy and not for the money, but no one tells that to Canelo.
the money and legacy go hand in hand.
Now, actually, that statement, out of all the statements she made, I actually do agree with that. They do be putting, you know, like a different standard on fighters. Like now that Bud Crawford has beat Canelo, they're like, we'll go fight Benavidez. What?
Nah, yeah,
So,
absolutely.
bro, when Canelo jumped
Absolutely, I
up,
agree with that.
when he jumped up and fought, what's his name? Sergey Kovalev. Nobody wasn't like, well, fight now, fight Bivol and better be, or like immediately. He later went up and chose to do that on his own, but nobody demanded it, But yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Crawford would not
wanted
even get
Canelo.
in 10 punches on Mayweather. Cap.
Bivol was a fight. Bivol was a fight I wanted for Canelo at the time, and I had a list of guys I wanted to see Canelo fight because he wasn't fighting nobody. He was fighting Yildirim, he was fighting Rocky Feldon, and all these other guys, right? And I was like, bro, like I really want to see him fight Bivol. I want to see him fight Benavidez. If better be, if he can mix it up with him, that would be cool. These are guys I want to see him fight. And he went up there for Bivol. I gave him credit for that. But shit, I don't know. I think he should fought Benavidez like shit. But what 6 fights ago? That fight should have been over with and done.
We should have had a trilogy by now.
That's what
I
I'm
guess
saying.
he gonna fight Bivol when Umar open up that school.
Wait, who you said?
Well, he gonna fight Bivol when Umar open up that school. Amir said, and y'all want to talk about dancing partners, but Canelo can fight cab driver after cab driver.
But
listen,
I got an issue with he ain't just hear what I just said.
See, she not seeing the bigger picture.
I'm sorry, she didn't hear what I said.
She not seeing the bigger picture. Listen, if he fight cab driver after cab driver, then Elon Musk could use those self-driving cars. First off, cab driving is a dying profession anyway. They need a trade or a hobby, a CDL or something. So Canelo doing them a favor. But I get what you're saying, sister. I get what you're saying. His last 5 fights, I don't know about 5. I know his last 3 were awful. I think John Ryder might have been a mandatory. Said Crawford got to get his Mexican green card to get that payday. Said Ricky Hatton was a cute dude, bro. Get your kids out of here with that. It's crazy.
Yo,
bro, golly, bro. Are we desensitized, bro? This dude is trolling a man that passed away, bro. People are sick, bro. That's crazy work, bro.
I was going to ask, wasn't trying to think if I remember this right. Wasn't John Ryder supposed to fight Boo Boo Andre, but Boo Boo Andre said, "Nah, I don't want that fight." He backed out of that fight. That's why that fight with him and John Ryder happened.
I don't know.
I think they were supposed to. If I remember, I don't remember exactly. I gotta go back and look, but I think Demetrius Andre was supposed to fight John Ryder, and then whoever won that was going to potentially get a fight with Canelo or something. I don't know exactly how that. I forgot exactly how that went, but then I think they was fighting for a mandatory spot. That's what it was. They was fighting for a mandatory spot for Canelo.
I mean, I don't think Dad fought Loma twice. I think they only fought once.
Who?
But Lomachenko's not a big draw anyway. Lomachenko, he's not a big draw.
But Bob Aaron tried to make him one though.
Oh, bro, golly, bro. When I used to watch the Top Rank promotion, I used to have it muted, bro. They would Lomachenko let me borrow money one day, and he went from Moneyball to Moneyball. I love that man. I'm gonna name my kids, bro. They were just, bro.
Right.
I was like, what?
Just riding, right?
He said, I'm gonna smoke Bud. He hit him with the AB joke. Said would have been interesting if he did something other than defense. Talking about Floyd, I guess. Yeah, Floyd, he don't got no offense to beat Terence Bud Crawford, in my opinion. Said I'm gonna drink Bud. Ew. Floyd picked his fights, all business, enough said. Bomb. He said bomb squad? Bomb squad. I blame Aram. Aram is cricket, all heavyweight, Shat. And then he put laughing emojis. Alabama Bama said he humbled by the English dude 3 times. He heard he got PTSD because then he said, and they said, whose baby is that? That's supposed to be, you know, all the people that son Canelo.
Yeah, his
Be
daddy
Lil
and his
Nello.
uncles, man.
Yeah, that's little Nello right there. And Amir put laughing emojis, and she put last 5 opponents. I don't know. I ain't gonna lie to you. I stopped counting Canelo opponents after he looked watched against McGear, and he wasn't that fight with wasn't it? No, because Caleb Plant is in his last 5, ain't he? Let me think. Bud, Mugia, Berlanga, Ryder.
It was Charlo Ryder.
Oh yeah, Charlo. You're right. So wait a minute. So Charlo was a cab driver? Hold up. Amir, you finna make me pull out that live that you pulled up on, rooting for Jamel Charlo with the t-shirt. Don't make me do you like that, sis. Don't make me do you like that with the lives only t-shirt. Don't make me do you like that. Said Crawford should just retire. He should give someone a shot at his belts. Man, see what I mean? See what I mean, bro? Why Crawford gotta give somebody a shot at 68, bro? Why he can't be undefeated and 3-time undisputed?
Right.
She said Canelo couldn't even knock out John Ryder.
I remember back then too. Remember when Floyd fought Andre Berger for his last fight, he was like, oh, you should have fought Keith Thurman. Or you should have went up and tried to fight Triple G. Same thing.
Said Charlie can't hear you. Jesus love you all. Bro. Okay. Amir said, I mean Cambosis. And he said boss squad. And they put laughing emoji. That's crazy. I ain't heard that in a while. Yo, Deontay Wilder is so irrelevant right now that he stood up at the event. Everybody was like, hey, can you sit down, please? I'm trying to watch.
That's crazy, yo.
I'm trying to watch the fight with Canelo versus Bud. Can you sit down, please? And he took his glasses off to make sure they recognize him, bro. It was like, what they supposed to mean? Sit your ass down, man. You remember on Martin? They might recognize me. Ain't nobody know you. I say, what's up? That's what he hit it with, bro. I said, what's up?
Oh shit, that's crazy. But that's sad about Deontay. Because Deontay, why was that? I don't care what nobody say, bro. He was the man at one time, bro. That call him one trick pony. He got one punch. Listen, there was nobody getting past that one punch, though.
Bro, let me tell you something.
My boy dropped every single man he faced up until the last 2 fights or 3. Well, he just had a fight, but you know what I mean. So,
LeBron, let me tell you something about Americans, bro. I watched Deontay Wilder come up, and I was just as skeptical as everybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really like rock with Deontay Wilder or whatever the case may be, you know. But what made me a fan was the Fury fight. So I was late on Deontay Wilder, you know, bandwagon train, whatever you want to say. I like how he carried himself in that fight. It took his ass whooping like a man. But Deontay Wilder, bro, was the last chance that America had at undisputed championship belts. People always talk about, you know, as the heavyweight division goes, as boxing goes. No, as the American heavyweight division, as the American heavyweight grows, boxing grows. The reason why is because the American market spends the most on boxing. They get fights for free in Mexico. They ain't paying. And if they do, they ain't paying what we paying. You know, $100 a pay-per-view. Even in the UK, they're not paying that. They got the most loyal fan base. They're not paying what Americans is paying for fights. This is why. And because boxing, even though it got competing sports, is still a big sport in America. So because everybody knows this, or boxing promoters know this is why AJ lost coming to America, you know, to fight Andy Ruiz. You know, he got pieced up. Mm-hmm. You know, he was like Simi. You know, he thought he was like King coming to America, but he was Simi. You know, he got pieced up. And but just the fact that Eddie Hearns knew that they had a big market in the UK and still try to expand it to America lets you know what American market is. So with that being said, America's always thirsty to get a heavyweight so that boxing could, promoters are. Get an American heavyweight that's good, because if you look at the people who are champions, Bivol, Beterbiev had 100% KO ratio, and they could not sell him to the public. With all knockouts, that means everybody that stepped in the ring has not made it out, and they still couldn't sell him. Kovalev, knockouts, couldn't sell him. Triple G, knockouts, couldn't sell him because they wasn't Americans and they couldn't speak good English. That's another thing Canelo learned to do when he came over, because he understood the value, right? So with that being said, Deontay Wilder, bro, America hated him. Outside of Black Americans, they hated him, bro. Even though he was the last chance to try to go get undisputed, they absolutely hated Deontay Wilder. Talked bad about him, bro. And then we don't got nobody up on deck after Deontay Wilder. We don't got a chance at the belts. We don't even got a belt no more. We don't even got the WBC belt no more. And here's the crazy part about it, bro. And I told my homeboy this. I said, bro, I said, as much stuff as they talk about Deontay Wilder, I said, watch this. When that video game come out, watch them pick Deontay Wilder and spam right hands.
Man, what? But they spam. Hey, I ain't gonna get
bro,
into it, bro.
Spamming like a motherfucker, bro. I'm like, wait a minute.
I might get myself mad, bro.
Bro, how he the most overused character, but everybody saying he trash?
Hey, bro, you said it fully, bro. So I thought y'all didn't like Deontay Wilder.
Crazy work, bro. She said, my bad. She said, let my ass up. My bad. The last 3 fights, I just woke up. Nah, I'm finna pull that live up. Call a Mel a cab driver. I'm gonna take that a screenshot. I'm gonna put it on top, and I'm gonna drop a little short of you being mad because you thought Mel had a chance. Deontay Wilder had the Great White Hopers mad for a decade. It's hilarious. So this photo made me.
That's a fact, though. Shit, America did. They didn't like Deontay Wilder. They didn't like Deontay Wilder. You know what I'm saying? Like I seen a lot of people, hoping he lose. Everybody hoping he lose for real. Oh, he not skilled enough. He ain't got this and that, but he beating people that do have that.
Yeah. Somebody asked, has Bud surpassed Floyd in your opinion?
Has he surpassed Floyd?
Yeah.
Not in greatness though. It's hard to even. It's hard. I want to break that down like the best way I can. Like, because greatness goes into a lot of things. Like if we checking the resume, Bud has a great resume as far as like what he accomplished. You know what I'm saying? Like 5-division world champion, 3-time undisputed, all these things. But Floyd beat a lot of champions as well, and he has the names on there too. That everybody brings that shit up, and that matters, yo. So as far as greatness, I'm still kind of leaning towards Floyd, but who's a better fighter? I feel like Bud is because of what he did. If that makes sense.
I'm gonna be honest with you. He already passed him in my book, bro.
But in what though? Like what do you mean by that? Because I couldn't agree with you. I just want to know. Like,
Floyd's never been undisputed, and this dude's been 3-time undisputed.
So Bud being undisputed, that right there makes him, in your opinion, greater?
Yeah, because it's like
that's fair. I just want to know. That's fair though.
Accomplishment wise, like who gonna come in and do that same thing? Like that's some big.
But they gonna ask you too, right? Because if we're going like, because people want to pick, right? So the question gonna be next, like, who did he beat to get those belts?
Well, all a man could do is beat the best in his time, bro. And I also say this, he said that baby pick is killing me. Everybody laughing at that Canelo pick. That's hilarious. But I also say this, all a man can do is beat the best in his time, but you got to give Bud credit for doing what he did at 38 years old, going and fight, fought Errol Spence, a guy who, according to Nate Jones, who's a Floyd Mayweather guy, Floyd was scared of, and, he didn't understand why, but Bud wasn't scared. He almost knocked him out in the second round and then eventually went on to stop him. Then he went and fought at 54. He wanted to fight Tim Tszyu, but Tim Tszyu didn't want to fight him. He wanted to go fight Fandora instead of Bud. So, Tim Tszyu's a dangerous opponent at that time, undefeated. He wanted to fight Tim Tszyu. He ended up fighting Masvidal. And then after Masvidal, he jumped 2 more weight classes and fought Canelo at 68. And it's like 3-time undisputed, always challenging himself more at 38 than Floyd arguably did at 47 in his prime. He came back and fought Marquez. You get what I'm saying? Like, what?
Yeah,
he came back and fought Marquez. Bud set out and came back and fought Canelo. Not even the same. Not even close.
So that's why I feel like that's why I was saying that's why I think he better. He's a better fighter. It's just I don't know. It's hard to. I know it's harder to like break a definition down for both of being better and being great. It's just like I don't know. It's hard. I know where I want to go with it though. I know what I'm trying to lean towards. Like I was saying, like I'm just thinking of a list of fighters that were great fighters that Floyd beat and had names. Were they belt holders? A lot of them were.
See, what Floyd do is he take advantage of the ignorance of people. So what he'll do is he'll say stuff like, I beat the most world champions. But what he don't say is he didn't fight them at the time that they were champion.
No, I agree.
That's like somebody. That's like, bro. And I seen somebody do this, bro. What's that big goofy motherfucking name, bro? Big white Kevin McBride. Bro, man, last name is McBride, bro. Like Ali would have a field day with that.
That's I'll beat Mike Tyson, right?
Bro, he made a documentary called "I Beat Mike Tyson." Bro, when I tell you, I like when he made that, I was in my 20s, bro. I swear to God, I was trying to contact him, bro, and be like, bro, can you take this down, bro? You beat a dude who used to be Mike Tyson, bro. Like, stop this, bro. Stop lying to the people. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's wild. That's different. That's different. Yeah, like I said though, I think Bud. I mean, shit, I can give it to Bud. I don't have a problem giving it to Bud. I was just trying to explain why Floyd still has an argument for what he did throughout his career, whatever. And the one thing that like I said, I agree with you on is the undisputed. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Being undisputed, that to me, that shit matters, yo. So you the guy. There's no dispute, brother, who the best is. Like at that point. So I feel you on that.
Yeah, and then the dancing partners, Floyd's signature fight. He had a couple of them. But I'm talking about as far as like the mainstream one. Not the Corrales, because that was a dance partner too, but it wasn't like a mainstream. He wasn't Floyd as of yet. I would say it was Oscar De La Hoya and Manny Pacquiao. And you look at the state of both of them when he fought him, it was like I see Oscar De La Hoya say this. I don't know how true it is, but because Oscar be lying, bro. He be on coke and stuff. He said Oscar De La Hoya basically said that Floyd Mayweather was supposed to fight him in a rematch, and he elected not to fight him in the rematch. And I guess because he didn't like the terms, because remember he said he was the B-side. So what he did, bro, is he retired for a year and a day, like a day after the contract, because the contract was for a year, expired. So he just retired a year and a day.
Yeah, I remember I saw that interview that Oscar did with was that Club Chase that he did? Yeah, he was talking about that.
Yeah, I think it was Shannon, I believe. I can't remember.
Yeah, that was Club Chase that he was talking about that. He said he retired for a year and a day or something like that. That's why the rematch never happened.
Yo, I seen Teddy Atlas was talking about
Oscar a liar though, bro. So I don't know, bro. I want to believe him, but
I mean, he did retire. He did leave for a while in his prime.
I think he said he blamed his hands or something. He said he had hand problems or something. He said he wasn't sure he wanted to keep fighting because of his hands.
Man had hand problems his entire career.
Right.
Why would he just retire for that amount of time because of hands?
Nah, I agree. I get it.
Oh, but somebody said we'll never have an American champion because of what did you say? What did you say, Ram? I read it earlier. Let me see, I forgot it. America doesn't have a chance at the heavyweight boxing anymore because the athletes play football and basketball. Bro, they've always played those sports, bro. Let me tell you why I think that we'll never have that. I think we'll never have that because there's no grassroots anymore. They don't support. Like when everybody's talking about what to do with the sport, Turkey, LSG, fans, and everybody think in terms of capitalism. Capitalism has fucked up our brains, bro. Everybody just thinks, oh, capitalism. They'll make a move against you that affect your life in a negative way. Like, hey, it ain't personal, it's business. What? I'm a human being, motherfucker. You better get your ass on with that book. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah. So capitalism. When they talk about fixing the sport, it's always from a promotional standpoint, point of view. And it's like, well, what about the grassroots level? So you don't think it's something important? Like all the millions that Turkey is throwing out, what if he actually started paying amateurs to fight?
That wouldn't
Yep.
be a bad idea though.
They'll take less money too, but they can focus, make it like a 9 to 5 job where they can focus strictly on boxing.
I'm with that.
Emmanuel Stewart used to, and all the old school trainers used to take a bus full of kids, and they would take them and spend money on them, and be a mentor to them. A lot of them wouldn't go on to be champions, but boxing was. They might teach their kids boxing and take them to Emmanuel Stewart, or whatever the case may be. It was good for the community and for the youth. And I feel like because they're not investing in the grassroots, because MMA gyms is popping up everywhere, boxing gyms is closing left and right. It's hard to find a boxing gym nowadays. And then when you get there, they're gonna charge you to sweat. All that I feel like plays a part. Because when they asked Emmanuel Stewart and the old school guys, they say, well, our amateur program is not the same. That's why boxing is suffering. So I say, to even dig even deeper into that, we got to invest into our amateur program and the amateurs. The pros are already established.
When I was fighting the amateurs, bro, going to the gym was free. Bro. All I had to do was sign the paper. Tell them, he was telling us you don't want us getting in trouble outside the gym and all that other stuff like that. And then that was it. You know what I'm saying? We bought our own. We bought our own gear and all that, but that's where the money went to. It didn't go to monthly fees of going to the gym to, learn a skill. So I think shit, my generation the last of it. Like the 90s kids growing up in 2000s, we the last of that.
Yeah, facts. JC is whack. I don't know about that, bro. He said Pimp C called out a few years ago. What's funny about Pimp C not liking Jay-Z, I see Bud B, Raji talk about how he ain't even know he just heard that he did Tupac, and they don't even know if Pimp C ever knew Tupac. He just didn't like him because of that. That is hilarious, bro. Call that a smart business move. Said facts. Said Bud, Crawford, and Rolly messed up Turkey's card. You mean his plans? Yeah, I think he meant his plans because Ryan Garcia was supposed to fight Devin Haney, and then, Rolly Romero derailed it. And then Canelo had a 2-fight deal after Bud was supposed to lose to him. And that's another thing. How could they even trust a guy like that at this point? How could they even trust a guy who,
you're not mentally stable, right?
Bro, I wouldn't even necessarily say. I'm just looking at how he moved in the sport and how like his loyalty and his word and all that stuff. I don't like how he moves. I don't like how Turkey moves because I'm looking at it and it's like I said earlier. You look at the situation with him and what's up, Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu didn't even talk to him. It was Tim Tszyu's team. And whatever they said to Turkey, he did not like, and he said, we're no longer in the business of working with Tim Tszyu. Right? And then Tim Tszyu is ringside, and we're finding out about it. He's like, what? He didn't even know about it, right? Turkey Alassi held that grudge to Tim Tszyu for a year, like a year and a half. And then when Tim Tszyu got knocked out, he started trolling them on the internet and saying, yeah, you should have retired. And, just trolling them, bro. It's like, what?
I know that.
And then you take a guy like T.O. T.O.'s disrespectful.
I can't stand T.O.
Always saying racist stuff. Just always in the news for stuff other than his boxing. Always got some antics. He wanted T.O. to fight Devin Haney. T.O. refused to fight Devin Haney. Not only did he refuse to fight him, but he went and started talking stuff about Turkey Al-Rashid country. He started talking a whole bunch of stuff to Turkey Al-Rashid, and he forgave him. And it's like, well, what did Tim do that you didn't forgive him and wanted to troll him when he lost, but you forgive everything T.O. It's just crazy. That dude is crazy. And I want to mention this also. I don't know if people are aware of this, but they passed a bill for 9/11 victims to sue Saudi Arabia.
I didn't know that shit. Wow.
And I was, because for their involvement with 9/11, I'm like, 9/11 just passed. Nobody even made the connection with Turkey Al-Rashid and boxing 9/11. And I don't know. It was just, I don't know. I don't know. He's a sketchy guy, man. He's a sketchy guy.
Yeah, I gotta see. I gotta see what's good with Turkey, man. I mean, so far, um, other than what you was just talking about, like I think he's doing all right for boxing right now.
Oh hell no, nah, bro, bro.
Nah,
Let me put you on game. Let me put you on game, bro.
I'm
So as
listening.
far as giving us the fights, yes. But as
Oh
far
yeah,
as
I
the
mean, yeah,
long term plans, him and Dana White want to start a TKO league where they don't want to pay fighters nothing and they want to say that they're saving boxing. And then right now he's trying to go around the Muhammad Ali Act, which protects fighters from promoters. They want to get rid of that. It's just a bunch of stuff that they're doing. It's like one of the YouTubers, Sean, asked him in the press conference, Dana White, like, you have lawsuits with UFC fighters, to this day, and pending ones. Like, why are you good for the sport of boxing? And Dana White was like, we're not here to talk about business, but if you want to be clever, then we could do a one-on-one interview and all this old bull stuff that bull ass and a half ass shit he was talking about, bro. Like, but for the most part, bro, Turkey Al-Rashid is trying to monopolize boxing and be the guy as far as boxing. And what's gonna happen is they're gonna pay these guys like Canelo really handsomely. They don't give us the fights we want, so we shut up and be complacent. But whenever they get exactly what they want, which is to monopolize boxing, free media is gone. Like what we like people going to events, that's gonna be gone. All that stuff. You know what I mean? Like it,
yeah,
it it would be like this, bro. Like sometimes I like today I show some clips from like Fight Hype and stuff like that. Fight Hype was at the event. If they get exclusive like what Dana White got, they're going to allow only a certain amount of people in their media room. Still be people that agree with them and suck them off,
hmm
whatever the case may be. And if Fight Hype ain't there, then I can't use their footage. And then if I use somebody's footage that's there, they could say, hey, don't use our footage. UFC could be like step in and be like, nah. They are like they piratey like that. Like, don't use our fight footage, don't use anything. It's just I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't
So
like
you,
them in boxing.
so you believe that's what's gonna happen? You think they're gonna definitely do that with boxing over time?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they go because the boxing has become a sport of you know, you know, boxing and basically hoard itself out. Uh it goes to the highest bidder. And because the guy that comes in with a lot of money, you know, he can make it rain on them. They all start twerking for him. You see how they treat him at the fights?
Word, yo, shit. Bro was up there holding that man hand, bro.
That's crazy.
Like, I ain't
Crazy,
holding no grown
bro.
man hand, brother. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck how much you paying me.
That's crazy, bro. Bro, I would have told them, bro, because bro, they anti-gay over there. I'd have said, look, man, look, I know that I might do this in your country, but in my country, you just consider gay. You don't want me to look gay, do you? Hopefully, bro.
It's like they
Can't be out
scared to
there.
talk to him or something. Like,
That's their boss, bro. It's like it's equivalent of going up to the boss at the job, be like, look, man, my girlfriend keep telling me you grabbing up booty, man. You better stop that. No, just well, yeah, bro. People don't be having that type of them type of boss when they talking to somebody that they didn't establish as a boss. What Dame Dash? What kind of man calls another man a boss?
yeah, right. That nigga
I
damn.
ain't gonna lie, bro. When he said that, I don't call them boss no more. I call them supervisors. I ain't gonna lie, bro. When he said that, I really started thinking about. I'm like, bro, that is crazy, bro. It was calling them boss during slavery, bro. Hold on,
Yeah,
what?
that's true though.
He said, shout out to Netflix for no buffering. That's a fact.
Yeah,
That's a
that's why,
fact.
yo, I was promise you, I was nervous. I was talking that shit, so I was like, why this shit gonna buffer, right? As soon as the fight start, all these other fights good. Watch this one start, it's gonna start buffering. But nah, they did their thing though. That was a big complaint the last time, so they couldn't do it twice, bro. Or they knew it was gonna happen if they tried to do the third time fight on Netflix. Now we ain't watching it because your shit don't work.
Then he said we see mama fights. They're supposed to be MMA, I think, inside of the ring and not a cage for wrestling in Saudi Arabia. Are you talking about ladies? I don't know. I don't understand that. So he bought Ring Magazine. He wanted to control the narrative. That's an absolute fact. That is an absolute fact. MMA fights inside of a ring and not a cage.
They used to do that. They used to do that in what was that Pride? They used to have that back in the day. That was in the ring, right?
Yeah, Pride was dope. Yeah, Pride was dope.
They had different rules though. Like you could stomp on
Stomp on
somebody
people.
and all
Yeah,
that.
that's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, man. I gotta give Bud credit, man. Shout out to Terence Bud Crawford. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. A lot of stuff I ain't gonna lie to you. You know, my blackness would not permit me to say live, you know, about the fight because I didn't want to discredit Bud. So I'm gonna just get that man his flower. That's why I did a whole episode talking about him versus Mayweather because I want people to know how big this is, what he accomplished. Hopefully he lead the sport, bro. They always come back, bro. They always come back, bro. And it's kind of like, bro, I don't know. They get addicted, bro. They get addicted. They get addicted to, like I said, the dopamine, the money, the accolades, all that stuff, bro. You know, look at Floyd. He still don't want to move on from champion, and he promoting fighters. You know, he's showing up ringside and with lip rings and gold lip rings, and the jury on top of jury, and there's all kind of weird stuff, purses, and you know, all that stuff to stand out and be flashy. But they become addicted. I don't think Bud is any different. I hope he can control it because listen, Andre Ward is one of the most disciplined people I've ever seen in the sport of boxing. Man ain't lost a fight since he was 11 years old, right? Which is amazing, right? Andre Ward, as disciplined as he is, and I watched him just grounded in his interviews and stuff like that, you know. And I remember when they used to ask him like why he leave the game, he left too early, he still has some left, and he was like, "Why I can't have none left? Why I can't have none left?" And when he said that, I was like, "Bro, that's true. Leave the game with them want more." You know, leave like Jordan. They didn't want Jordan to leave, but that was a good final shot. Then he came back with the Wizards and messed all that up. You know what I mean? So, yeah, leave the game with one more. Leave the fans want more. You know what the dude say? Hey, if I leave, are they gonna miss me, man? That's what I feel like boxers be feeling like, bro. If I leave the game, are they gonna miss me, man? Like, yes, bro, they gonna miss you, but they gonna move on. You know, boxing is a jealous sport. You know, they always equate it to a female. It's a jealous female, but you gotta leave, man. You gotta leave the sport on top. And like I said, Andre Ward left, disciplined. Like I said, he talking about coming back to fight Anthony Joshua. So if the retirement bug can get him, a lot of people don't know this story too as well. Rocky Marciano was thinking about a comeback. Floyd Patterson was the champion at the time, and Rocky Marciano had went and secretly trained, and he was gonna come back, but he said he couldn't muster up the stomach to endure the training. So he said, "Nah, it ain't worth the comeback." But who knows if he wouldn't have passed away shortly after that? He wouldn't have passed away shortly after that, bro. Who knows? He might have been a punching bag, you know, like Mike Tyson say for somebody. So it is what it is. But yeah, he was fit to come back. They all consider coming back, you know. Lennox Lewis, they asked Lennox Lewis would he come back now at his old age, and he was like, for $100 million, I'll take my pajamas off. I'm like, bro, you didn't make $100 million in your prime. So
I want that money, man. Listen, I ain't mad at it though. Try to go get it if you could. Like if you could, shit, fuck it, why not? Why not? I just, it's gotta be the right guy though.
Yeah,
the right one. Shit, Layla Ali.
Bro, you know what's crazy? What the hell happened to Luis Ortiz, bro? I think I'm gonna do a documentary. Luis Ortiz, it's finna be his 80th birthday because somebody put a silver alert out for this man. Like, what happened to him, bro? He was actively boxing and then nobody's talking about him anymore. I guess PBC ran out of people for him to fight because they're getting blackballed too as well. But I don't know.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I used to be a Luis Ortiz fan, yo.
Yeah, man, he was good, bro. It was hard not to root for him. His story, his daughter, and everything. Ram said, "Can we talk about the scorecards?" Yo, Ram, I'm gonna be honest with you, Ram. And this is, listen, you give Bo Magnum a ton of credit for their game plan and executing and all that good stuff, bro. I learned from the old school people like Emmanuel Stewart. Emmanuel Stewart from the Kronk Gym said, "We don't train to go to decisions. We train for knockouts." And the reason why is because Emmanuel Stewart studied film. He know that fights are subjective, biased, people's focus be different. You know, like in a Manny Pacquiao fight, I feel like that fight was closer, but we was paying attention to what Manny Pacquiao was doing because he was older and he wasn't supposed to be doing it. So a lot of times we neglected the work that Barrios did. I still think he won, but it was a tighter fight than what I thought. I thought it was a blowout. But main story was aware of these things. So what he would have his fighters do is he would have his fighters try to go for the knockout. Terence Bud Crawford went to a decision with Canelo, bro. That is crazy, bro. I'm gonna just be honest with you. That is the riskiest stuff I've ever heard of. That's like robbing a bank in broad daylight. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Right. I heard all the build up to the fight with Canelo and Bud. I heard seen a lot of Canelo fans. They were saying how Bud gonna deal with his power. He didn't go good against Madrimov. Madrimov was hitting him whenever he wants. So what's gonna happen when Canelo do it? He gonna get knocked out like Amir Khan. Let me see. Bud never fought nobody. His only credible wins is Earl and Gamboa. Right now, look, all that's now look. Now, if all that's true, right, that would mean Gamboa hits harder than Canelo because Canelo didn't stumble. I mean, Canelo didn't have Bud buckling at all in that fight, right? That means Madrimov is better because that fight was closer than him and Canelo. That would mean Canelo's resume don't mean shit because Bud only beat 2 people according to y'all. And so all that added up, that sounded like to me that if he beat a guy that beat all these people, he got all these accolades and he did all of this, that means he kind of overhyped him. And that's y'all logic. That's the Canelo fan logic though. I'm just using it on them to see if that's how they feel. That sounds like y'all got overrated.
Hey, facts, bro. It's facts, bro. But yeah, man. Hey, bro, you ever heard that clip? They should have let Michael Jordan play for the Wizards. Kanye West. Bro, let me see if I can find it. Bro, let me see if I can find this real quick. Bro. Play this before we get up out of here, bro. That was hilarious. Bro, let me play this real quick, bro. Bro, we need to play this right here. You know, hold on, let me play this real quick. Because this commercial been popping up everywhere.
Ask somebody that love Michael Jordan and hate LeBron. Michael Jordan only played 6 years in the league.
Dang, bro, they didn't even play. It was that nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. That thing that's been popping up. I had made a video of Canelo getting the beats put on, bro. While in the background, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday, bro. I can't even, bro. I don't know why it's not working, bro. It's glitching.
Nah, if you pull that up, bro, I gotta see it, bro. He said Bud versus Leonard at 147. That'll be a good fight, actually. I don't know who wins, but that'll be a good fight, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip it up. I somebody asked me that earlier. I'll clip it up, my response to it, and make a short out of it. But yeah, man, let me get up out of here, bro. I gotta go work out, bro. I gotta eat some breakfast. Go work out, bro. All right, bro. Appreciate you for pulling up, bro.
No doubt. Good talking to you, bro.
You got any final words?
Oh man, just shout out to the channel, bro. I'm gonna be up here again, man, and I appreciate the boxing conversation for real, man. Keep greatness, keep it going.
No problem, bro. Appreciate your support, man. Jay, shout out to Jay for pulling up, man. He said, I'm just here so I won't get fined, man. Jay ain't said a word. He been on the panel all day.
Man,
and he
Jay,
said, I think he just might have said what's up.
Jay in the chat, bro. Like, shout out to Jay too, bro. He funny, bro.
Yeah, he was clouded, bro. Yeah, shout out to Jay, man. He was clouded like a motherfucker, man. Then he pulled up and I said, Jay, I muted him. He said, I'm just here so I won't get fined. So shout out to Jay, man. But yeah, man, we'll definitely be back later on today. You know, and we'll finish this Bud conversation because I want to give him his flowers. I said I would. I'm a man of my word, you know, so I'm gonna give Bud his flowers, you know what I mean? And appreciate everybody for pulling up, everybody in the chat, you know, all the new people and the day ones, you know what I mean? YouTube family, everybody, man. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all on the next one. Ray J, serenade them. Until the next time.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I know being in love. So feel me, pretty baby. I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Oh, 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 oh. Make it love to my baby's born.